Welcome, something to see you.
Much better job of yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I wonder what happened to the pastries. What? They haven't said anything.
Pastries, we were just talking about that.
Yeah, he went to go ask his supervisor, but they have plates up there, they have forks and spoons up there. So it's supposed to be there, but it's not there. That's all.
Well, they have to be somewhere then. Why would they set up
They're
plates?
probably just downstairs somewhere. You know? I'm guessing that it's here, it's just not up here.
They maybe brought them to Glendale, the city of Glendale. Yeah. I suppose I've got to start at a certain point.
Start this recorder and then it'll just be ready to go for whenever it starts.
Well, can you hear? Yes. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. May I ask that you get yourselves a cup of coffee or some water and find a seat, and we will begin in a moment. Thank you all, and thank you for coming. It is my great pleasure today to welcome you to this symposium on the future of humane technology. We are delighted to have guests from such a wide and diverse set of organizations. And I would like to begin by thanking Roxanne Ladd and her superb staff here at ASU's Barrett and O'Connor Washington Center for all of their assistance. And I also thank the wonderful staff of the Institute for Humanities Research, Liz Grumbach and Lauren Whitby, who are here today with us, helping to create what promises to be a seamless and rewarding event, which is being streamed for our faculty and students at Tempe, on our Tempe campus. We've gathered you today at ASU's Washington Center to think and talk together about the future of humane technology. Since Gaymon, Bennett, and I first proposed hosting a symposium over a year ago, problems that were only beginning to be glimpsed have accelerated, and what were only hairline cracks in our confidence about the future are widening. Whether we engage with artificial intelligence, personalized medicine, or climate modeling, the picture has grown more troubled, and so has the urgency to think about these things in a different way. If we believed, even recently, what technology advisors have taken for granted, that technological advance is the same as innovation, and that innovation, unintended consequences notwithstanding, inevitably improves our lives, it has become increasingly impossible to accept this logic. Continuing simply to adapt to technological change is no longer an option. The costs are too high. We've convened today to talk about these issues with leading researchers from across the spectrum. The challenge now is to ask if technology can be made to respond to a vision of who we want to be rather than the other way around, to reimagine technology for a humane world. We are convinced that humanities-inspired research will be vital to realizing the potential of this shift in moral and social sensibilities. We've convened today to talk about these issues with you. How did we get here? Common cultural sense has told us that whatever losses technological innovation has created, it more than compensates in the gains for humanity. And economists often look to the period of my own research, the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century, to make that very point. Then, the new machines that destroyed agricultural jobs, replacing many workers with one machine, also opened up new work in factories. As farm labor declined, the industrial economy added jobs even faster. Yes, seasonal cycles that shaped agricultural labor had to give way to routinized, sometimes back-breaking work governed by bells and whistles, but other sociocultural changes seemed to compensate. Agricultural goods became cheaper, nutrition improved, technological innovation led to better jobs, higher pay, expansion of suffrage, and compulsory education became possible for children freed from farm labor. We could laugh at the Luddites who smashed the automated looms that were destroying cottage industries and artisans' livelihoods. However, 5 years ago, in a talk at the National Bureau of Economic Research, former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers was becoming worried. He said, quote, "Until a few years ago, I didn't think this was a very complicated subject. The Luddites were wrong, and the believers in technology and technological progress were right. I'm not so completely certain now. It may well be," he added, "that some categories of labor will not be able to earn a subsistence living." And worries are not limited to income and labor. In the upcoming issue of The Atlantic, Nicholas Christakis argues that we cannot treat AI as a machine. It must rather be understood as a new class of social actors capable of destroying the suite of social values: love, friendship, cooperation, intimacy, teachability, that for millennia has enabled human beings to live communally. Technology writer Amy Webb states the problem in the subtitle of her new book, The Big Nine: How the Tech Titans and Their Thinking Machines Could Warp Humanity. Her advice is to work on values, think about ethics. Daniel Acemoglu, an economist at the Massachusetts Institute for Technology, has put it more succinctly. Quote, "The view that we should not worry about any of these things and follow technology to wherever it will go is insane." The worries keep multiplying. Gene-edited babies, what are the limits? Addictive screens, how do we protect our children, much less ourselves? Bots and fake news, what data can we cite to save our environment? It's time to ask these questions and to have this conversation. We are convinced that humanities-inspired research, which studies intensively our histories, values, ethics, and beliefs, which focuses on how we create meaning in our lives, on how we create meaningful lives, needs to take a central role in this conversation and in determining the protocols that now drive research. To that end, we've brought you together today, leading humanities researchers with leaders from industry, government, technology, science, media, and the nonprofit world. We have no desire to reenact a Luddite-like resistance to the new technologies. Rather, the goal of this symposium is to set the agenda for a humane technology. We have today 3 panels. The first focusing on AI, algorithms, and autonomous systems. The second focusing on personalized or precision medicine. And the third focusing on big data and the stories we tell about climate change. Each panel will begin with short statements from each participant, followed by a half-hour of moderated discussion among the panelists, followed then by a half-hour of discussion with you, our audience. So thank you, and we will begin with panel number 1.
Next to Gaymon because he's sort of a pacifier.
Oh,
yeah,
good
we
job.
never know.
Yeah, it makes everything, it calms
That's
everything down.
needed. That was a very good opening.
Well, good morning. We begin our conversation today by focusing on those technologies which, more than any other, have inspired conversations about humane technology, AI, algorithms, and automation. 2 years ago or so, when talk of humane technology first began to take hold in some technology settings, the problem was cast as an engineering problem. Could we come up with engineering fixes for those problems which were most widely recognized as being the downside of new technologies? So screen addiction, the way in which machine learning seemed to amplify our worst social prejudices, business models built on ubiquitous surveillance. In the intervening years, the conversation has intensified, but it has also become more basic. The problem is no longer cast as simply unintended consequences of otherwise good technologies. The question instead is, what do we do about the fact that these technologies are working exactly like they are designed to work, but they are producing social worlds which we may not want to live in? So on this first panel, we're going to be asking some foundational questions. What is the cultural soil out of which these technologies have grown and in view of which they have seemed to make sense? What are those features of human relations which they are actually optimized for, which is to say, what kind of human relations do they really produce? Along the way, we will try to keep our feet on the ground and think about how these basic questions become the basis for new research programs. I won't take time to introduce our panelists. You have the program booklet with their bios. As Elizabeth said, we're going to begin with opening statements from each of the panelists. Our order will be slightly different than what's listed in the program. I would like Professor Craig Calhoun to lead us off, followed by Professors Sarita Amrut, Gregory Zachary, Chris Kelty, and last but not least, Brett Bobley, Chief Information Officer at the NEH. So without further ado, Professor Calhoun.
Thanks, Gaymon, and hello, everyone. Since in an inhumane fashion we are asked to speak for only 5 to 7 minutes, no more preliminaries. To understand and guide Humane Technologies project that we're engaged in here, we must understand the human, which is neither just the non-machine, nor just a different kind of machine, say an algorithm. And the specific remit to think about intelligences brings this up in some very specific ways. We talk, for example, about when will AIs reach human-level intelligence, right? Well, what the heck is human-level intelligence? Is that a reasonable standard? AIs vastly exceed human performance in some ways. They're not even close in others. And our understanding of human intelligence is often tacit and problematic. For example, it is that it's inside our brains, not in our cultures, for example, shared in a variety of ways, though human intelligence is essentially and deeply shared through language and in other ways. Not in our whole bodies, not specifically in our brains. A sort of question should be raised. The human intelligence is not simply natural as opposed to artificial, but is the product of histories, choices, and other kinds of artifices. And of course, humans are more than just intelligence. As I already hinted, we're bodies, emotions, personalities, perhaps souls. And humans have long varied. We take human beings tacitly often to be tokens of a type, a series of more or less equivalent things, a human. But there's lots of variation, has been through history, and new variations come about. Humans have built complex organizations embedding kinds of artificial intelligence long before the use of mechanical and electronic computation. Developed algorithms, workflows, laws, whole structures for getting things done, from assembly lines in factories through to the organization of a corporation as such, through to the state. And then we have used mechanical and electronic computation to replace or supplement or transform these. All of these states, corporations, factories, markets have changed how we're human. They've not just helped us get some things done and left us the same, but changed us. Being humane, in the sense of this meeting, is usually used to suggest being benevolent or being civilizing, which are not exactly the same thing, right? Civilizations may have advanced benevolence in some ways, but they also have done much more than just transform that. This includes, but is not limited to what's good for humans. You might think the humane would refer to what's good for people, but that isn't necessarily what it means, hence the humane society and what's good for animals, but questions about what's good for Earth. Are humans, in fact, good for the planet, bad for the planet? How so? What is the humane relationship to the larger wholes of which we're a part? But humane also reflects projects of being human in better ways. So the aspiration to be humane has long referred to an aspiration to be better at being what we are in some deep sense already, or what we're meant to be. And this is linked to cultural and socio-technical transformations both, just as the idea of civilization is as much a story of transformations of ethics or indeed of table manners as it is a story of building large-scale water supplies and energy grids and the ability to live in cities. And so there are different sides to this that all inform our thinking about it, even in an everyday tacit way, but can be teased out. Much deployment of AI into socio-technical systems much of the deployment of AI is into socio-technical systems that achieve very large-scale integration. So a large part of what AI has been doing, as I suggested even before mechanical and electronic computation, but today is doing, is building systems that are enormous in the world, potentially global. Now also modeling systems like the climate system that we didn't entirely create, but building global transportation, communications, energy, financial systems. These run with increasing autonomy. And a human question about them is, where does that leave ordinary people, even expert people, even policymakers? Where does it leave the concept of citizen and citizens being efficacious in organizing democracies? These systems are also built for instrumental purposes, not always with consideration of benevolence or civilization. You don't have to think they're evil to recognize that their purpose may be to get some other things done. Much of what humans value and regard as humane, however, is organized at smaller scale, directly interpersonal relations, place-based communities. And we need to understand how the large scale affects the small scale if we're going to be humane. 2 final points, and I'll close. People also value their civilizations, but we don't have very good ways of talking about this value and about what's happening to our civilizations when it comes out in the forms of nationalism and other kinds of discourses that aren't exactly the same. But we are embedded, because we are who we are in these civilizations. When the infrastructures we built for extending them or making them richer change them, this is unsettling. Last point. Asking how humans can control technologies reshaping their lives and livelihoods is necessarily a question about how collective choices can be made in the design and development of technologies and social systems, not only about the regulation of discrete technological products. Therefore, it's necessarily a question about the transformation of person, culture, political economy, society. It's not a question in which technological choices can be kept discrete and not affect or be affected by everything else. Fantastic. Sarita.
Okay, thank you. I was waiting for the applause, but I guess we'll Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. I'd like to start my few minutes by asking if there are any members in the room of local Native or Indigenous groups, Algonquin peoples, Chesapeake peoples. Are there any members of or affiliated with Native peoples of the greater North and South American continents in the room with us today? Okay, I wanted to start us off that way because I learned from a good friend of mine up in New York at Data and Society, Rigoberto Lara, about this process by which we ask permission from Native peoples to go forward with our day's events. And I've started incorporating that in my practice as a way to center the question of who actually counts as human. So when we think about this question of humane technologies, I think it behooves us to think of the longer history of creating the idea of the human out of processes of dehumanization. So if we think about colonial histories of genocide of indigenous people, it becomes very clear that each time we define a population as human, a population as earning the kind of care and careful thought that we're doing here today, it has always been made on the backs of those who have been considered outside of the framework of the human. A classic point for thinking about this is Montaigne's essays, in which he mobilizes this trope of the noble savage to critique European civilization, the very kind of civilization that Craig was talking to us about. So that the position of the savage has always played this dual role, and I'm referencing here the fantastic work of Michel Rolfe-Trio, in which he calls this role the savage slot, either as an example of those people who are not yet civilized enough to be fully included into the family of mankind, or those who are of their nature better than we are and should serve as a figure of reform. Both those positions are outside of what counts as the human. The reason I wanted to bring that into our discussion today very, very centrally is that it seems as if, as Gaymon said in the beginning, there's no way of getting around the human. we think of what AI is supposed to be, it's supposed to be a machine intelligence that acts humanly. Even if we think about machine learning, of which AI is a subset, machine learning is supposed to use inference to do the kinds of things that we do, which is to recognize patterns, make associations, classify, and predict. So I think centering on this question of who gets to be included in both how we imagine human intelligences and the way Craig is thinking, but also how we make decisions about what these technological systems are supposed to be for, is always with us and always needs to be brought back into the room and into conversation. Therefore, for me, this raises a series of really interesting questions. Some scholars believe that the very category of the human is so compromised by this history of dehumanization, by the history of genocide and slavery, especially North Atlantic slavery, that it needs to be abandoned. And I think this is a position we should take seriously when speaking from a humanities institute. Another way to think about it, and I'm referencing here the pioneering work of Achille Mbembe, is to think about multiplying this category of the human. He talks about the archives of the world. There have been many ways to solve the problems that we face today environmentally, in terms of capital relations, how we relate to one another as social beings. What do we think is debt? How should debt be managed? That exist in the archives of the world. Can we draw on those archives to solve some of these problems? Archives that perhaps, as Foucault would say, come out of unrecognized knowledge or subjugated knowledge. How can we bring those sorts of knowledges into our very discussion of what a humane technology could be? And this also for me raises the question of what is our responsibility as scholars, as people sitting in the global north, as it were, as people with a certain degree of privilege. What is our responsibility here? And I would like to say that our responsibility is not to pronounce either a hopefulness or hopelessness about these technological forms, but to actually bear witness to the kinds of projects emanating from marginalized spaces and to amplify those signals. So for instance, in the work of anthropologist Anita Chan, she works with groups in Peru and South America who are trying to extend the concept of privacy and surveillance from the position of women who have been the victims of domestic violence. So if you begin from that position, you think of a woman's security in terms of her whole body and her community, and then work outward to what she would need in terms of her digital profile, rather than assuming that security begins from the position of individual privacy. Or anthropologist Meg Stalkup's work in Brazil, where she looks at the way that families of those who have been disappeared by the state rely on social media as an authoritative voice when collecting information about what's happening. So I think we can't assume that we in this room will be able to fix the problems. I think we should also not take on that mantle. And I think, to wrap it up quickly, I have a lot more to say, that our job is to amplify the signals and the voices of those groups on the ground who are part of that larger archive of the world, who have been traditionally excluded from these conversations.
I want to thank the two speakers for their rich perspective, and thank Elizabeth and Gaymon for including me in this. And I'm best known, just for clarification, to readers as G. Pascal Zachary. Humans have been trying for centuries to discipline, control, co-evolve with their machines, and we are ourselves standing on their shoulders in our own explorations. And the history of computing alone is now 75 years old, and people in the world of computation, starting with Turing, Minsky, Vannevar Bush, grappled with these questions, albeit from their limited perspectives. I think there's a lot to be said for harvesting the lessons from these past efforts. And I want to say at the outset that what I'm about to say, to a large extent, argues with myself. I enjoy arguing with myself. I do it a lot. I bet other people who are less willing to admit it do the same thing. And so, because I'm on record over over decades of publishing on these matters, that targeting, controlling, regulating, that actively influencing the course of technological trajectories, whether they be cars or planes or nuclear weapons, that this is important to do and we are condemned to do it. And since we do it with everything else in our lives as societies, why shouldn't we do it? But I am going to say that the juxtaposition of humanity and humaneness with technology and innovation, whether in the arena of intelligence or technological domains more broadly, immediately raises hard problems, humbling problems, problems that may have no solutions, only the construction of endless, provisional, even tentative arrangements that call for uncommon humility. As Craig pointed out very, very eloquently, what makes us truly and fully human? Well, one of the things that does make us truly human is the tools and technologies that reinforce and enhance our humanity. I teach a class on consciousness that involves the self, and I tell my students that if it wasn't for my iPhone telling me who I am, I might not know who I am when I wake up, that the iPhone reminds me of who I am. And then given the vast diversity of how humans live and what they want, could there ever be a single answer or a set of answers to the question, what is humane about technology? What is humane tech? Which I think is a nice phrase. So a chief reason for embracing humility can be found in the inherent limits of language and thought, the risk of circularity or tautological expression. We run into this very clearly when we engage technologists. They say they're human. Many of them are not, but they insist. Since all tools are made by humans, must not all human-made tools express our humanity? Maybe nuclear weapons express our humanity. And thus are tools and technologies humane because they've been made by humans and ergo are extensions of someone's humanity. If not mine, then someone else's, and bluntly, am I then also responsible for them? So is the entire project of humanizing technologies to decide that some are humane and others are not? Is this project folly? Is it doomed to failure? And I don't mean doomed because humans themselves often lack the foresight that Toulmin considered essential to the anticipatory reflex required to make sound judgments about emerging technologies in advance. Because once the tool is created, once the tool is let loose in the world, someone will find a humane use for it. You remember how famously Edward Teller said, let's use H-bombs to create immediate, excellent harbors in Alaska. This was not a joke. Alaskans actually organized to stop it, and Teller finally gave up. But the claim that all kinds of technologies can help us is common. So anticipation, foresight, understanding would seem to be essential and yet impossible at once. There's also the nagging suspicion that when we reject a new tool as inhumane, which I think in the case of chemical weapons after World War I was done, and effectively, are we doing this to celebrate our unique conception of our humanity? So if I subscribe to the view that resistance, rebellion, and revolution are the highest forms of human social expression, then naturally I'll favor innovations that strengthen these capacities for these three R's. And yet this conclusion is the sort of circularity that I fear. Perhaps I should, let me skip ahead then. So another angle on my dilemma is the potential that we reject a new tool in order to reinforce power relations and imbalances that some agents may cherish, but victims may not. And I think here of the famous essay, which I've assigned to students and I've admired, Wendell Berry's writing in Harper's in 1988, Why I Am Not Going to Buy a Computer, Berry now memorably argued that a computer would tether him to electricity grids, which he sought to resist on humane grounds, insisting, quote, I try to be as little hooked to them as possible. And by the way, who needs a computer anyhow, Berry exulted, because, quote, my wife types my work on a Royal Standard typewriter bought new in 1956, period. Well, in the ensuing celebrations and excessive praise over Berry's brave opposition to digital machines and his pure fidelity to manual typewriters, no one ever asked his wife, would she like a computer? So it's very, very interesting that, so there's this unsettling possibility. I'll just close now with this final comment. That even today, in our quest for perfection in our everyday lives, in quotes, as workers and colleagues, we may once again overlook the human capacity to rationalize, exploit, and degrade ourselves as part of technological progress. What if, perversely, our own militant sense of humanity explains why our technologies end up dehumanizing us? Remember, the guillotine was once an Enlightenment technology that humanely rid us of reactionaries. Oh, would we bring this back? And Thomas Edison obsessively pursued the electric chair in the same spirit. Or Teller advocated for the radiation-free H-bomb, because wouldn't it be nicer if there was no radiation sickness, there was just blast effects? Wouldn't that be more humane? So we can, aren't we as humans, and then this is just crudely put, bad, so that if we are bad or sometimes bad, what if in pushing to reflect the technologies of the future to reflect our badness, is that good? Is that what we want? So I think that my takeaway here is that I think we need to engage, we need to try to discipline, but we need to have a great sense of humility about doing so.
All right. So for most of my career, I've been writing some version of the same relatively unoriginal thing that was the 8th point in Craig's.
The 8th?
The 8th point, which is that the way we design technology has concrete effects on our capacity to achieve democracy. And I think right now we're at peak anti-democratic technology. At least I have trouble imagining it being any worse for our dreams of a democratic society, from digital manipulation machines and advertising tech to the abrogation of responsibility of social media companies to venture capital-fed frenzy for faddish tech like AI or blockchains, to the largely misunderstood role that an obsession with data actually plays in destroying human relationships in workplaces, schools, or governments. I think we're now basically completely wrong about how we design, deploy, and innovate technology. But I'm a fundamentally optimistic person, so this makes it hard for me to go about my business. And I do believe there's another approach to our technology, and I think it starts with approaching technology differently, not as magic, not as a solution, not as the end of the human, not as a savior, nor even as we traditionally have as a mere tool or means. Rather, I think we should be treating our technology as something more like a pest. Indeed, the term humane will signify to, I think, most American ears, I hope, not the human, but organizations like humane societies, which exist primarily to take care of non-human creatures. They rescue, they rehabilitate stray dogs, feral cats, and other animals. And in most cases, they also exist to, as we say, humanely euthanize those animals that cannot be saved. My proposal then, in these short 5 minutes, is to consider whether we need a humane society for stray and feral technologies. So, there are 2 questions that I think are worth pondering. The first is, what difference would it make to think of technology not as something we create and control, but rather as something that lives with and among us, out of control and not wholly of anyone's creation? To think of technology as a nuisance to be managed, not as a solution to a problem. And then second, is it even possible to euthanize a technology which cannot be rescued or rehabilitated? I think the first question is an important antidote to a lot of the chatter about technology. Rather than fruitless, though theologically fascinating, debates about whether superintelligent AI will be beneficent or evil, it will be neither, or whether blockchains will replace governance, they won't. What if such technologies were actually more like feral animals, nuisances in some case, in need of rescue or rehabilitation in others? What if our near future is not an AI apocalypse, but rather more like a horror movie involving common household rats? Or perhaps a city overrun by stray and feral feral cats and stray dogs? What if, instead of breathlessly reporting each innovation as if it were a majestic eagle or a fearsome mountain lion, we treated it more like a disease-carrying insect or an infestation of feral animals? So the tech we live with today is the result, I think, of superabundant innovation. More innovation than we can reasonably or peacefully control, maintain, or maybe even live with. Just as we've domesticated rats and mice by providing an abundant food source in our cities, we have facilitated endless innovation through a financial and venture capital system that rewards moving fast and breaking things, arrogant, permissionless innovation, endless valorization of disruption, and a general unchecked disavowal of all forms of responsibility for innovations and new technologies. Take a simple example, the Internet of Things, for instance, or as I refer to it, the 2015 Full Employment Act for Hackers and Security Professionals. Innovation here involves taking a previous invention, like a juicer or a doorbell, connecting it to the Internet, and then abandoning the company either to insolvency or to purchase by one of the five giants. Whether abandoned or assimilated, these technologies enter our everyday social lives permanently, often with little or no oversight and with ramifying effects that no one can predict. When we abandon these technologies, we do something much different than when we abandon a regular juicer or a doorbell, both of which can be maintained and fixed by individuals and even offer a lifetime of juice or pleasing chimes. But connected technologies become nuisances, and doubly so. A juicero, my favorite, juicer, disconnected from the internet can in many cases no longer serve even the simplest glass of orange juice. An abandoned IoT doorbell can no longer ring. Even worse, the mountains of data these devices collected in their short service also goes feral, circulating through networks of data brokers, hacker black markets, anywhere it can fetch even a small price to recoup the damage of failed innovation. All the machine learning algorithms, all the face recognition, all the bizarre effects of making ease of use and convenience a priority, they make our technologies into nuisance animals that we must deal with. Other examples surround us: environmentally catastrophic Bitcoin mining, blockchain-based schemes that threaten to disappear personal and collective information, autonomous cars that can't even handle Arizona's weather, machine learning algorithms that will voraciously suck up, you know the list. So this leads to my second question. Can we conceive of a way to stop these overbreeding parasitic nuisance technologies? Can we, in the best of cases, rescue these technologies? It might help, I think, if a humane society for stray and feral technologies existed. It could identify, locate, confine stray feral technologies, a simple list, or a way to help people understand how such technologies enter and populate our lives. It might propagate the tools and strategies necessary to help people deal with nuisance technologies, to spay or neuter them, or otherwise find ways to keep them out of their homes, workplaces, or brains. Just as an example, Alan Nissenbaum and Finn Brevin wrote a great book called Obfuscation, which offers some of these kinds of tools for people. It might serve as a place to model the threats that such technologies actually pose, to separate the horrifying stuff from the normal behavior, as Gaymon mentioned at the outset, the normal behavior of commensal technologies. And in the most extreme cases, we need organizations that can effectively work to euthanize the technologies that no one takes responsibility for any longer. Metaphors aside, I think such organizations already exist. They need our help. So I would just give as examples, for instance, free software is always my go-to case, the Free Software Foundation, which is to say not the software itself, but the collectives of people who work together to create and maintain it, who care for and control technologies, and who are loath to allow such technologies out of control unless absolutely necessary. Or organizations like the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which exists to fight not only on legal grounds, but to do active security work, create free software technologies and solutions for the public interest. Or collectives of hackers, hacktivists, and technology activists. An example that I was aware of recently was the group Security Without Borders, which for a time at least was a group of security researchers devoted to fixing and identifying and fixing security holes for those who could not do so themselves or afford to do so themselves. The point of this exercise is that we don't need some radically new relationship to the technologies we are creating. We already live in an unruly world populated by annoying and sometimes dangerous creatures of our own making. Stuart Brand famously said, "We are as gods, we might as well get good at it." I would revise this ever so simply and much less pithily into, our tech is as dogs. We might as well take care of them as such.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brett Bobley. I'm not a researcher. I'm a funder. I work for the NEH, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and I thought I would take a moment to actually be give a little bit of a critique to the humanities itself and what our role is in all of this. I've been with the NEH for about 22 years or so. The NEH has been around for only about 52, so I've been around for almost half of our existence. About 18 years ago or so, I started putting together the idea for a dedicated office at the NEH called the Office of Digital Humanities, and I run that today. We've played a big role in the whole digital humanities thing. But it's interesting that when we first conceived the Office of Digital Humanities, we thought that we would mainly be funding two different types of projects. Right? One type of project would be people that are using technology to study the humanities. So we fund projects that are using artificial intelligence to study ancient scrolls and all kinds of stuff, right? The other piece we hope to fund were people who were studying technology from a humanistic lens. But what I have found is that probably 97% of our applications are in the first category, and maybe 3% are in the second category. And I have found this really confounding. And over the years, I go to every conference I can think of where people are like this, and I say, we would love to see more people studying technology from a humanistic perspective. It's really important. And I don't need to convince you all, because you're the people that do it.
Hallelujah.
But there aren't that many of you. There aren't that many of you, unfortunately. And year after year, I try to make the case with my own upper management. We need to really push on this. I remember the other day, it wasn't the other day, it was about a couple of months ago, I noticed that the NIH, our colleagues at the National Institutes of Health, they were having some big 2-day conference on DNA and artificial intelligence for precision medicine. And I looked at every single speaker, and there wasn't a single humanities person on the entire 2-day conference. And I actually called a colleague of mine over there. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What? And he's like, no one here cares about the humanities, man. So I'm like, yeah, I figured. So I'm kind of on a tiny one-person mission to try to see this change. But it isn't easy to change this. I think that so many people, even in the humanities, they like the bright, shiny new innovation, and they like using the computers and technology in new kind of ways. And while they acknowledge it's important to critique the technology, not that many people are actively doing it. So I'm not quite sure what we all do about this, but I think the humanities needs to really own this problem, right? I mean, right now in this city, I guarantee there's probably 2 or 3 companies out there. We have a lot of these think tanks, and they have little workshops all the time. I guarantee there's probably 2 or 3 AI workshops going on right now, and there are no humanists at any of them. I think that from thinking of it more of an activist perspective, we need to make sure that humanists are in this conversation at every workshop, at every conference, at every tech company. This can't be something that we just talk about amongst ourselves. And I would certainly, I do what I can from within the government, but that's limited. If universities, for example, were to lobby the NIH and the NEH to make sure that humanists are in these conversations, that would help. There's a lot that needs to be done. I don't have all the answers, but I just wanted you to know that we are very open to that at the NEH. Whenever I get an application from a scholar that wants to do research into AI or into CRISPR technology, I'm like, oh, we got one! Fantastic! We would love to fund more of that kind of stuff. But not that many people are interested in getting our funding for it, and I don't know why. Send me a grant application, man.
No,
but it's like I said, it's been tough. I talk to my staff all the time. We try to go to conferences and we make this plea, and it doesn't seem to work. But in any case, I make the plea to you all and hope that over time we can make some changes here and make sure that people are receptive. And I'll leave by saying one thing. I know somebody who works at a government think tank here in DC. And I was talking to him, and he said, "Oh yeah, we're doing this new conference on the importance of robotics in the workplace." And I said, "Well, who are you inviting?" And of course, it was like a guy from Google and a guy from Microsoft. And I said, "Why don't I send you a robotics ethicist that I know?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, there are people like that." Oh yeah. So I sent the humanities scholar over there, and the interesting outcome is that it was great. And actually, all the technology people in the room were like, wow, that was a really interesting perspective. I've never heard, robots can be bad. You know, it was like, so the point is that I don't think necessarily that people on the technology and science side are always against the humanistic perspective. I think a lot of times it just doesn't occur to them. So we need to be perhaps a little bit ruder about opening that door and making sure we're invited to those kinds of events.
Fantastic.
All right, so now we'll take about 30 minutes and let the panelists ask questions of each other or smuggle in other stuff you wanted to say in the form of a comment.
Can I make a response to Brett for a moment, since it's just immediate? So two things that you raised, very, very interesting. One is, and I repeatedly run into this, where an engineer will say, I'm human, and so I ought to be able to figure this out on my own. So that's one thing, is that people at Google and Apple and Microsoft, they often don't say they're excluding the human perspective. They say they represent it. And of course, this is self-serving. The second is, when the NSF wrote in to all its grants that you had to have public engagement and some understanding of outcomes, they specifically wrote in social scientists. Now, without starting a food fight, many card-carrying humanities scholars presented themselves to the NSF as social scientists. I even know people that I know very well that do this. And the question, so one thing that happened was that a lot of humanities scholars were siphoned off into this apparatus, but the results were often that they were forced to present social science results. But you're absolutely right that the amount of money involved in NSF was so enormous, and NIH. There's untold numbers of humanities people that now present themselves as part of the medical research apparatus. And that medical research, obviously, NIH has $40 billion a year. That is an enormous amount of money. So in a sense, the corruption, shall we say, or the perverse incentives have siphoned off a lot of humanities' energies into these black holes. And then what happens is the engineers and scientists who are compelled to include this, like at ASU, nearly every NSF NIH grant has to include social scientists. But then the engineers and scientists on the grant, say, we don't like your methods, or this isn't convincing, or this, because we're not fighting on our best ground, which is interpretive, qualitative, analytic, and even existential from our own lived experience, as Chris does very well, and fabulously. So that's a bit of the problem, is that this enormous flood of money from the biomedical world has, of course, gotten people's attention. But your call is really important, and you did it with a clarity that I think gets our attention.
Yeah, I think that in my experience funding research, I do feel that we're at a disadvantage in the United States in that we have several different grant-making agencies that are funded separately. In other words, NSF is told your job is to fund science, and we're told your job is to fund humanities, and NIH funds medical research. And any kind of interesting project that falls between them is at a disadvantage. We've got, Bettina is here from the DFG in Germany, and one of the nice things about the DFG is that it's one organization that funds all the different research disciplines. So I suspect that a researcher funding interdisciplinary work would probably not fall between the cracks quite as much, perhaps in Germany, as in the United States. We also, in the United States, don't have any overarching government organization that oversees the grant-making agencies. We are truly independent from one another. That is a little bit different from, say, the UK. In the UK, they have an organization called UKRI, which is an umbrella over the different grant-making agencies. And again, one of the ideas is to help ensure that interdisciplinary research can be addressed. I'm not saying that those systems work perfectly. They don't. They have their problems as well. But I do think that oftentimes, if you're a humanities scholar and you're doing work that falls somewhere close to the medical sciences or the hard sciences, it can be difficult. You have to fit into a box to get an NSF grant, or you have to fit into a box to get one of my grants. I mean, it is frustrating when sometimes, for example, a scientist will apply to the NEH for a grant. And the nerve. And what happens is that I'll be like, oh, this is a really cool project. But the peer reviewers, who are humanists, will go, oh, this guy's a physicist. What does he know about the humanities? And the person will get really poor grades and won't get funded. So we do it to them just like they do it to us. It's not, I don't want to put the blame on just the scientists. So it is a problem. Obviously, if anyone is interested in funding, in pursuing this kind of research, obviously give me a call. I will do everything I can to help you navigate, to navigate the system. But it isn't a perfect system. And again, I do feel that that universities, I'd like to see them, frankly, and scholarly societies as well. I'd love to see them stepping up a little bit here and pushing back on the government a little bit. I do feel that funders are very responsive to our customers, but you would be surprised how infrequently our customers come to us and say, hey, we think you should change the way you do this funding. You should add a new grant program. It doesn't happen that often.
Sarita.
Yeah, I wanted to be in dialogue a little bit with Chris. I really love this idea of feral and stray technologies, and I first just want to shout out two of my favorite groups that do this kind of work. Mm-hmm. One is Equality Labs, which does security work for groups that can't pay large amount of money to do it, nonprofits. And the other is a project coming out of India called Whose Knowledge, which does a lot of work on helping make Wikipedia a richer place in terms of including knowledge about Dalits in India in the site. And one of the issues that they come across, which gets to your point, is what counts as a reputable source of knowledge. So for communities that have already been written out of standardized knowledge traditions like Dalit communities in India, their sources are often oral video histories, and they regularly get edited out of Wikipedia sites because they don't seem citationally authoritative. So they're working in that space. But what I also wanted to say about this is that while there are lots of feral and stray technologies out in the world, some technologies are a little bit more like that pack of trained dogs that the horrible guy from Game of Thrones kept in the... I can't remember the name of that guy or his family crest, but I think most people have a sense of who I mean. So I'm thinking here in particular about surveillance technologies and predictive policing, which are a little bit different than stray because, in fact, they've been leashed to government apparatus. So many in the room might be familiar with Compass. And there was a ProPublica report that came out showing that Compass, which was used in sentencing, was actually sentencing people very unfairly because it used a list of questions that acted as proxy for race. And also the other thing they found out about Compass is that the algorithm had about the same predictive efficacy as a coin toss when it came to predicting who would reoffend. So this is an example to me of not so much a stray or feral technology, but technology that has been trained in a certain way and is actually leashed to a pre-existing mode of governance and management of the population and producing criminal populations. So I'm not sure that the Humane Society approach can work as well for those sorts of things.
No, I think it's fun, to explore the limits of this metaphor in this way because there are obviously ways in which some kinds of technologies fall outside of thinking about it as something that citizens have any way to fight. And I think also things like autonomous unmanned aerial vehicles and drones and automated weaponry and things like that, right? There are just some things for which this is not the right kind of solution or an available solution. But I think it does actually come back to certain kinds of questions about how democratic control of technologies works. And at least in terms of so take the example of training fighting dogs, for instance, right? It's a public safety problem, right, that democracy has to deal with in some ways. And we trade off these freedom to own and train dogs in whatever way you want with public safety issues. And to the extent that we can control such a trade-off democratically, we ought to be able to do that with drones and surveillance technologies, and we're totally failing at doing that, right? We have no mechanisms by which citizens, residents, whatnot, are consulted about the proliferation or implementation of such technologies, right? In the same, and we do with fighting dogs, right? So, you know, what stops us from thinking about technology in this way? I think part of the problem is that we do think of it as a mere tool, right? We default in political discourse to that guns don't kill people, people kill people line all too easily, and we probably ought not to do that, I think.
And just to add on to that quickly, I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but I think it's also important to pull in to that question the very long history of surveillance, particularly of particular kinds of populations. We could think very clearly about border surveillance and kind of link the latest smart wall proposals all the way back to at least the 1940s, even before, to the Alien Registration Act, which birthed our green card.
So can I jump in and build on both of these? I love both presentations and the pushback and answer. But with a specific sort of challenge for the humanities, I don't mean a challenge to the humanities, but something for the humanities to grapple with, which is the difficulty of thinking the very large, very complex, and very long-term from the perspective of individual human experience or protagonists in most sorts of narratives. Amitav Ghosh has written wonderfully about why is there no great climate change novel? What's the problem the novellic form has grappling with this kind of phenomena? Why do you get all the Hollywood movies in which, you know, Bruce Willis single-handedly saves the world from climate change, which, you know, they are whatever it is, because there's a form that privileges protagonists in a certain way as individuals. But part of the reality of the technologies is this large-scale systemic infrastructural sort of integration that goes on, which I've wanted to say is an extension. So I'm sort of agreeing with Srita here, but it was a technology to invent the state. You have only to read the first page of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, where you get, you know, his story of, you know, well, what is the person but a kind of machine? You know, brought strings or nerves, and then the state is a super person. And it's written in an era that was obsessed with automation, automata, right? Little mechanical birds, all kinds of things. It's part of a story of automating at large scale that becomes more and more a mechanical and electronic technological story, but that is not thought very much by the humanities in this, partly because we have a perspective most of the time of either experience or narration that features individuals. So I think in a way, from that individual point of view, the stray and feral technologies, absolutely, technologies like pets. But there's this other thing going on that is hard for us in that perspective. So the challenge is try to think not just climate, try to think infrastructures and systems globally and what is changing the humans. So some of the change is like what Srita talked about in her presentation, changing who's included and who's not included, but also how we think about inclusion, exclusion, or what it is to be human. Are you in a series or whatever? And that would grapple with technologies in a different way.
Can I push that question in a hopefully complementary direction? So a number of the things I've heard go to this point that various kinds of contexts, not least historical contexts, produce certain kinds of technologies and dispositions about technologies. How do we move to research programs that take seriously that we're not just engineering objects, that we're engineering these kind of cultural spaces with certain kinds of sensibilities within which we might think about innovation in slightly different ways?
I'm not sure I have an answer to that question. I'm not ready to do research yet. In another 20 years, maybe. But I am thinking about, in the way that Craig put it, that that I feel like I get blocked by thinking about this as an opposition between the individual's experience and the problem of large-scale systems, because in some ways what I'm gesturing towards here is a concern that, that our technologies are in fact out of our control, right? That we really don't control these things. And so much of the language and so much of the analytical language we have is about our capacity to control, our capacity to engineer, problem solving, right? That these are really about, we identify problems in the world and we use technology to solve them. And I think that maybe that's one place where we ought to, sort of pull back and say, okay, what if we used a totally different language here? And that's why the metaphor, I think, for me, of thinking about, and not just of pest control, but also you might think about it in grander terms, like climate change or maybe conservation of different kinds of species, right? We don't have a lot of control over the kinds of things that happen all around us, and yet we push back in different kinds of ways. And some of the things that we think we should be trying to control at the large scale maybe have medium scale points of intervention that we need to focus on. And I wish I had a good example, but
So can I just add a footnote? So sympathetic to this, the part of what I put is, even before control, the difficulty we have thinking within our conventional mental apparati, these things that are so very large. So in the class of things that are outside our control, right, there are various different things that could be met by various different projects of control. So we can have a critique of control as the logic and think of conservation or care or a variety of other logics besides control. I think that's a good point that you're making. A second point, not contradictory, would be to think beyond the available languages of this. So we think of personal or individual control. You can't solve the problems of your juicer if the software no longer communicates with the internet and blah, blah, blah. And we have technical responses. But lots of the technological transformations are not just embedded in history, they're embedded in social transformations. And thinking better the collective and the social part of this, it seems to me, would be part of how to do better. And there might be research programs, I'm not going to articulate one this second, but that try to figure out how you complement the individual protagonist-centered narrative with a more collective, culturally shared understanding of action in regard to technologies.
Yeah, I would amplify this because both of the two things that Sarita mentioned, the Quality Labs and Whose Knowledge, along with things like nonprofit organizations, free software, communities, and whatnot, are all alternative forms of organizing people through participation that are troubling because they don't fit into standard boxes. They're not startups, they're not corporations, they're not government agencies, right? And
they're not academics.
And
another form of devalued knowledge, in addition to devaluing of knowledge of subaltern peoples, is devaluing of knowledge produced in the context of movements.
Yeah.
Could I make a quick point? One thing I think we might pay more attention to is the value of resistance and rejection of new technologies. Large-scale resistance to technology in the United States is much more widespread than people think. We can think of abortion, which is clearly an anti-technological movement. It's a very widespread movement. The vaccine, resistance to vaccines, these are very large-scale resistance movements. In California, PG&E in Northern California had a simple technological change. They wanted to put a radio transmitter, i.e. a cell phone, on your meter, so they wouldn't have to have a meter reader. Counties banned it. PG&E ended up having to offer an opt-out. If you paid extra, you didn't have to have a cell phone in your electricity meter. Now, we can, setting aside the rationality of these, there's widespread resistance to technologies in the United States, and this should not be discounted. There's an enormous appetite to stop things in the US. It's a censorious, puritanical society, and we should not rule out that there are some technologies we could just say no to. And I think in a lot of the regulatory responses to Facebook, Google, Amazon, that's really what they're coming. They're saying, you can't do this. We're going to stop you. And for those companies who say that's not possible, it turns out, I mean, the right to be forgotten in Europe is a huge success. People said couldn't be done. Now Google fields hundreds of thousands of these requests a month, and they generally are approving half of them. They take it down, end of story. So I just think that we should be aggressive and think that, Elizabeth, I know your point about the Luddites is true, but I prefer the term neo-Luddite, or just controlling technology, and I think we have a lot more running room in that area.
Can I come back on the Luddites very quickly? In defense of the Luddites. It's, in a certain way, not so much in regard to what Elizabeth said, but it's not, they weren't just anti-technology. This is a complete misunderstanding of the Luddites, right? The Luddites were people who were working with the most advanced technology of the late 18th century, who by 1811 were facing a further technological transformation. They had entered into a craft that was the bottleneck in textile production. They were the Uber drivers of their day, faced with the coming of self-driving cars, right? So there was an immediate flood of a pretty good, well-paying job. A lot of people go into it, they build communities around it, and then the next wave of technology comes. And their demand wasn't block the technology. Eventually, they're making, rather tactically breaking machines, but their demand was include us in the technology's benefits, right? And approach this as a community level issue. Don't just say some individuals can move off to a different town and work in a factory. Figure out how the communities of the framework knitters can in fact be part of remaking the future. And I say all that partly because I like the Luddites, partly because I think simple opposition to technology versus simple embrace of technology is too simplistic an opposition, and lots of the stakes here are how we manage the transformations and the engagements, and whether we do that in ways that are destructive of communities and livelihoods or in ways that provide for transition. So a topic of research, I say, is can these things be made better by the nature of the transition as distinct from by simple before and after pictures of good and bad technologies or something like that.
But this is really hard. I mean, if we take the Airbnb case, where it's becoming very, very clear that property markets are being upended, a sleepy little place like Lisbon, Barcelona apparently has been upended, not to mention that many cities depended on hotel taxes. So yes, with fear and trembling, you may have to grossly restrict what Airbnb does because this is not working. And there's just increasing momentum. So I do think that sometimes it is a straightforward question of how much do you want to regulate? Do you want to restrict?
I wanted to jump in here and build on what's been being said in this conversation and get back to this research program question. I do think, for me, there are sort of three areas that warrant serious attention. One is, as humanists, how can we think of those who are already doing organizing work? How can we help them think through some of these issues that they're facing? And I'm thinking specifically about the labor movement, which may not be very strong in the United States, but is certainly quite powerful in other countries. How can we build research programs around moving the discourse on technology and labor away from replacement, job loss, and towards this question of how jobs are actually being changed? The quality, the experiential aspect of those jobs are being changed, whether it's Uber drivers or care workers or grocery checkout people. A second big area of research that I would like to see happen is what are the actual everyday practices of particular populations and groups when it comes to all of these proliferating technologies in our midst? I actually think that we don't know that much about that. Most of those studies are still very highly individualistic, or they're treating populations that have been subjected to moral panic, like children. Sure, we're all worried about our kids, okay? But there are other populations that regularly are put in the bind of both having to rely on the very technologies that are surveilling them. If we think about migrants, refugees, that is a population that is right there in that mix. So what do we actually know about their everyday practices? And then what kinds of interventions, activist political interventions, could we make being pulled out of this? Scholar Ruha Benjamin talks about the need to move away from ethics and towards incorporating politics much more centrally in the way we approach this question of humane technologies. I would phrase it a little bit differently. I would say we need to have a sort of radical ethics around technologies, which then includes my third area of concern, which is what are the utopias of the here and now? Not the ones that we imagine on the horizon that will solve all our problems, but what are the proliferating multiple utopias that are being articulated in the spaces that we don't see? And how can we learn from them, actually?
I think a corollary to that is that people need to maybe denounce the extraordinary claims more often, right? And just to give one example, I learned from Brishan Rogers, who's doing this great work on AI in the workplace, this quote from Carl Sagan that goes, "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence," right? And there is no evidence for most of the claims being made about things like AI, autonomous cars, robots in the workplace, etc. And such things need to be denounced more often in favor of the realities that do in fact confront us regularly. The AI in the workplace is not going to, replace everybody with robots, but it is going to surveil workers who are already surveilled even more, right? And so, the extraordinary claims need to be resisted in favor of looking at the more mundane claims that are actually quite easy to demonstrate.
Mundane, but in many ways extraordinary. They just don't get headlines.
Yeah.
So to take one step back to the conversation about how do we relate individual kinds of things to systemic kinds of things, for many people, the kinds of technologies we're talking about are only experienced in a kind of asymmetry between individual actors, Facebook, and a kind of sense of systemic weight that in relationship to which there's no outside. And so the scope of the penetration into everyday life of some of these technologies is extraordinary. It just doesn't get called out in the way that the dystopian fantasies get called out.
And what Chris referred to as the incredible hype of the romance of the new technologies that needs to be analyzed, and of course is one in a long series of romances of the new. Creates notions of false necessity in which people simply, this is happening. So from the point of view of actors, individual and community, the picture of the technology is a picture of an out there that is happening and inevitable and stuff. So whether you're going to resist and reject, or you're going to try to find the jujitsu to turn this to your advantage or whatever you're going to do, if you think of it as somehow the technologically necessary and inevitable, which is what most of the media representations make it, then you have far less agency.
So we're at 10 o'clock, which is a good time to shift and open up the floor to all of us to participate in the conversation. I invite you to address questions to the panelists, to offer your own insights, to package own insights as though they were questions to the panelists. But really what we're interested in for the next half hour or so is just drawing everybody into these conversations.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your comments. I'm Cindy Seggers. I'm Vice President for Research at Arizona State University, and it's a pleasure to be here. My question is to Brett and to the panel broadly. I think there is a mechanism for thinking about humanities research at a larger scale in this technological space. I was a program officer at NSF and was there and participated in one of their first outreach events to another funding agency, USAID. And it's ended up having an enormous impact, bringing foundational research into development efforts. That was a big deal, and it was one of the first. I wonder if there's capacity for NEH to do something similar with NSF, if there's any way I can assist. But it would be really great if we maybe moved into biological sciences, thinking about synthetic biology, and just did a seed joint program between your two agencies. I think part of the issue of not doing so is that the scale of the awards is so different. So if we can bring NEH up into the scale of tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think it would raise the profile of your research and also raise the profile of these questions. Thank you.
That's a great idea.
Let's go.
March down the street and make it happen.
I think that what I have found over the years is that the funding agencies do sometimes collaborate with one another, but it tends to be kind of one-off things. I mean, for example, over the years, I have gotten to know many program officers at the NSF, and we have done various joint programs. One thing that's tricky, of course, at NSF is that a lot of their program officers are rotators. So I'll start up some great relationship with NSF, and we're working on a joint program, and the person says, well, I'm going back to my university now, and the new person that comes in, you got to start all over again. I think that what is tougher is putting into place kind of longer-term collaborative relationships across the agencies, despite the fact that they have new leadership coming in periodically, and that they're funded separately by Congress, and that's always a sticking point. Because at the NEH, we're told by Congress, your money has to be used for the humanities, and NSF says your money has to be used for the sciences. And there's always this fear of, well, are we going to get in trouble if it looks like we're funding the sciences or if they're funding the humanities? So I would love to see more of that. And if there's anything you can do from your perspective to help bring us together, I would certainly appreciate it.
Thanks. I would just add, I think that those things are evolving. For instance, NSF has been told it's only a foundational research unit, an agency that funds only basic research. And now just about half of their funding goes to these cross-disciplinary, more applied projects. So I think we might be able to evolve it. I think those little efforts with the rotators may build up into something larger, so let's not lose that.
Can I just follow up on this with a question that maybe is asking you to speculate beyond what's possible, but is there a way in which we can get rid of some of these categories, like we fund the humanities and they fund the scientists? It seems that one of the things that's at stake in this kind of research is to get beyond the model in which you have the representative that goes and gets embedded somewhere, and instead think about a model in which we're designing research programs together, regardless of what our disciplinary backgrounds are, but instead what capacities we bring to the table. You know, in my fantasy, we have humanists who are part of engineering projects, not just to talk about the ethics parameters, but to sort of ask the questions about what do we want to make and where is this going. But that seems blocked by the presumption of kind of categorical differences around certain kinds of research.
I think you're right. And honestly, I think ASU seems to be kind of at the cutting edge of blurring some of those old institutional boundaries. Many other universities are not there yet, and I think the way the U.S. government is set up, unsurprisingly, is a bit antiquated in the way that they treat disciplinary-based research. I will also note there's something very odd about the United States. There's probably more than one thing.
Understatement.
I do a lot of international work. I run a grant program called the Digging into Data Challenge, which has about 14 different funders from all around the world. The advantage, though, for me is that I've gotten an opportunity to learn how research is funded in South America, in Europe, in Canada, etc. And I think that one thing that we do in the US, which is odd, is that we really don't consider the humanities to even be research.
Right.
In other words, in Germany, for example, I think when people talk about we need to fund more research, that means across all disciplines. It's never, the humanities is considered just like physics or just like sociology or just like any other discipline. It's just to be yet another research division. However, in the United States, we tend to look at the humanities as some sort of like culture. It's like a cultural thing. And if you look at the way the U.S. government funds them, it actually works out. For example, the NEH is, our sister agency is the National Endowment for the Arts. It's not the NSF. And we're actually funded, we have different committees in Congress. We are in a different funding bill than the NSF. There's a lot of structural things that dictate that research money goes to NSF and NIH, and cultural money goes to the NEH and the NEA and the Library of Congress. We're not really seen as researchers. I remember years ago, President Obama would sometimes, more than once in his State of the Union address, would say things like, "We need to fund more research in our country." And at the NEH, we're like, that's great. But what it really meant was more scientific research. So I think the humanities is at a little bit of a disadvantage in the US in that we don't tend to think of our work as research, and it tends to be considered separate from the other scholarly disciplines.
Sorry.
Let me just quickly pick up on that. I know there's a lot of questions. That one way I like to reframe the humanities is as the human sciences, to try to think about that differently. Yeah. But I wanted to think about this question from the position of structures of disciplinarity and disciplinary knowledge within the university. So one question that I would like to raise, and it comes back to folks who run universities, is what's happening with the university in the United States under conditions of economic austerity? How is that affecting the ability of humanists to do this kind of research if there are fewer tenure lines, we're being asked to teach larger classes, more classes, and if paradoxically in some way all of this austerity is actually making us double down on traditional modes of recognizing scholars and scholarship. So in other words, are the paths for differently positioned scholars, and I'm going back to the very first thing I said about the complexion of this room. No Indigenous people in this room at all, very few people of color. How are these sorts of changes or developments in our university system actually blocking our ability as humanists to do the kind of research that we think is so important and vital right now?
Can I feel this sense of being called out as at least a former university president. And I want to respond, because I think this is right and it's important, but make 3 points about. One is the extent to which the struggle over getting different kinds of faces in the room, who is represented, who's part of the conversation, who has voice, is being allowed to play out as a struggle within the humanities and not being seen, as you implicitly correctly see it, as a struggle over the extent to which the humanities is funded versus everything else, right? So we look at a room of humanists and say, see, they're all white men, so we create an opposition between everyone who should be in the room and everyone who's in the room, and forget that the basic problem is that all the resources are being spent somewhere else. So that's one, I think. And it's not just austerity, because it was true during the boom years too. So the vast majority of the growth in university budgets in this country has been in big ticket science and in professional schools. Next to none of it in arts and sciences, right? So that's one cluster of points. Second, the big funder of humanities is universities through their teaching budgets. So distinctively, humanities research is funded by humanities teaching. And that's a basic sort of economic fact of life, political economic fact of life for humanities, and a strength and a weakness, and figuring out how to managing that. So humanities are far less funded by dedicated research agencies than any other part of the university. And even the arts, interestingly. And so this changes what are the available tactics. It doesn't mean sort of throwing the towel, including, are there ways to have more of the more integration between the teaching and research missions in the humanities that makes that more satisfying in various ways. And the last thought, which is much about Brett's point, is this opposition of the humanities to research has in part to do with the history, a humanities problem, of American universities, in which the transformation to the research university in the years after the Civil War is about moving away from a bunch of things that look like humanities subjects, the old curriculum, to a research mission that is conceived, say in the land-grant universities, but elsewhere, as one of bringing social progress through a variety of technologies and inventions. And that gets put almost in the organizational structure, the DNA of the universities, and it's really hard to pull back on. But it's a key point, and I think it's not just vocabulary. It's not just Wissenschaft means something different. It's deeply ingrained in the way the universities have evolved in all of this. And finally, what I said at the beginning, the rise of professional schools is deeply ingrained, because the other thing that's going on, right, not just science, is most of the action for university presidents to worry about is not in the arts and sciences. If you were to say, if you imagine that presidents spend most of their time where they spend most of their money, then you would recognize that they're being drawn away, and the leadership's being drawn away, and the momentum of the university, and the concept of the university, and what it means to get education. And so this is a big challenge for the humanities, and it's a big challenge for how technology will get attention. If it's going to get attention mainly in contexts where the object is professional training in a certain way. Sorry, that was...
I'd like to follow up on the issue of research by rephrasing something we've been talking about a little bit here, and to point out an asymmetry, which I think we're acknowledging here, in what counts as evidence, so that there is a prestige to statistical evidence, to evidence based on measurement. And technology is understood as being the tool that measures and counts for us. What the humanities, of course, can offer us is a less prestigious form of evidence, and that is narrative evidence. And I'd like to ask all of you to reflect a little bit on how we might be able to promote the value of narrative evidence as a form of legitimate research and knowledge making, and therefore world building.
Can I take a little crack at this quickly? Let me just take a little crack at this quickly. A very good question. And just to mention that most of these technologies, most of this research is done by the private sector. And I'm not a particular friend of the private sector. I've tried to just be an expense my entire career, and it's been successful. But in the private sector, there are often, they might not think of themselves as humanists, but they direct scientists and engineers, and often the leaders of either projects or product managers. They are supposed to represent the customer often, and by extension, because the customers are generally human, the human interests, and they're supposed to take into account unintended consequences and also external social costs, because some of the companies recognize that if they ignore them, they'll come back and bite them. So in the private sector, there is a level of integration at this. I mean, let's take the MAX. Well, it's looking like they're going to have to pull that plane. It's looking like somebody who was probably either trained as an engineer or just as a humanist manager made a big mistake in letting this product out. They probably can't fix it. Once you ground it, it's usually gone. So that person now has to deal with the human effects of this. So I think there's a lot of lessons potentially in how some private companies deal with this question of the social consequences of their work. And I think we shouldn't overly focus on universities as agents of innovation when really the private sector does. And we might look more at who in these companies is the private sector privileging. It is often computer scientists and engineers, but quite often it's people like Gary, who seems very humane to me. and I don't know what your college degree is, Gary, but he oversaw technological enterprises that delivered products and services, and often that person is a stand-in for the customer, the public, the human. And I think we would be wise to look at a lot of these private sector initiatives, since in the end, that's who's delivering the bulk of this stuff. And it's true in the biomedical community as well. And that's a difference between the US and Europe. In the US, it's presumed private actors will mediate and deliver innovations. In Europe, there's a little more, or in China, it's a little bit more possible that state collective agencies will do it. But in the US, that's always the default. So we should look more at it.
I just wanted to try and answer this question directly in the sense that I think it's very highly context dependent. When you're trying to convince engineers and scientists of something, certain kinds of data count and other kinds don't. And that is something that if you want to work with scientists, engineers, biologists, medical researchers, you have to meet them halfway with these things. And the presumption is that they will try to meet you halfway. And I think that in some cases that happens, in some cases it doesn't, right? But when you're talking about presenting work in a public forum, for instance, I think often the letters that follow your name are more important than the evidence, right? Whether that's PhD, MIT, or UCLA, or ASU, right? Like these things have the legitimacy with which certain people can speak about things often trumps the evidence that they have at hand. I think humanities and social science scholars are often more reflexive about this and maybe not as bold in this sense, and often scientists and engineers are trained, and especially I think in medical schools, people are trained to assume that authority without question, right? And so that may, in a lot of cases, have more to do with how different kinds of claims are being heard than the kind of evidence that's being used, and that's something to be aware of. That may, be something to think of as a research problem, but it is a fact of how these discussions go.
Sarita, then Craig.
And just on that same issue, one thing I think I like to keep in mind is that statistical evidence is always narrativized. So one thing that we can do is getting a lot of nods, so I'm just going to stop it there because people seem to get that point. But my other point is more in line with what Chris was just saying, which is, Spivak has this term strategic essentialism. Sometimes I think about strategic statistical deployment in the way that certain groups collect their own statistics, present it in a way that is legible to particular audiences. But of course, they're collecting statistics about the problems and the questions that they think are important. So one of my students who just wrote a beautiful dissertation about tent living in Hawaii, her name's Kalani Young, she shows very clearly that people who live there that the state calls homeless, they call themselves home free. They collect statistics on how many people they were able to feed with their taro plantations, how many taro plants they were able to plant with the runoff from public showers. And then they present those statistics to public health officials who then come and tour these sites. So to me, that's this really nice moment in which the narrative and the statistical are coming together in order to present a whole different set of information.
Okay, the question's really important to tackle and hard to tackle in some of those terms. That is, quantitative, it seems to me, is way too broad a category to catch what is privileged. If you moved in the world of social and behavioral sciences, you'd find out that quantitative is devalued as much as interpretive and descriptive in favor of more secure causal reasons. Experiments are the gold standard, right? So we should be careful if we want to intervene into this to figure out what it is that's being privileged and why in that. So, surveys look really sort of lax compared to experiments to lots of people. There's also the world of engineers, if we're talking about technology, and building one and seeing if it works, demonstration and operation, which is a different logic, but which extends to other fields. I mean, finance as a field is an engineering field more than a sort of social science observational field, and thus separated from economics departments departments and put in business schools. I mean, but this is a great area for research and examination. Narrative evidence isn't a phrase that'll be self-evident. So there's first narrative as evidence, or what kind of evidence is in narrative, or how do you narrativize statistics or other things, all that. But we should also be aware that it's a reframing of the category from poetics in terms of science and law. So it's not sort of an innate narrative thing to think about it as evidence. It's a reframing and ask what it means, that it separates argument from evidence and denies or subordinates context in a certain way to pull out the evidence is a shift in this, the very temporality of narrative. Now, I brought this up partly to say there is some thinking about these things in parts of science, and certainly in science technology studies, some of the fields, where there's been a lot of thinking about this is in law. And so if we humanists would like to get better at thinking about this, we would do well to think about James Boyd White, our colleagues in literature and law, and various places where people have really done a lot of work on the relationship between story and evidence, the narrativizing of evidence, and its standing, which is neither in a sense science nor humanities, but serious and powerful work and perhaps a help to us.
I might just point out as a footnote that this kind of exercise and asking the question, what's really at stake in all of this stuff, is itself a demonstration of the kind of narrative and interpretive role. Back there.
Okay, I think I have the mic, so
okay.
I think that's important. First, thank you all very much. Humanists are much funnier than biomedical researchers. I should say that right off the bat. I'm Ann Barker, actually from ASU. I'm co-director of Complex Adaptive Systems Biomedicine there, and formerly the deputy director of the National Cancer Institute here in Washington. I have a comment, just listening to this morning. All of my biomedical research colleagues mean well. And I think their intent is exactly what many of you have sort of stated today. But I want to offer something that I've observed over the last decade especially, and that is that what a lot of the biomedical community attempted to do to actually fill this void was to actually put survivors of the disease on their various panels, the peer review panels, et cetera. They thought that would do the trick, and frankly, it hasn't. Although even FDA now is kind of bending to that and beginning to think about real-world evidence, all the stuff you see on nighttime television about the drugs that you should take, but they will cause you to die and other side effects. But now they're going back to patients and asking the same question. So, what matters here, I think, is having a constituency for the humanities, so that if you get it in the language at the NIH, for example, you will get people, on these panels, et cetera, et cetera. So, I think take a leaf out of it. Instead of going to the biomedical research meetings, go to the survivors and advocacy group meetings. They can actually speak for you, and I think they will, because what you say is exactly what they're trying to do. So bravo.
Maybe time for one more question here.
Thanks. So I want to go back to Brett's picture, which is totally true that there's any number of think tanks, having panels right now with people in the humanities on them going on throughout Washington, which are mostly panels that are on science policy, not on science, or innovation policy, and not on, they're not innovators, mostly working with them there. And I agree with everything that's been said, the macro-historical stuff that Craig brought up, going back in terms of prejudices in the academy and the evolution of it in the United States, and the institutional stuff that Brett brought up, and sort of the, the firewalls between his agency and others. But at least part of the blame as well is that people in the humanities aren't taught how to interact in these areas, right? Don't come with the skills. We tend to write books. I'm coming from the humanities, but also spent the last 10 years working in the State Department and think tanks in Washington on climate change. So we tend to write books. We write long articles. We tend not to like to come to conclusions concisely in 2 pages in a policy memo. We don't like to compromise on our conclusions with others. We're not brought these skills, And at the same time, while other disciplines have developed institutions that help to translate the body of their knowledge into the policy arena, like AAAS program, which is incredible, which is branched out from the hard sciences to economics and political science and everything else. The Leopold Fellows program, and on and on and on. Our institutions like that are incredibly small. And so I think that at least part of it is that we haven't actually made a concentrated, firm effort that we've talked about public humanities for generations now, of really being able to embed people, try to embed people in those places where the decisions are made, which actually might lead to breaking down some of the walls that Brett, you were talking about.
Yes. Maybe just a couple of quick responses.
I want to make a quick response to Ann Barker's comment. You know, this is absolutely true. What you're saying is that the FDA started with their BPAC. They put a person with hemophilia on it. This is in the mid-90s, someone I knew very well. And then on the corporate side, focus groups, user groups, interacting with either the victims of their beta tests and their products or the happy customers. And you're absolutely right that people in the humanities should look at those as allies. It's a very good point because they are large, and the concept of open innovation, which a lot of big companies claim has democratized innovation. We don't think of these, we see these as too structured and maybe too organized by the companies themselves, but they do involve people and large numbers of them. And you're right to remind us of that. It's a very good point. Thank you.
I'm just going to comment on that last bit. Certainly there's a need to see people in policy organizations, but what I've also noticed, and now I'm putting on my other hat a little bit as Director of Research for Data and Society up in New York, is that there are now alternative spaces where decisions are being made that we can access. And I'll just say from my work up in New York, a lot of those are happening in closed, semi-private or private arenas. So it may be important to have official programs, but I think it's also important to do a little bit more of the unofficial network building that it takes to get into those meetings. And another thing, just to say, there are other odd spaces. I don't know if anyone ever goes to South by Southwest, but there are these odd little spaces where
Not so little.
not so little. Well, that's a huge one, but there's a little corner of that space where engineers are very interested in hearing from humanists. And it gets to your point about how we present our material. We might have to make a short film, do humanist sorts of things, an illustrated book, a comic book, a zine, in order to move in those spaces. But I think they are there, and it's worth exploring them a little bit more fully.
So we have 3 more comments, maybe 15 seconds each. And
Yeah,
then
I just want to quickly say that I don't think all humanists need to actually do that. I think in the case of scientists, there are whole institutions created to help scientists do that.
Sure.
And I would say in a parallel sense, why is there no humanities journalism in the way that there is science journalism, right? So why are there no journalists reporting on the latest greatest in humanities, right? So there are lots of things that other entities ought to be focusing on, and if there are people in universities that can help do that, then that's great. I don't think we need to lay that on yet another thing that humanists need to do themselves. Right?
Hence the AAAS and
hence the AAA. Yes, absolutely. More of that, less like humanists should do this themselves.
On neither side of that, I just wanted to, the feel-good footnote is, I think public humanities has been far better at reaching the public than at reaching policymakers. And it's worth claiming and being proud of and doing more of reaching the public. That's a good thing. And most efforts to be public actually are tamed by public policy. They are, if you will, the inside the beltway version of reaching the public. And humanity's been poor at that, I agree. But it has been pretty good at reaching broader publics in states as well as nationally.
Yeah, agreed. I thought that was an interesting reframing of public humanities, because I will tell you that in practice, like when the NEH funds public humanities, we're usually thinking of a local book tour talk at a museum in Indiana. That's the public humanities. We're not thinking of it more in terms of policy, which is important too, but I think we need to go there. And I'll simply close by saying that if anyone here is interested in money to start exploring some of these ideas about ways to translate the humanities to larger publics and things like that, we would love to fund things like that, so get in touch.
Well, thank you. We'll take a short break and then we'll get started on the next
Thanks for your comments. Really very helpful.
So you and Dana having fun?
Yeah, it's great.
Great.
I've been there since January.
Excellent. She's
Nice
terrific.
to meet you, Chris.
Yes.
Say hi back.
Thanks.
Really appreciated your comments.
Very good. It was really wonderful.
Oh, yeah, that was
You're based in New York?
University of Washington, but I'm doing this rotational position as director of research up in New York.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be great.
So are you living in New York for the duration of this?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I assume that we don't get special to it, but you're on leave from Washington.
I'm on leave, yeah. They've given me a 2-year leave to begin with.
Hello, everyone. Let us regather. Please grab your cup of coffee and have a seat. Okay.
I don't think
Welcome. Welcome to phase 2. Here we go. Well, it's good. There's so much conversation.
Yeah.
Yep.
People can't really hear you, so.
Okay. Is everyone ready? Please take a seat. Thank you so much. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce Michael Crow, President of Arizona State University, now in his 17th year as the 16th president of the university. Michael Crow is known for the transformative effects that he is having on our university and actually nationwide. His book, or his concept of the New American University, is now recognized generally by people, and it speaks to a number of critical changes in how we think about universities. One of the most notable we cite is the fact that we are asked to be measured not by whom we admit, but by whom we graduate and send out in the world to affect our futures. Under President Crow's direction, Arizona State has become one of the leading public metropolitan universities, achieving high levels of academic excellence, inclusive demography, and a maximum societal impact. Arizona State, under President Crow's leadership, has been ranked number 4 in innovation by U.S. News and World Report's number 1. Michael? I caught myself on
Number
that
one for 4 years.
Yes, exactly. That was where the 4 came.
But it doesn't take very much to be innovative in higher education, so.
Okay. Well, he himself arrived for his freshman year at the University of Iowa. I believe I'm going to be correct on this one. Dismayed that he was not allowed to simultaneously do 5 majors.
Yes.
That's correct. He is a man who put it to me when he interviewed me that at Arizona State, if you think it, you can do it. And he has demonstrated that every day.
What I said to the lady at the little desk, she said, what do you want to major in? And I said, well, I've been thinking a lot about it. I want to major in political science, environmental science, linguistics, anthropology, and engineering. And she said, well, you can't do that. And I said, oh, no, I was a 17-year-old kid. I said, well, why can't I do that? What's the reason? Show me the rule. And she said, well, you don't have enough time. I said, I don't know. So I did graduate with 2 majors and 3 minors in those 5 subjects. So. And I barely lived to talk about it. And I got obliterated in certain subjects that I didn't know that much about, like engineering. So.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Our first question. Our thinking and planning for this symposium has certainly been inspired by the social impacts that we've been talking about from emerging technologies. But it's been framed all along by our experience at Arizona State University. And Michael, you arrived as president in 2002, and you brought with you a vision of the university that speaks in transformative ways to how we educate students, and perhaps more particularly to how we pursue research. So you've created 24 interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary programs, numerous institutes. And I'd just like you to talk a little bit about how your own educational experience impacted your vision of what you wanted to achieve in a university.
Yeah, so I don't know where to start that, but my parents were teenagers. My mother's from Iowa, my father's from Missouri. My father joined the Navy, waited for my mother to graduate from high school, went back, got her, stole her away, didn't tell my grandfather, eloped, and I was their next project. And so my dad was an enlisted guy, so we moved around all the time. Moved 21 times, went to 17 schools that we were at for more than 2 weeks. I went to 4 high schools in 3 states in the 10th grade, and Maryland, Missouri, and Illinois. So they're not even similar kinds of places. And so I think my experience from that was and I had siblings that didn't graduate from high school because they couldn't survive this process. Mm-hmm. The educational system was so rigid, so structured, so mechanical, so driven around, well, I'm sorry that you don't know anything about commas, which I didn't. That's really unfortunate for you. Or don't you recognize the number 8? And I'm not being facetious. I may have missed the number 8 lesson moving between all of these schools. And so in one place they did it in one place, and there was no way to go backwards. There was no adaptive learning, no way to engage with the individual learner. I think my teachers found that I was an unusual student. So I then ended up, as I moved around, they kept not knowing what to do with me. So when I moved to one high school in Maryland, they said, well, I don't even know how to teach you biology. Here's some rats, just do these experiments. And I was excused from lessons because the teacher didn't know what to do with me, but knew that I was probably of slightly above average ability, at least in his mind. And so it was just weird. And so my lesson from that was that there's like something wrong, okay? And then I didn't come from a college family, so I didn't know anything about college. My dad said you need to go to one of the military academies because they pay for your food and your clothes, and it's like a full ride. And I said okay. So I applied to one of them, Air Force Academy. I got into that, but I didn't go. I didn't like the culture of learning there. And I applied to a bunch of other places, and I got into. And then somebody said we want you to throw the javelin at Iowa State, not Iowa. And so I ended up going to Iowa State to throw the javelin and trying to do these 5 majors. And so what I learned there was that the lady said, oh, you can't do that. And so I also come from a family background that's sort of in your face. If you tell me I can't do something, then I'm going to try to figure out how I might be able to do it. So what I learned in college, what I learned in high school and elementary school, going to all these different places, was that the system was brutal, it was cruel, and it was only designed for people that thought in certain ways. And I thought, because I saw that with my brother, who was just as smart as I am, probably smarter than I am, and he didn't graduate from high school. And his entire life outcome would be the exact opposite of my life outcome. So I was a little bit more adaptable in learning related to analytical learning or verbal learning, which is what ACT and SAT tests are about, a little bit better at making things work. And so then by the time I got to college, there was, again, rigidity. But then what I saw with some of my professors were these people who were thinking about how could you integrate knowledge. So I became really interested in the design of knowledge enterprises. I became interested in science and technology policy, philosophy, all kinds of subjects about who we are and where we came from and all these other kinds of things. And so what I learned then was that there was a way to be more adaptive, if you will. And I think those were heavy influences on me. I also learned a lot. My theory of learning came from reading massive amounts of history. So Abraham Lincoln, except for a few months, never went to school. He's smarter than anybody sitting in this room. Frederick Douglass, I don't know if you read the latest biography on Frederick Douglass or read his own autobiographies, but you'll shrink at the power of his intellect and his reasoning and his logic and his language and his expression. And these people never went to school. Right. And so then what I learned was that school was, I don't want to say this in a negative way, but it looked a lot more like a factory
yes.
to me. And it looked like I moved from factory to factory to factory to factory. I went to high school once in Missouri, a high school in Missouri for a while, when I got shipped out to live with my great-grandmother by my dad in anticipation of him retiring from the Navy. And he ultimately didn't move back home to Missouri where he was from, but I got to live with this woman born in the 1880s and go to this high school in Columbia, Missouri, where the first thing they said is, well, I was an Eagle Scout and it was a lifeguard, and I had been a lifeguard and I had life-saving merit badge, but because I hadn't been at that school that week to take the swimming test, I had to spend an entire semester in the non-swimming group for this swimming class because they weren't offering the test again until the beginning of the next semester. And so in my pea little brain as a kid, well, then I become like a revolutionary. Yeah. And so I start undermining the teacher, attacking the teacher, finding ways to get back at the teacher, finding ways to question the teacher. That teacher suffered. And this is me in the 10th grade at a school I'd never been at before. And so what I learned was that there was this rigidity to learning that didn't seem natural to me. And when I look back through history at learning, what I realized that there were probably better ways.
Well, it's precisely there that I want to go. The fact that you have created opportunities at Arizona State for people to work together in disciplines. And one of the topics that's come up today is how the humanities and sciences relate to each other and whether there are real collaborations. Now, one of the things that has been true at Arizona State is that humanists have actively participated with scientists and engineers in designing research protocols. But where we're pushing back today is to ask the question, can we put them at the table at the outset together, where humanities, the kinds of questions about human nature, what drives humanities research, can help lead the discussion, not just what are the implications of the technology we've developed, but how do we create technologies that realize the human beings that we want to be?
Yeah, well, that's really complicated. I hope you all have like 50-pound brains, because most of you probably do. I also hope you have 50-pound hearts. A lot of people with 50-pound brains have 2-pound hearts. And so several years ago, I don't know how I got on this panel, but I was on this panel in London between the British Society and the Royal Society. Would that be fair? British Academy and the Royal Society. So I'm on this panel. Don't know how I'm on the panel. And the purpose of the meeting was something about the death of the humanities.
Oh.
And so I said, I think my opening sentence was, "You're all crazy." I mean, crazy. You're crazy. The death of the humanities? I mean, what does that mean? How could the humanities sit at the core of our existence? The core identification of our intellectual definition of who we are. What is an idea? Why do we exist? Where are we going? And so, why did we do this or that? What is culture? What is language? What is expression? What is human identity? Those are all emanating from the core of the core. So as you were talking, I wrote down, science, is a derivative of the humanities. It's a functional derivative. It's a way in which knowledge is pursued in an organized fashion with a set of constructs that have been in place for about 400 years or so in a systematic kind of way. And so this notion of somehow them being separate, I think, has become a strange artifact of the expansion of knowledge beyond the capacity of single individuals to be polymathically aware of everything. And so because we're not polymathically aware, except maybe some rare exceptions, to be aware of everything anymore, there's, it's not Franklin or Jefferson or these eras of a few hundred years ago. And so what's happened is that we've then somehow constructed this gap, this difference. So we have not found a way to allow the humanities to do all the things that they do, to empower them, to give them every tool that they need to let them advance the way that they're advancing, and then to build these connections with all these things that have come later.
Right.
And so science came later. And so how do you then connect this core intellectual pursuit for humans, understanding who we are and what we are and where we're going and how we're going to get there and so forth and so on, with this tool which is now unraveling and understanding nature? Call that, in a Hermann Simon sense, natural science. So natural science is this understanding of nature, and our relationship with it then is derived partly through the humanities, and then in a Herbert Simon sense, also there's his sciences of the artificial, or the design sciences, which is this, now what do we do with that understanding of who we are and that understanding of nature? Then we build things, and we engineer things, we create artificial things from all of that, and it's this interface of the three things. So now what we've allowed in these three realms is we've allowed separation to occur.
Yeah.
General lack of awareness. So we became overly specialized, overly isolated. One of the things that we've tried to do at ASU, and I see several of our faculty members here, and they'll look down when I say this and just say, well, he just thinks that. We haven't actually done that. But one of the things we've tried to do is to allow that separation to narrow, to build mechanisms or intellectual bridges or devices or systems or social constructs. So Disciplines are social constructs. Schools are social constructs. Schools are bureaucratic constructs. And so we stirred the whole pot up. We eliminated 80 departments, schools, and colleges, created 24 transdisciplinary schools, several other kinds of things. And the purpose of all of that was really, mixo-master. It was a specific intent to break this gap that was growing between natural science, design science, and the humanities. And so I think what we've tried to do is to create mechanisms by which we can have free and open movement and exchanges. Individuals can do what they want to do, and then we can see whether or not we can also, we've even created, some of our teams are here, we've even created what I call anti-disciplinary entities that are purposely anti-disciplinary. Our School of Sustainability is an anti-disciplinary entity. It's built around the notion that we need knowledge from all three realms, humanities, natural science, and design science, to create an understanding of our relationship with the physical system that we're embedded, that our egos have become so hubris-filled that we're no longer even able to understand what we are relative to the natural system that we are derivative of. And so what we've tried to do then is to create intellectual disruption, intellectual connectivity, intellectual opportunity. So that's kind of the approach that we've taken.
That's great. And one of the things that Brett Bobley from the NEH mentioned this morning is that although this is what ASU is trying to do and leading the way in trying to do this, our agencies, our government funding agencies, remain isolated. You fund scientists or you fund humanists, but not. And his point was that perhaps universities can lead the way. And listening to you talk here, I think, yes, it has to be. There have to be louder voices from universities about the kind of research we need.
Well, I mean, absolutely so. I mean, the evolution of the construct through the Constitution of the Republic in which we're embedded was derivative of several philosophical ideas that weren't particularly old at the time that they were brought together to form the design of the Republic. And they were all the products of intellectuals, all the products of philosophers. And those products of those philosophers led to the design of the Republic. I don't know where we became silly enough to think that there was only one design and it will be that design forever and that it doesn't get modernized. And so what we have to take on as a responsibility inside the university is that, and we have this in our charter as the last element of our charter, that we are responsible partly for outcomes.
Yes.
Cultural outcomes, economic outcomes, social outcomes, health and well-being outcomes. We're responsible for those outcomes. And so if we, the universities, are limited in our ability to think in new and creative ways across, integrating science and humanities and art and culture and all these other kinds of things, then it will literally never happen. It's not going to happen except by the universities being some kind of a form of modernizing force.
Just to build on that, you've made a very important point about our obligation to the communities, but how do we get the right people to the table so that we get the people at the table who can actually think critically and constructively about these issues rather than settle for what we have, which is typically often what happens, to really transform what we have into something that we actually want?
Well, I don't know. So it's weird to me. There's all this negative energy out here, and I'm not a Steven Pinker lover, and I'm not a Steven Pinker basher. But I was reading about him being bashed in one of the articles I was reading yesterday. I thought, poor guy. And so and so the one thing that he said though, and he provided substantial evidence, was this: looking at the last few hundred years since the initiation of the Age of Reason, and where we have gotten since then, and what we've been able to do since then, and that here we are in this really unique moment of world history, of human history. So all the thousands of years of brutal wars in Europe. I mean, I laugh. My wife's family is French, so I go to France every summer, and I say, well, you guys look at France. You know what France is the product of? I think I calculated about 1,000 wars from the little village of the Parisians or whatever they were called were in the little island in the Seine River, and then that tribe fighting that tribe and fighting that tribe and that tribe and that tribe and that tribe, and then the Burgundians fighting this group and this group and this group and this group and this group, and then the reign of terror and the religious wars and the millions of people that were killed in the French religious wars between the Protestants and the Catholics. And we all love to go to France because the wine is good and the food is so good. And so what you're at is you're at the victor's table. You're at the victor's table of an unbelievable process. And so here we are now, where we have this moment where we might be past that, where for the last few hundred years, through the ideas of our philosophers, and others, we've created these democracies, and these democracies are thriving, and now we figured out how to keep Germany was a democracy also, as was France, or as is France. I mean, they were all democracies. And so now the democracies are maybe working and aligned together in certain kinds of ways. And so there's all this negative energy. So for me, the reason that people aren't coming to the table is that they're all Chicken Little. The sky is falling. We're doomed as a species. The climate's going to kill us all. We're all doomed. Every horrible thing that you can possibly imagine is going to happen, when actually most of those horrible things are not going to happen. What's going to happen is that if we can keep our wits about ourselves and keep moving forward, we're going to continue this unbelievable evolution of our species. There has never been one day in the history of our species better than this day. There's never been one day. And if you want to tell me that it was really great when you were, living, chasing some bird with some stick somewhere, and maybe getting one of your 5 children past the age of 10, or whatever the history was of our species, which I'm somewhat familiar with. There's never been one day better than today, but we don't operate under that premise. And so I've been arguing. I see Craig is here, Craig Calhoun's here. So he and others are thinking about, well, what kind of new philosophies do we need? What kind of new tools do we need? What kind of new understandings of human beings do we need now that we're past this notion that our single purpose is to kill every enemy that we meet, which is what our purpose was. And that's how we advanced, was basically through mortal combat. Mortal combat was the method by which we advanced, even our own country. We had to kill people to change the political system. Had to kill them to get them to change. And so I think the people don't sit at the table because there's not enough positive energy. Okay. And so I'm a huge believer that we need to recognize where we are, where we're going, what we've achieved, what we can achieve, and build positive energy around that.
That's great, because it leads to this last question, and then I want to open it up to the audience. So education, we would agree, is foundational to our future.
Yeah.
I wonder...
It's better for bribery not to be involved.
What is the story of the future that you, as president of a major research university, want to tell?
Well, I want to tell...
Yes.
About say it again, the future?
What is the story of the future?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Yes.
So that somehow humans figured out that so somebody look up on your computer, look on Google, most complicated object in the universe. Just somebody look it up. Yeah, but I just want, it says, it'll come up, the human brain. Whatever it is, 80 billion neurons and 10,000 neural synapses, the unbelievable complexity, unbelievable power. So I don't know, speaking scientifically or religiously, whatever your preference is, I don't know why we got that thing called the human brain, but we got it. And no two brains are the same. The species wasn't designed as a series of replicants. I mean, nothing that complex can be the same. Therefore, if nothing that complex it can be the same, why is it that we educate everybody like robots? Mm-hmm. Why is it that we have picked 2 areas of 2 types of intelligence to focus all of our energy on? Why is spatial intelligence and tactile intelligence and emotional intelligence and creative intelligence never tested? It's not a part of getting into any school. It's not a part of colleges. There's certain aspects of it. And so what I look at for the future is this notion of the empowerment of the individual to the maximum level possible, using individualized and personalized educational tools and devices and mechanisms and systems to allow the full human potential to be realized. We may not realize, those of us sitting in this room, probably almost everyone in this room, if not everyone in this room, is gifted in two types of intelligence, verbal and analytical. Probably all 90th percentile test takers, or most of you. Probably most of you, unless you're having emotional problems, you probably had very good scores and other things that were, when you were in school, or you wouldn't be sitting in this room as a part of this audience. Well, I don't know if people realize that other people who are not as gifted in these two areas of intelligence, they're not too happy that all the benefits, all the money, all the power, everything is going to a small group of people who happen to be educated in a particular way. Why is it that we can't find ways in which we more broadly educate and empower across the total spectrum of human capability? Let me give you an example. So, the bell curve. The bell curve. Really? We believe that there's a curve of distribution of ability in a course? Well, it turns out if the bell curve is applied to a math course for an incoming freshman at ASU, and you get a C, which is the quote-unquote average grade, and the modal grade, you can't graduate from the university. Yet we have an entire system built around the notion that, well, that's about the way that it should be. There should be a few kids getting A's, and a few kids getting B's, and most kids will get C's, and a few will get D's, and a handful will get E's or F's, or whatever you call the last grade. So F, by the way, F for failure, there's a whole literature on this. How we decided that this was going to be the way that we were going to set up our educational system. So you can't complete a university education or many other things unless you master the subject. So why do we have such a system? Why do we perpetrate such a system? Why do we believe that that's the way that we're going to measure human intelligence and that's the way that we're going to measure human potential? Well, one, it's easier than the thing I'm talking about. So therefore, you can fall into it. But what I'm looking for in the future of education is deep personalization, deep empowerment of individual capability. Now, most of you probably don't agree with me because we're so trained that somehow, I don't know, like I said, my brother, a little bit younger than me, 18 months younger than me, never graduated from high school. Right now, I just got a note from him yesterday. My sisters and I are helping him because he's a, OxyContin addict and he's trying to get off all this stuff. In my family, we talk about everything in the open, by the way. And so, including amongst and between us. And so, he hasn't been employed. He's been in jail. He's got this, he's got that. He's got all these problems and all these kinds of things. That kid is smarter than me. His level of creativity, his level of drive, his level of tactile and spatial intelligence. But for whatever set of complicated reasons, he couldn't turn the corner at the right time to fit onto the tracks that we call education. And there's probably some of you that know some people like this. Well, that's a terrible, terrible thing. And so that's what I'm after for the future of education. Not for my brother. Yeah. He made some other choices that he could have not made, and he made them. But, penalties are pretty severe.
But if we could do that for everybody coming up, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
I am going to open it up now for questions. I know many of you will welcome the opportunity to have this, to talk to Dr. Crow.
I have a question. Do you want us to introduce ourselves?
Yes, that would be helpful to me. Now, I know you've been.
I'm the chief scientist of GAO. So thank you, Michael. It's always wonderful to hear your remarks. I actually go most, if not all the way, agreeing with what you're saying. So I just want to preface that with a question.
Okay.
With success, though, when you get down to this, what I'll call hyper-individualism on the education model, then the challenge, because in a humanities context, how do you build sort of a cohesion so that our students or our products wouldn't be sort of hyper-tribalized, if you will, on that? How do you build sort of a shared identity, like a national identity, like Americanism, or that kind of thing in that context? Thank you.
Well, I don't know that one precludes the other, but the tribalism is something to worry about. We've seen it a lot in the discipline known as English, which you know from different aspects of the way that discipline has evolved. And there's tribalism inside universities that's pretty significant, I think. I used to be one of the provosts at Columbia University for many years, and tribalism was something I had to get used to, even though I argued and fought against it. I guess I'm not trying to oversimplify it. So it doesn't mean that there aren't unifying things. It doesn't mean that as a part of the education, one isn't also taught to respect the three realms, the humanities. There's more than three realms, but the arts, the humanities, all these things, design sciences, natural sciences, social sciences, etc. And so it's not so individual that it's chaos. It's individual in terms of empowerment. Now, people would not break into 40 million subgroups. We're not that kind of, biologically, that kind of creature. We're a creature of cooperation. And so because we're a creature of cooperation, then we break into fewer subgroups. And the subgroups have largely been constructed. And what we would allow for is fluid movement between them and the emergence of new ones, not the elimination of the ones that we already have. And so it's kind of a fuzzy answer, but I don't see that as an outcome.
I have a question about. I'm Josephine Johnson. I actually work at an interdisciplinary research institute that's independent of university called the Hastings Center, and I am
the one from New York.
Yeah, and I work in bioethics, and I'm really interested in the way in which you have been trying to get or facilitate interdisciplinary work, since that's what I do all the time. I mean, for a living, I have to read law articles and philosophy articles and science studies and social science studies and policy documents and the whole everything. And so one of the things that is challenging is just being able to do that, right? It's really hard to learn all those languages. But the other thing about it is that you end up in this interesting position where you sort of are a specialist of nothing and a generalist. And so I'd be curious not just to think about cross-disciplinarity, but also this tension between specialization and something that's more like a kind of generalism, and how you think about that and the way you've been remaking the American university.
Yeah, so what's interesting, there's several thoughts come from that. So a long time ago, you might have imagined that I quit listening to people who said, well, if you're going to take all these different degrees, you'll never know anything. Well, clearly I know some things. And so I would suggest that was a model being perpetrated onto everyone. So I don't understand why a person like you, who's working at an intersection, a really complicated subject of bioethics, where you're reading law and science and this and philosophy and all kinds of other things, isn't a specialist in that, which requires you to understand all of those things. And so I'm like, I don't even get that. And so what that comes from, and it really has bugged me for a long time. So I had a knockdown, drag-out fight once at Columbia with a guy who was one of our most prominent scientists, a friend of mine, who just passed away, Wally Broker. He won the National Science Medal. He won the Blue Planet Prize. And I'm in this meeting with him where he's saying, I don't know why you talk to these ecologists. They're all just nitwitted idiots. And I said, Wally, you're an intellectual bigot. So we had a very, very significant conversation about intellectual bigotry. And so it turns out that intellectual bigotry exists in a really significant set of ways. There's a social hierarchy to knowledge in the minds of some people. Physics is more important than chemistry, and chemistry is more important than biology, and biology is infinitely more important than social sciences, and social sciences are infinitely more important than blah, 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 blah. And so all of that is, I don't know, it's worthless. And so what we have to do is we have to find a way to allow for respect among various areas of using Kuhnian logic, normal science, revolutionary science, pre-normal science, things that are design sciences versus natural sciences. We have to understand all of those things. And I just think it's really important that we not really allow this notion of, well, there's disciplinary knowledge and no knowledge and so forth. I just think that's bad. What we've tried to do is to create an environment where we do seek respect for approaching problems in different ways, which is why I use the stark term anti-disciplinary, or why we use the term, why we form the School for the Future of Innovation and Society. So only a crazy university president like me that had enough temporary influence to not get killed off, like most of us do. And so I'm just waiting. You'll read about me somewhere. And so, why did we want to do this? What we wanted to say is that, well, who's bringing together different disciplines to think about this subject of responsible innovation, to think about this notion of innovation in society and where we're going. And there's lots of programs like this and lots of things out there. But we decided to go ahead and form it as a school, to give it social status, to give it a social construct, and to not let other people throw rocks at it for being some second-rate, second-class this or that. And my hope is that the engineers that are around it, watching it, as well as those that are in it, are all learning together, that the philosophers that might be connected to it and the policy analysts that might be connected to it are all learning from it. So I'm not giving you an exact answer, but basically it's a function of design. So it turns out there's a book written in 1967 by a guy named Anthony Downs that Craig will remember, called Inside Bureaucracy, I think is the name of the book. And in the book, Anthony, who's a fabulous writer, basically classifies different types of actors and different types of bureaucratic constructs. And he doesn't use bureaucracy as a pejorative. It's an elaborate, unbelievably successful human organizational form. Well, it turns out most academics don't realize that they are largely conserver bureaucrats, maintaining social constructs generation after generation after generation to hold on to limited articulations of power allocations. So they have no understanding even of what they're in as a structure. And so what I've tried to work on is changing the structure to the extent possible, realizing that it can't be changed, but taking away the notion of social constructs as the driver and what's called in this literature conservers, as opposed to zealots or others. You might remember this stuff. And so we've tried to shake up the design. So it actually goes back to the root of design.
I'd like to just follow up a little by turning a slightly different direction. Arizona State University has just been invited to join PIT, or Public Interest Technology, this new initiative between funders and several universities.
Yeah.
How do you see public interest technology relating to what we're talking about here? How is it similar? How is it different from what we might think of as humane technology?
Well, there's a huge literature on public interest, where the whole idea in the literature and the social sciences around public interest basically destroyed it all. There's a new literature around public value that has superseded the literature on public interest. The public value literature says that we share common social and cultural aspirations, we share common values, and where we share those common values, we can then pursue public value outcomes. And so let's change the word public interest to public value for the sake of the discussion, although PIT works as an idea.
Yeah.
And so the notion is, so where do we share values? And so we've done an experiment in Arizona the last few years in a thing called the Center for the Future of Arizona. We went out and spent a bunch of money to assess where Arizonans have shared values, and we call this the Arizona We Want project. In the Arizona We Want project, we triple surveyed everybody, and we found 8 or 9 areas where more than 80% of the population share the value. So one of the values is a quality job for everyone and the dignity of work as a valued objective that's shared across the public. Turns out the highest shared value in Arizona has to do with sustainability. And so let's take sustainability. So you have a shared public value. And so the notion of a shared public value technology would be, okay, what does the public value and where do we have a shared value system? And what technologies are we advancing that help that shared value system to be attained? Well, that's not very complicated.
No.
And so it's not very complicated to think about it. It's complicated to do. And so this notion of what you're calling humane technology, I don't know exactly how you're defining it, but I think of it in a similar kind of way, and that is that either we're working towards the attainment of our shared values in everything that we're doing, or we're not working towards those shared values. Right. And so this notion of what we do in technology and how we advance technology, and there's different kinds of technologies. There's foundational technologies, there's enabling technologies, there's socially empowering technologies. All technologies, as everyone knows in the room, are at least a 3-sided, if not 4-sided object. They both have good, bad, indifferent outcomes depending on where you are and where you sit, all these kinds of things. And so I guess when I'm thinking about public interest technology or public value technology or humane technology, there's no way to even determine what those things are unless you understand, in a sense, the all the way back to the German philosopher von Stein, Lorenz von Stein. So we had this notion of the aspirational goal of the state, capital S, state. And so in that notion of the aspirational goal, we've set an aspirational goal in this country. It is the aspirations articulated in the Constitution. Call those enabling values. Then we have shared public values below that. I don't know why we're doing very much in anything related to technology that's not helping us to attain those aspirational values. And so that's only then going to be the result of humanists and social scientists working with scientists and technologists to be able to fulfill those things and make those things happen. And lots of arguments and lots of debates and lots of everything, because you would expect that, because it's pretty complicated.
It's very complicated, and that's certainly what we're striving toward. But so often technology has simply been the driver in the driver's seat, going wherever it will go, and break things.
Who was it? Langdon Winner, I think, wrote Autonomous Technology or something like that. So this philosopher, he's a really smart guy, and I read all of his stuff, and I read all of Phil Kitcher's stuff on science, truth, and democracy, and Alexander Rosenberg and his thinking about different kinds of things. So all those people are in my head and just rattling around in there. And what they basically conclude, particularly Kitcher, first Winner, this notion of autonomous technology. There's no such thing as autonomous technology. There's only human technology. There's no autonomy. Technology is exactly what we want it to be. That's why the term artificial intelligence is a misnomer. There's no artificial intelligence. There's augmented intelligence, a tool that we've built to help us to do things that we can't do as easily by ourselves. But artificial, so they're taking that term from Herbert Simon. And so from my perspective, I mean, this notion that somehow technology has gotten away from us, technology is this free agent and it's just out there advancing on its own. We could have an entire lecture on this, or even a class, or I could pile up the books that Hava could tell us what all the books are. So from my perspective, what we have is we have people who have become disconnected and feel that they're powerless and are operating under some sort of negative fear equation, as opposed to thinking that we're actually responsible for everything. So if we are, then we better get it under, under mental management here, sooner rather than later. But back to public values.
Yes.
If it's not related to public values or the attainment of public values, then why are we doing it?
Well, it's a good question. I think a lot of these things aren't related to public values, but your point is we need to get in there. So
yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask a question following up on that, Mike? When you talk about public values, the question arises, which public? One of the things that I like about the ASU vision and charter is the commitment to taking seriously where the university is.
That's our first design aspiration. It's called place.
And lots of the discourses of science and of technology are placeless, as though these things take place in a sort of universe without reference. The issue of public values involves sort of which public, and the research finds, like the ASU research, that at a more local level, you get these very high levels of agreement about what are the primary values and what we should do.
Yes.
As things get surveyed at national or global levels, you get high levels of disagreement, partly shaped by political ideologies and polarization. I'd welcome you just talking a little bit about how it matters for the university and for knowledge to take place seriously.
Well, I think it matters immensely. We're struggling. We never been 7.5 billion people before. We couldn't have imagined from a 2 million person republic when we were founded, not including the Native Americans, to a 330 million person republic, including the Native Americans. We couldn't have imagined what it's like to run such a place. So we have no idea what we're doing. And so we have archaic structures. We have media still operating on, basically in the old days they would have the yellow rag journalism newspapers that were selling papers based on a particular ideology, and now we have nothing but media that's driven off of clicks and advertising revenue by trying to generate controversy, with some exceptions. And so it's a confusing moment. Now inject into that ubiquitous technology for all voices to be heard at one time, even more chaos. And so this notion of place is really, really important. We've forgotten that we live in a republic, a federation of states. Each state was by design intended to be different, a different manifestation. Now, within certain things, we fought a civil war which said that no, those 10 or 11 states can't have slaves, that left anyway, plus the 3 others that didn't leave, can't have slaves. So we fought a war over that, among other things. And so there are certain core things that we've argued over, but other than that, we did decide. So when people run around, so this is back to place. So when people run around saying, well, I don't really like what's going on in, I don't know, Mississippi. I'm like, okay, that's Mississippi. And so long as we're holding to a set of core national ideals, there should be wide variation in the articulation of the manifestation of our democratic society. And so then that goes back to Arizona. So that would mean then in Arizona, that's why we did the Arizona We Want project. What do people from Arizona want? Well, I don't think every state would have sustainability and environmental issues as a core public value at the level that they do in Arizona. So that tells us something really important about Arizona. So some of you might ask yourself, well, how is it that fool that's the president of Arizona State University could get away with in Arizona, and most of you not from Arizona think that it's this ultra-conservative place, you would be wrong. But how could you build this first school of sustainability in the country? A school of human evolution and social change, a school of trans-border studies, a school of social transformation, all of which are highly public, highly active, out there working on every possible dimension. It turns out we know how to read the core values of the people, which are not expressed necessarily in political structures. And so the notion of place goes to the notion, and notice it wasn't of politics, it was of place. So we have 23 Native American tribes in Arizona, and we have a strong and interactive relationship with all of them, so much so that we also have students from 200 other tribes outside of Arizona at ASU. 3,100, give or take, Native American students, and that's a part of place. I won't walk you through all aspects of that, but that means then that the universities should be anything other than what they mostly appear to be, which are clonal replicants, aspiring for isomorphic replication, to operate in a world of scarcity and so forth. And so if you're actually a university deeply committed to your place, then you're going to be reflective of that place, both in terms of who your students are, who the communities are that you're working with, the ideas that your faculty are going to be working on. And this is a radical departure from the political science department at Virginia being very similar to the political science department at UC Berkeley. I would say they should be wildly different, because Virginia and California are two wildly different places. But I think people become, as you know, you're deeply involved in all of this and have written a lot on it, and I've read all your stuff, not all of it, but much of it. I read your article on university designs and things like that. And that is, I don't know why all the designs are the same. Some of you from other universities tell me, why are all the schools and the departments the same? It's weird.
Are there additional?
Yeah, you can't see them, but there's two people out of sight.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, great.
Thank you. I'm Andrew Light from the World Resources Institute in George Mason University. So every bit of data and every story and narrative and maybe even the current political predicament we find ourselves in this country with people not talking to each other, indicates that the world of most of us having a job over the course of a lifetime is quickly disappearing. People have a sequence of jobs. They'll have a different careers over time. And still, just yesterday, my 8-year-old daughter asked me, what do you think I'll be when I grow up? Because that's what she sees, right? I'll work on that. But for you, I mean, I think that everything you're doing with ASU, I've been a great admirer of, and I think in a lot of ways it solves lots of problems about the academy and other things, responding to the particularities of place in Arizona, especially with the school sustainability. And it will help, I think, and speak to that new world that's evolving. But I also kind of wonder, is there something further that universities will have to do to help students, realize and help to be more adaptable to that? Because you're busting up all the disciplines. You're not creating new disciplines. I wouldn't accuse you of that at all.
Right.
But you are creating, centers of conversation around particular topics where that might not really be what the future that most Americans are going to be facing.
Yeah, so interestingly, American higher education constructs are a complicated merger of English college models from Oxford and Cambridge, which is what Harvard and Bowdoin and Harvard initially, Bowdoin and Amherst and those places, Williams really are. They're, in a sense, an American version of those colleges. And then ultimately German research institutions, Hopkins and Chicago and Stanford, were each built on that model first in the late 19th century. So there's been 4 waves of evolution of American higher education, what I call the colonial colleges and the antecedents of them. I call them also the American Greek academies. They're thriving. The South couldn't build any of these on a private basis, so they were the first to build public universities. So South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, all before 1800, then Virginia, and built these public Greek academies. Those then have evolved all the way to community colleges. So think of Category 2 as public colleges not doing research. Wave 1 and Wave 2, there's still no research. It's just scholars, doing their thing, writing, mostly humanists at that time. Then Wave 3 came along in the middle of the 19th century, in the middle of the Civil War. You guys know the story. Justin Morrill, congressman from Vermont, on his 5th attempt to pass the Land Grant Act, was trying to create a people's college using land grants from the national government to create colleges for the sons and daughters of farmers and mechanics. Illinois, Cornell, California, Michigan State, Purdue, Iowa State, all these land grants sprung up. Some of you are familiar with MIT was the land grant from Massachusetts. And so that was in the Civil War. Then in the later, as we began industrializing, the cities of Baltimore, Metro, San Francisco, and Chicago decided that one way they could become more competitive was to build a research university. Believe it or not, there's a very significant literature on this. So Hopkins, the person, and other donors got Johns Hopkins going in 1876. Then Leland Stanford and John Rockefeller then jumped in with, and then after that, according to Roger Geiger, probably the best historian of American higher education evolution, a bunch of other schools switched from whatever they were before. Harvard, Columbia, Princeton, colonial colleges, Greek academies became research universities like that. I used to be at Columbia. That happened in 1896 under a guy named Seth Low, who 2 years later ran for mayor and unified the city of New York into a single thing from 5 separate counties. A lot going on in this era of the U.S. Long story short, research universities emerged. There's now 100 or so of those. To put that into perspective, ASU was a second wave teachers college formed in a territory of the United States in the late 19th century, as was UCLA, which was a teachers college, or UC Santa Barbara, which was a teachers college. We then leapt to, in the late 20th century, to being a Wave 4 research university in a new kind of form, and have done pretty well in that evolutionary process. And now we have consciously and by design leapt into what we call Wave 5. And a Wave 5 university, in the spirit of ongoing evolution, is a new kind of public university. There might be some privates that do this. And this new kind of public university is exactly positioned on the thing that you're talking about, which is, so just to give you a sense, we just trademarked the term universal learner at ASU. Nobody else trademarked it. I thought it'd be good to trademark it. So we trademarked it. And why did we trademark it? It's because we now see that education going forward is going to be, all the previous kinds of colleges and universities are still going to exist. Some of them are going to be morphing, but they're not going anywhere. Some of them will, but most of them will be fine. But that there's now this class of problem to the problem that you're talking about, which we'll go back to your 8-year-old. So we're now breaking learning into 3 categories. One category is before age 4, call that at home or whatever kind of nest structure that you're in as a child. And hopefully in that learning environment, enhanced by others, enhanced by technology, enhanced by parents or pseudo-parents or teachers or whoever you can be hooked up with, they have one objective. How high can they get your vocabulary? Because at age 48 months, if your vocabulary is above a certain level, then your learning capability is virtually empowered for the rest of your life. And can they teach you how to learn before you're age 4? Then from age 4 through high school, what we are now calling that is the preparation of the prepared learner. You're preparing the learner and trying to get everybody to the same sort of awareness of the basic things that you need to have to operate in our society. And then after that, all bets are off. You're now a universal learner or a lifelong learner, whatever word you want to use. A few people will go to college for immersive experiences. Some people will go to technical school and then to work and then maybe back to college. Some people will just go to work or into the military, or they'll do this or that and move back and forth. Some people will have families or this or life disruption or all kinds of things. They'll be getting off drugs, or they'll be doing whatever that is that they need to do. And so what we're trying to do is to create a university platform that has a core of faculty and a core of staff and a core of assets that's capable of running a fully immersive university, because you really need that. You really need that for the faculty to be successful and the environment to work, that then can also touch people's lives throughout the rest of their lifetime as a universal learner. Now, we're a long way from being able to pull that off, but we have all of the basic tools that we didn't have even 5 or 6 years ago. We have those tools now. And so that's where I see things going. Another university just jumped off the cliff with us. So have any of you ever jumped off like a 35-foot thing into a thing of water down there? So I did that once and it hurt. And so we did that at ASU. We jumped off the cliff. We're down there. And then not too long ago, I saw Mitch Daniels at Purdue. He jumped off the cliff also. So he hits in the water. And so what did Purdue decide? So Mitch Daniels, who's the former governor of Indiana, kind of a right of center Republican governor, very successful governor. So he says, well, what is this about this land grant being a place? Why is Purdue a place you have to come to? Why aren't we helping in the spirit of just and moral every family, every man, every woman, everyone to be able to find some way to gain education? So he goes to his faculty and he says, I'd like you guys to build an online capability for the university. And what did his faculty say? No. He said no. So he says to himself, well, okay, I used to be the governor. How many of you saw the movie Lincoln? You remember when Abraham Lincoln slaps his hand on the table and he says, I'm the president of the United States. I am clothed with immense power. And all he's after is the vote of 2 Democrats. and so Mitch Daniels probably slaps his hand on the table. I'm going to have that. I'm going to have that online thing. And so he goes out and he buys one. He buys a for-profit online university called Kaplan University. Mm-hmm. He brings it back organizationally to West Lafayette, Indiana. He then says, okay, well, I got to get rid of the for-profit, cut off that. Well, now I'm not accredited anymore. So now he's got to take this faculty of this for-profit university to the accrediting authority in Chicago, Higher Learning Commission. And who's arguing against the new thing that he's going to call Purdue Global? Who's arguing against it being accredited? Purdue. The Purdue faculty. He gets it accredited anyway. He comes back. It's not necessarily the greatest design approach to getting these things done, but it is an example of another institution. Yeah. And it turns out that there are a few institutions that are now taking on this notion of how are we going to deal with this rapid technology-driven set of disruptions that occur. We've probably never existed as a species. This is really scary. Maybe some of you philosophers can think about this. We've never existed as a species where the rate of change was so rapid within single generations. So the change that we encountered in the past was between generations. Now it's within single generations, single lifetimes, fractions of lifetimes. And so that rate of change is accelerating. And so our educational institutions are going to have to figure out, some of them anyway, are going to have to figure out how to accelerate with this. And so we decided to be one of those.
Well, President Crow promised us this hour, for which I'm very grateful. Thank you for joining us, and please join me in thanking President Crow.
I don't know if any of it made any sense or not, but that's what we're working on. I will say something about this bribery thing, which I said to several people in the media yesterday. So we've created so in our charter it says that we'll build our institution around who we include, not who we exclude, and how they succeed. And so that's not Pollyannish. So what we decided to do was to say that we don't think that universities should actually be measured on how many people they don't admit. Now that doesn't mean you can't admit whoever you want. You know, I used to be a trustee at Bowdoin College. They can admit, you know, whoever they want. Whoever they want, and build whatever program they want. It's just that shouldn't be the way that an institution is measured. So if you're admitting elite students with elite grades and elite status from high school and so forth, well, let's see how you did with them and the superheroes that you're producing as graduates, and then what those superheroes go on and do. And schools do that and so forth. So what we have now is we have this perversity. I mean, there's just this perversity I'm just going to buy the social status for my kid that's granted by admission. They weren't buying the degrees. They're buying the admission, the granting of social status. And so how many of you saw the cover of The Economist that talked about the new American aristocracy? It was a fantastic article. It shows a baby being held, or kids being held by their parents. They're wearing late 18th century fancy clothes, but the clothing has like a Yale thing on it, and I'll pick the schools from yesterday. Yale, Stanford, USC, schools like that, all great schools, all tremendous schools. And so it turns out our colleague from UCLA, so we went back and looked at the UCLA admission standards from August 10th, 1950. You can find them on the web. There's the entire introduction to the catalog. So here's what the world was in California in 1950. Do you have a B average, at least? Doesn't mean that you can't go if you have an A average. It means the admission requirement is, did you take the 15 courses in high school that we think are important to you understanding college? Do you have a B in those courses, and do you have a B average? And if you do, you are admitted. And the cost at the time at the University of California was $0. I mean, imagine that. Like, how far have we gotten from that? I'm not picking on the University of California. I'm just saying, how far have we gotten from that? Well, it turns out those are our admission standards at ASU today. And you might have also noticed that one of the people that were arrested panned us. That's one of the reasons I'm a little animated about this. So the person that panned us was the designer, I guess now indicted designer, who's now married to his indicted wife, who got their 2 children into the University of Southern California because he said, I cannot have her go to ASU. I'm like, okay, dude.
Gaymon.
So you might imagine that we have a few assets. In fact, we might have more assets than him, because I don't know if he's still in jail or not, and we're not in jail. And so we were commenting yesterday that we were reminding people that we were an institution built on inclusion rather than exclusion. Right. And we were also reminding people that applications are still accepted until May 1st.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
That was great. Yeah.
Schedule. They want you to say something about schedule.
Oh, about food.
Food.
Oh, lunch is ready. Yes.
Technology has its say
But we're also faced with adverse outcomes.
George's illness. So, all women.
So, which is
what we wanted in the first place.
Yeah. Mara is there.
That's enough.
Is there a reason why there are 3 here? You didn't do that. I'm assuming.
That's not necessary.
She's there.
Oh.
Let's do 2 and 2.
Yeah.
I think 2 and 2 will cover it.
Well, he just took, okay.
Oh, did he just move that? Oh, because you have a microphone. Got it. Okay. I'm screwing things up.
Oh, she's microphone.
Well, that's your job, right?
To mess things up.
So Mara, say hello.
Hi, Mara.
How are you? So we're going to go in alphabetical order. Okay. This is Rosemary, Mara.
Hi, Rosemary.
Rosemary.
Rosemary, nice to
Boy,
meet
I've
you.
gotten all of your names wrong.
It's a bad name. I should have left well enough alone and had it just be Rose Garland.
Yeah, but
Labbed up, so I guess we'll place it here. So she got the computer in front of you.
I'm sorry, what?
I said she's labbed up, so you won't need the microphone here. Do you speak loudly?
Just ask my family.
Understood.
So I'm not, oh yeah. All right, you hear me? Yes, okay. So good afternoon, my name is Deborah Helitzer. I'm the Dean of the College of Health Solutions at ASU. I'm so pleased to welcome you to this panel, Preserving the Person in Personalized Medicine. I am a population health researcher, and in my work, I am very focused on the way in which context, meaning, social network, culture, environment, and behavior impact a person's health. For the last 20 years or so, we have known that these factors account for approximately 60% of a person's risk of mortality, genes being another 20 to 30%, and medical care, despite all the money we spend on it, only 10%. We know that where an individual lives, their zip code has also very clear relationships with the risk of mortality. When we are a less mobile society and families live near each other, the genetic contributions to those risks might have been made more sense. But now I think we have to consider the important influences of an environment and culture and social network behavior more than genes. I was so honored to be asked to moderate this panel just because of this dilemma that I see. Medicine is becoming more about biology and devices and less about behavior. However, those three interact in important ways, and we probably haven't even begun to scratch the surface on what we know about all of these dimensions. My personal experience with personalized medicine is limited. Last year, my husband and I decided that for our Hanukkah presents to each other, we would get our genes analyzed by 23andMe. How many of you have done that?
It's a really bad idea.
The results were not very interesting, as it turns out. Most of the results were already things I knew about myself: Jewish, Ashkenazi heritage, lactose intolerant, and a tendency towards anxiety. But what I found interesting was the likelihood proportions they gave me for those characteristics. For example, they told me I had a 40% likelihood of being lactose intolerant. I'm not a mathematician, but I could figure out that therefore this meant that my genes say I'm 60% unlikely to be lactose intolerant. But I happen to know I am lactose intolerant. So how do I interpret these data? What information did they have about me that made them guess that proportion? What else about me reduced my likelihood to 40%? The strange thing about 23andMe is that you get updated reports as they get more data. So my daughter's fiance recently got an updated report, and he went from being 3% of Jewish heritage to 4%. He's ecstatic because my daughter told him she would marry him when he got to 5%. So the meaning of being like us is clearly important to him, and he wanted proof that he was. He's a keeper, no worries, he's going to make it up. So over time, it seems that my likelihood of being lactose intolerant might change, even though the fact that I am is still constant. So that's what got me here today, and now I'm going to give the floor to my illustrious panel members, who will each start out our session by speaking for about 7 minutes on one issue or a question that each of them thinks is particularly pressing. We'll then, just like the last panel, open it up for a conversation between and among them, and I expect the short presentations and conversation to last short enough time so that we can have a rich discussion. I also want to say that while it may appear that it's no accident that we are only a panel of women, it happens that our one male representative got ill and so was unable to be with us. So thank you very much, and we will start with Mara Aspinall, and her bio is in the booklet, so I won't read it to you.
Well, thank you, Deborah. Thank you all. It is a pleasure to be here. And as an esteemed colleague said, this is not the first time when an event is all of people of one gender. So I'm also going to start out by saying Happy Pi Day. So those of you 3.14159, and I can go on from there. I actually mentioned that because it was the first time that my kids, who turned out to be mostly on the technology side, understood that science could be fun. So we had a lot of fun with Pi Day. But what I'm going to talk about today is personalized medicine. And this has been my really life over the last 25 years. One of the first people to publish about this I have to say that because it's a group of academics, and this was the biggest day of my life to publish. And in Harvard Business Review, talking about, it's about 20 years ago now, this whole idea of personalized medicine. And today, I am very proud to be a professor of practice in the College of Health Solutions at ASU, and as through the biomedical diagnostics program there. But the core to this, and we said this in the article many years ago, is that the technology is a means to an end, not an end in and of itself. Now, I presume that that takes shape by the fact that what doctors do is use this technology to go forward, but not for their own theory, but really to help the human in that process. So let me explain this. I wasn't planning to talk about it, but as Dean Helitzer started with it, I'm going to say that I did my genome and fundamentally changed my life. I did it with 23andMe, with Navigenics, with 2 other small companies, and with Illumina. As one of the early people in the field, I got lots of these for free, but paid several $1,000s for the last one. And for me, it changed my life in a way that was both good and bad. I had a problem after a long intercontinental flight. Back of my leg hurt, and I called my doctor, and it was pretty bad, and he said I had a spider bite. Well, I lived in Boston in a hermetically sealed high-rise at the time. I said,
Maybe not.
Maybe not. And I treated it as if it was a DVT. How and why, I don't know. I did my first genetic test right after that, and I'm positive for factor 2, which gives me a 7 times risk for DVTs. Not 1 month later, one of my cousins was hospitalized with a DVT and nearly died. That changed my life. Today is the only day this week that I'm not flying, so I'm not wearing my compression socks. And there was no question when I went back to my doctor, he said, wow. And he said, we have to treat you differently. Big, big deal. Second area, so people say, oh, you're raising healthcare costs. Second area is everyone in my family on my mom's side and my dad's side have high ocular pressure. So they looked at the gene for high ocular pressure, and I don't have it. I had been having exams every 6 months to look at the pressure in my eyes. I don't have the gene. Seemingly, since then everyone else did it. I seem to be one of 2 people in our whole extended family that don't have the gene. So I don't have to get my eye pressure checked any more than normal for my age. So now I get it checked every 5+ years. So good example of spending a little bit more money because of my clotting condition and spending less money because of the lack of genes. I won't bore you with the rest of the details, but for me at least, I was able to maybe better analyze it than most, but it really was a fundamental change. But how we use that data, to me, is the critical piece of putting the person in personalized medicine. I come primarily from the business side, or what's otherwise called the dark side. And one of the panelists said it earlier, we have to work with industry, I believe, to make the person stand out in a way that moves forward. But I don't think it's as simple as that. I think the core is actually about education. As I look at new technologies, and they're all made by humans, so I love what Dr. Crow said, it's not artificial intelligence or machine learning, it's the human teaching that. But if we look at how education and adoption happens, in my mind, it always starts with fear. And it starts with a fear of the new technology. It starts with a wondering about how is it going to change my life? And even if that changes for good, we know whether it's moving one office to another, people are always scared of change. They eventually come to terms with it and accept it. So I believe that this next area of the integration of humane technology, or keeping the person in focus, we have to acknowledge the fear, confront it, and educate on the potential for that technology going forward. And that, for me, includes everything from everybody doing their genome when they're born to gene editing to improve lives. There's a lot of scary things there that changes our society, and we know in not so distant history have changed cultures for the worse. But what I have seen, and I believe, is that we can't stop technology from moving forward. So we have to embrace that fear, talk about what that is, and not hope that it doesn't come to pass. The FDA, well, actually, I won't talk about the FDA because I have panelists who know it better than I do. So in moving forward, it's thrilling to be part of these kind of discussions, to bring different people together and indeed educate at a level that makes sense for each member of our society.
Thank you.
So I'm Ann Barker. I introduced myself earlier, but I'm co-director at ASU of Complex Adaptive Systems, and George Post, who was supposed to be sitting in this panel, is quite ill. Believe me, if you know Dr. Post, he would be here. I want to come back to this definition first of what we mean by personalized medicine. And by the way, we no longer call it personalized medicine.
I know.
It's precision medicine now. We are evolving. And it's been called everything from ethical medicine. I presume there was unethical medicine, I assume. But we're now at precision medicine. And I'll come back to why I think that's evolved. But this is a sort of a catchphrase for a way of thinking about medicine, in my opinion, because I'm going to start out by telling you we are not there by any stretch of the imagination. It's a little like the rest of advanced technologies. It's not that we aren't there in places. The future is here, but it's just not equally distributed yet. And I think it'll be a while before that happens. But precision medicine today is based on the following concept. We finished the sequence of the human genome at about 2004. We actually finished it a few times, but 2004 is the official date. And from that, it became pretty obvious that the genome was going to be very important in just about everything human.
from the way you look, the way you think, what goes up here, in terms of your CPU, everything was going to be related to the genome. It turns out that was almost true or quasi-true. It turns out the genome is very important, and I'll come back to this in a second, but it's not maybe even the most important thing. The issue is how the genome is translated and how the information flows in the systems that actually make up who you are. And, there's the genotype, the genome, and now we're thinking a lot about the phenotype. So the story you just heard from Mara is she took her genotype and she sorted through it and figured out phenotypically some of those things really mattered in her life. I should tell you that's not generally true, but mostly if you have your genome done by 23andMe, you are not getting your genome done. You're only getting the germline, okay? And that means that you're only looking at that which you might have inherited and might not have inherited. If you get your genome sequenced, it's still going to cost you probably $1,000 or more, and that will tell you all the somatic mutations you have after you're born, which is where most disease actually comes from. So going back to the story of the genome, Francis Collins and I, not long after we finished the genome, were sitting one day, and a lot of what was going on in the whole genome world was coming from cancer, MySpace, because we were desperately trying to figure out what oncogenes were, suppressor genes were. So there was lots of publishing, lots of noise in that space. And Francis and I were talking one day, and we said, we're going to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to literally hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of people to go sequence genes. Why don't we create a project to sequence all the cancer genomes? And I looked at him and I said, well, that's 1,000 human genome projects. That's going to take us a while. Anyway, we thought this through and we decided this was the right way to go. It would be cost effective, and we would be able to do this through the kind of teams that we knew we could build between the NCI and the National Human Genome Research Institute. So we did that. We launched that project called the Cancer Genome Atlas. We launched it in 2004 as a pilot, and we did the first 3 tumors actually we did were brain tumors, glioblastoma, ovarian cancer, and lung cancer. And then we finished that project last fall, and we had finished 33 tumors last year, including a lot of the rare cancers. And so it far exceeded anyone's expectations. Now I'm telling you that story because here's an example of technology that started pretty small with one genome, actually, and has exploded now. There are countries doing everyone's genome. The UK is doing 1 million people to start.
Middle Eastern countries
Everybody's,
are all doing it.
So the question is, what is this precision medicine we're talking about? It's essentially sorting out what it is about you that puts you at risk, for example, for certain disease, if certain molecular pathways are disrupted. So cancer, for example, is about dysregulation, starting with the genome, because the genes are perturbed or disrupted, but that gets translated into changes that go across 3-dimensional space over time. So we all live in a world that is not 2-dimensional. So I think the biggest challenge we all have is to stop thinking about the genome as the genome. It's really a 4-dimensional genome. And so it's how it's translated. Precision medicine is critically important, and I think it's really going to make a difference in our lives, we hope, because it's going to allow us to treat you very specifically for what's wrong with you, and you should get the drugs that should essentially cure or take care of your disease. That's the good news. The bad news is we don't really know how to identify what that means yet. So, for example, there are diseases that we know I can put you into a subclass. Take the GBM tumor that I talked about initially. We sequenced that tumor, first one we did, published that paper in 2008. There are 4 subtypes of GBM. Now, I should tell you, you're going to die from that disease in about 14 months, no matter what we do. But you can live up to 24 months. If you're in one of these 4 categories, we'll know a little bit more about how long you're going to live, what kind of quality of life you're going to have, et cetera. That hasn't made any difference in the longevity of GBM patients yet, because we don't know how to identify those patients. We really don't know how to identify patients even today. How many people have heard of this concept of immunotherapy now? It's everybody. It's on everybody's agenda because it's very expensive and it's getting a lot of attention because it can be curative in certain patients. It doesn't have a lot to do with the genome. It has everything to do with how the immune system and the genome actually interface in cancer. It's very much a complex system, but we don't know how to identify those patients either. So the issue with precision medicine is not, is it important? The answer is yes. The question that came up this morning, though, I thought was a really good one. You know, how do we think about this relative to how it impacts people? And I don't think we've spent nearly enough time on that space. And I think the whole issue of the human qualities here are going to have to be looked at much more carefully because, one, people's expectations are very high of these technologies, and they're not working for very many people yet. And it may be that they may not work for very many people at all in the future. We have to really see. We don't know yet. So I really am a great fan. I believe, as I said in my little comment this morning, most of my colleagues in biomedicine got into biomedicine to change the world for patients. They don't say it, but it's true. However, it's very easy to lose yourself in these very interesting problems and forget that that's what you're doing, that why you're doing this is to save the lives of people. And I'll just make one last comment. For cancer, as an example, why do we spend so much money in this country? My institute at the NIH, which is NIH is about a $39 billion budget. We have the largest budget at the NCI. It's about $5.7 billion. Why is that? Half of us, almost 43% of us, are going to get cancer. It's huge. And right now it'll take the lives of probably 560,000 people this year. 1.8 million people are going to be diagnosed. Globally, cancer is going up 70%. So if you look at the cost of cancer, not the human cost, the economic cost, it's staggering. For some countries, China has 350 million smokers. 40% of those people will get lung cancer. Taking care of a cancer patient is enormously expensive. So this is destabilizing economically. And on a global basis, it's almost totally destabilizing. So it's very important. Precision medicine is very important, but I think we're going to have to step back from this entire conversation and think a little bit more about what it means to our populations, especially the underserved populations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. I want to thank the organizers, Elizabeth Langland and Gaymon Bennett, and the Institute for Humanities Research, I'm sorry, for organizing this really interesting conference and for inviting me to participate. So I'll introduce myself a little bit before I make a few comments. As you might imagine, I prepared these comments a few days ago, and after listening to this morning's panel, I would want to alter a little bit what I say, so I'll augment it a bit, in part by way of introduction. So I am an English professor. That means that I am someone who thinks about how the world is made through representation, systems of representation, through narrative, through language, through performance. And to think about what it means to be human in this respect is quite different from what it might mean to be human in terms of the work that you do. And so I think it'll be very interesting to make a conversation about what you're doing and what Josie and I are doing during our session today. So I'm an English professor who decided to become a bioethicist. And the reason that I decided to become a bioethicist is that early on in my career, working with novels and narrative products, I began to develop and work in a new field that we call disability studies, because I wanted to think about the ethics involved in disability as a social justice initiative, and because I myself am a woman and also a person with a disability, I wanted to be able to build and contribute to that larger project, the project which is feminism and the project which is disability studies. And I concluded at some point that what I wanted to work against was what I call the logic of eugenics. And so I decided to study bioethics and to become a bioethicist. And I actually am taking a degree in bioethics. It's an interdisciplinary field. Josie shares my field. I really have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm attempting to make a conversation about eugenics and my concerns and the concerns we ought to have about how technology is reducing human variation. So that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about today. So I'm going to begin with two quotes. One comes from Stephen Jay Gould, who says, and I quote, "Variation itself is nature's only irreducible essence." The second quote I want to offer you comes from Oliver Sacks, who says, in a more garrulous way, "When people die, they cannot be replaced. They leave holes that cannot be filled, for it is the fate, the genetic and the neural fate of every human being to be a unique individual, to find his own path, to live his own life, and to die his own death." Now, these last words come to us as ultimate wisdom from two of the most significant contributors to human knowledge in our time. Both Stephen Jay Gould and Oliver Sacks were accomplished scientists. Gould, a paleontologist at Harvard, and Sacks, a neurologist from Oxford. And they translated their scientific knowledge into a capacious public contemplation about what it means to be human. They studied us, and they told us over and over, with more wonder than dismay, what they saw us to be. For decades, both men wrote to us with increasing urgency in the most influential venues for public conversation. And as each of them was dying from cancer, they offered us the same final conclusion that I just read you. Our biological distinctiveness is what matters most, both as we carry out our lives and as we do the work of being human. The variations that inflect our sameness, these scientists affirm, determine both our social and our evolutionary destiny. In other words, diversity is the essence of life. Now, how might such a claim from these contemporary wise men square with the troubled human history of gathering ourselves, and this is a reference, I was very glad to hear President Crow talk about this, the troubled human history of gathering ourselves into tribes, into tribes of imagined sameness, and often savagely turning upon those who we imagine as different from us? Why have we organized ourselves in communities ever suspicious of human variation, ever ready to recognize one another as foreigners and to attack each other on that account. This fact of human nature is perhaps the fundamental prompt for the knowledge-making enterprise that we think of as the humanities. Why do we kill one another is perhaps a more urgent question than why we die. Such a question underlies not only how we have organized ourselves into communities across time and place, it has offered us the occasion to contemplate our differences, most recently through the continuities and the contradictions of the ascendant concept of what historians call the late modern era. The wisdom of Gould and Sachs leads me to offer you today a definition of humane technology, the topic of our gathering here today and tomorrow. Humane technologies are those, I want to offer, that honor and accommodate the widest range of human variation. That means, then, designing and building a world shaped to fit human bodies, rather than attempting to shape bodies to fit the extant world. This means also developing an attitude of humility toward human biodiversity in imagining another's life and how we live. This means resisting a notion of technological progress which continually identifies human diversity in terms of new disease and continually seeks to standardize human minds and bodies according to the traits valued by the majority. We should remember that we do not know what counts as advantage or disadvantage in the long arc of human history. As the geneticist and Nobel laureate Mario Capecci said to me, and I quote, "The purpose of evolution is to anticipate the unexpected." In the phrasing of the philosopher Jürgen Habermas, we should create an environment in which people grow rather than making them as we think they should be. We should devote technology to the humane goal of providing every human being with a genuinely open future to develop into a distinct and a particular individual. We should design and build our shared world, then, to accommodate the widest range of human distinctiveness and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have our last, I don't want to say last, I don't like that, final speaker.
Hi, everyone. It's probably obvious that I didn't grow up in this country, but I've lived here for quite a long time. I'm originally from New Zealand, and I've worked in the area of bioethics for about 16 years. And as I said in my question earlier today, that means that I actually have to do interdisciplinary work constantly, like there isn't really a different way of doing it. And so I'm always having to read all different kinds of things. I taught myself to read scientific articles and genetics papers and economics papers and you name it. And it sounds cool when I just said it, right? But it's actually primarily a feeling of drowning, right? Because you're just constantly reading stuff that you don't fully understand and then trying to put it together. So it only sounds good here, just right now. Mostly it feels really impossible. And like you just don't know anything, actually. So I work in this field, and I came to it from an interest in law and philosophy. So my background is in law, and I also have a master's in bioethics, so I kind of brought those things together. And the reason I guess I'm on this panel is because I've done a lot of work that looks at ethical policy and legal practice issues in genetics. I also work in reproductive issues and assist reproductive technologies, which sometimes is about genetics. So you can cut the pie up a few different ways. But If there was ever an area of technology that is presented as inevitable and extraordinary, it might be genetics research and genetic technologies, right? So one of you mentioned that, we might have concerns about this, but it's coming, which is an inevitability narrative, right? That this is like this, and so, which is, I'm going to suggest is actually you're making a normative argument that, this is an area that was, and is extraordinary, right? Like this is like the essence of human beings. It's been called the blueprint for life. It's, actually quite often I get pushback from people in genetics when I start asking questions because they say, you're doing it genetic exceptionalism, you're treating genetics as if it's special. And I was like, you just told me that it's the blueprint for life, the essence of human beings. So it's all often presented in a positive way as extraordinary, inevitable, revolutionary. And so it has a lot of, hype around it, I think, and a lot of enthusiasm. And so, half the time people in bioethics, their role is to sort of raise their hand and ask some questions that don't sound very enthusiastic. And I'm going to play that role here, even though I think I'm actually pretty enthusiastic about a lot of technologies. But I'm going to play some of that pushback role here. I'm not pushing back against cancer genetics. There may be, in fact, critical things to say about cancer genetics and its sort of social role and stuff. I don't know what they are. It's not my... I'm very interested in reproductive uses. I'm interested in gene editing and prenatal testing, pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, some of the things that Rosemary raised around eugenics, because that's a very real history and that needs to be very present in the discussion. So in response to the prompt with this conference and this meeting, I did try to figure out what's the issue that I am most concerned about, or what am I trying to bring to the table? And one of the things I've been working on over time is fleshing out and seeing if we can act on values and concerns or goals that are difficult to articulate and that don't hold a lot of legitimacy in a neoliberal society. So let me say a little bit more about what that looks like in my area of research. If you think about things like gene editing, especially gene editing of future persons, prenatal testing, pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, you're really talking about technologies that seem to promise control, that seem to promise choice, which are two things that have a huge amount of positive associations in our society, and that are easy for us to understand and talk about together and agree. And in fact, in the reproductive area, choice and control are things that women have fought for a long time, to have any choice and control, right, in reproduction. So it might be surprising to find that those things are actually perhaps not 100% positive at the end of the day, right? So what I see in the areas of prenatal genetics and things like egg freezing as well, so some kind of reproductive technologies, is that choice and control, empowerment, those narratives are used to sell those products to people, women, not because choice and control are the things that the companies selling the products are primarily interested in. They're just marketing strategies for the technologies, just like self-knowledge is a marketing strategy for 23andMe. You may not have learned very much, but they learn from you, right? So it's sort of neither here nor there what you got out of it, really, because you paid them to further their research.
So I learned.
Yeah, you're not the customer, you're the product.
Well, you're the customer who is also, yes, both. So it's totally amazing. Let me just speak a little bit about what I'm talking about, these some of these values or concerns that don't have much purchase. So I've said that things like control and choice do have a lot of purchase and people understand them easily. But of course, when you talk about reproductive technologies, you also hear from ordinary people, walk outside, but maybe in this room too, that when you ask people if they have any concerns or questions, they will say things like, well, isn't that playing God? Often they'll put a question mark at the end, isn't that playing God? I don't really know what that means. Or is it against nature? Or is it sort of not really what parenting is meant to be like? Isn't that really kind of contrary to what, aren't children a gift? People sometimes say. And in my field, for a while, those kinds of concerns were completely dismissed. The concern about human dignity, which is also sometimes raised in the area of genetics and bioethics, was dismissed as meaningless, as nebulous, as vague. Stephen Pinker came up earlier. He absolutely detests any of these kinds of phrases as kind of essentially like, I think, anti-progress and but there are things that people still today, if you survey people, as people often do, are doing on things like this latest gene editing scandal in China, people will express these exact kinds of concerns. Aren't we playing God? Isn't it too much control? Is it really kind of anti-children as a gift? And in my field, it was dismissed. So I've tried to I was tempted to dismiss those ideas too, right? Like there was a period of time where I was a complete consequentialist and I thought those things didn't matter. But I've tried to take them a bit more seriously and ask myself and try to investigate, like, what if playing God for non-religious people actually might mean something? And I've tried to develop arguments just to sort of spin those ideas out and see what might be going on behind them. So, for instance, I've argued that, playing God might not actually be anything about a deity or some sort of extraordinary kind of force that you're worried about usurping, but just a concern that taking on extraordinary and unprecedented control over one's children might actually be something that would feel wrong or that was somehow in violation of the role of the parent. So the playing God concern in the context of something like genetics writ large might seem to appeal to a deity, but if you're a prospective parent, the playing God concern could just be about your own role in creating a new person and how much control you want to have. And I think that having concerns about that make a lot more sense in the parenting situation. Like, it's a good place to explore these concerns around excessive control, because you can more easily, I think we can more easily imagine what might be a downside of a parent who seeks to control their child in different ways and control who their child is, than it is for us to understand that concept at the level of like a society or even about ourselves. So parenting is a nice construct for recognizing that there is something to be said for not being in control of everything. It's an experience that people value partly for the surprise that is built into it. And so it's a place where some of these concerns about playing God or going against nature can feel more accessible to us than given the kind of social constructs that we usually work with. That's not to say that I'm in favour of arguing that people should accept, cancer genetics or even some of the hereditary conditions that people do PGD for, but it's the progression from genetic testing for Tay-Sachs disease or Lesch-Nyman's, or you name everybody's favourite terrible genetic condition that very few people are going to argue for accepting, to the kind of prenatal or preconception testing that would look for things like genes associated with high IQ. So it's not the case. Not the case that is a science fiction possibility anymore. There are, in fact, panels of tests that can look for genes of small effect associated with IQ and can actually give a score based on likelihood of educational attainment. And so the idea that you could screen embryos for high or low IQ likelihood is actually very real, and it's very close. And so we quickly are going to move from a world in which prenatal testing or pre-implantation genetic diagnosis was used to look for really, really dreadful conditions, to one in which it really is much closer to this, what was sort of a dystopian kind of science fiction fantasy of actually giving people selection and choice and control over things that are more complex, like intelligence or height or athletic ability. So for a long time, if I mentioned those things, people were like, that's Gattaca and you're just making that up and it's never going to happen. We don't have a gene for intelligence, but now we have a whole lot of thousands of genes of small effect that we can add up to give a score that's associated with intelligence. And so it's absolutely the case that those things are going to be marketed to parents and sold to parents as empowering, as choice-driven, as allowing you to control your reproduction, your pregnancy, and your family, which are things that people will easily understand and that are easy to market. And it's important that we can articulate in response some of the things that we think might be lost in the process. And so that's the work that I'm most interested in doing now.
And can I comment on one thing?
You can go ahead. Now we're going to open it up.
Because that is fascinating. It's just a story about Tay-Sachs.
most common in Ashkenazi Jews. And one rabbi, about 30 years ago, had 12 children, and 10 of them died of Tay-Sachs. And this is a community that virtually 100% of marriages are done through, they're not open marriages, they're done through a matchmaker. So he decided, and which is now virtually 100% used, every child in the Orthodox community gets a genetic test at 16 now for 12 Jewish diseases. And in one generation, the number of Tay-Sachs babies in the US and close around the world went from 40 a year to 2. Ethical? I mean, pretty interesting. If there's a love match, he gets very upset. And there has to be a lot of genetic testing very quickly. In the Middle East, where many of the same mutations exist, you have to take a test before you get married. And then the marriages are thumbs up or thumbs down. Sounds very good, but to give you the sense of how this is used, the deaf community, because there are genes for hereditary deafness, said, wait a second, we actually want children who can understand the condition that mom and dad have. So we would like to use this technology to ensure that our child indeed is deaf. Is that good for those who are not hearing impaired, as most of us maybe? We say, oh my God, you can't do that.
Oh, I don't.
But
or not
others,
vaccinate your children.
Yeah, or not. Yeah, I'm not even getting into that. But others say, well, wait a second, that's a deficit from our society. So the test that you're talking about, and I was involved in a company that looked at genome from mom and dad, and we predicted the diseases the child would have or not have. And it was quite surprising. I mean, and that's not science fiction, it's being sold today. To decide how to use that technology. Personally, I believe we're in the fourth industrial revolution now, and there's no way to stop it, back to that piece. So when you have your genome done, today you can turn off the Alzheimer's gene and not find out if you have it. I think increasingly the millennials and the next generation it's going to be very hard to turn data off. So we have to deal with the reality.
So that brings me to a dynamic that I think I'd like to put on the table. So, I have a law degree, and so when I came into bioethics, I was like, all right, now what can I ban? What can I recommend we ban, right? Like, I've got this tool which I would like to use. And more over time, and people are often asking people in our field, can you give me an up-down on this technology, right? Like gene editing in embryos, good or bad? And we've actually, as a field, created a whole bunch of red lines, like no heritable modifications, no research on embryos after this phase, none, with these red lines in the sand, no cloning for reproductive purposes, that I think are actually really misguided. And what they've done is tried to give people very simple, simplistic tools for discerning good from bad, right from wrong, when the truth is probably that there will be a lot more of grey zones in between where we really need to think. And no one likes to hear that because it's much more time consuming to have to actually think through something and muddle through it and make these decisions. But heritable genetic modification is a great example of a technology that, I think yesterday there was an article published asking for a moratorium on human gene editing. Not clear what, the different people signing on probably for different reasons, but in there is the possibility that it's just inherently morally wrong to make a heritable change. And all you need is one really compelling case of where a heritable change would be good, and it can seem as if you've flipped from bad to good, right? But what if the truth was actually somewhere in between, that there might be some cases where it makes sense to do all other things being worked out, but there might be a lot of cases where it's much harder to figure out, and or people might rightly not want to do it, or we need to make room for for people to choose what might be a counterintuitive position to some, like choosing for deafness, which I think is a perfectly reasonable thing for somebody to choose to do.
I think it goes back to the original point that Mara made, which is I think everybody fears technology initially. Think of the stem cell debates we had early on. And now nobody thinks at all about using stem cells. And Same thing was true with gene therapy. And now, there's not that we don't have still.
I mean, I think that everybody is
but
very enthusiastic about genetics.
Yes,
Actually,
yes,
I don't think
yes.
there's a lot of fear in the fact that
Not anymore.
But IVF isn't.
There was initially.
genetics, but at this point, genetics it's gone too far in the other direction. So now people think it's fun.
Yeah.
Like it's literally being sold to people as a fun thing that you can do to like find out fun facts about your fun ancestry that you didn't know about, right? And that's also completely misleading. That is not what this is primarily, and it's kind of getting sort of whitewashed into like this just fun thing. Like there are companies selling genetic tests to tell you what kind of wine you like, right? So that's not what they're doing actually, right? They're not actually, like that's not their business model.
I thought that was a pretty good application.
So that's kind of, now it's like this super fun thing.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, I think that it runs the spectrum, that there are companies that are just about the fun of which wine works best for you, and they're just selling wine, and that's all that it's about.
But the data they're collecting are probably not using for wine research.
I mean, some are and some aren't, but I think that your broader point is that we have to understand the implications of this and not to pretend the fun aspects are where it's going to end. Is that fair?
Yeah, that is. And also to note that, like, I think I love Chris Keldy's idea about feral technologies and everything, but like my immediate thought in most of these contexts is not about the technology being feral, but about the people who are pushing the technology. So, ferals, I mean, there's so much power built into the, there are interesting uses of power in this field and in this area, and a lot of power resting with, companies in Silicon Valley that do the tests out of their laboratories, some of them big, some of them small, and they're not integrated into, I mean, the big problem for me was that I feel like I talked to a whole bunch of people at NIH and other, academic researchers, but like the companies are just doing their own thing. Yeah. It's not, that's where the gap is. I don't have I don't have a disciplinary gap between me and people in other disciplines. It's between people in this area and people in commerce that there's a big gap.
We're kind of hybridizing technology and products. And, I see technology as something that is pervasive and actually can bring paradigm shifts. Whereas, products, people really do push products. I mean, as I said before earlier, pharma companies, if you turn on any kind of commercial today, 2 out of 3 are going to be from pharmaceutical companies. And talk about bringing, the humanities to something. Talk about people selling things, one that drives me insane is the one from, I won't say who, but it has to do with lung cancer. And you can live longer.
Yeah.
Doesn't say you'll live much longer. Doesn't say that you may live longer at all. It just says you can live longer. That's kind of a misuse of what I think is a pretty good advance in terms of what we're able to do for lung cancer patients. But to, by and large, most of those patients their lives are not going to change that much.
Not that much, but I know which ad, and I actually was part of making the companion diagnostic for that ad. Yeah. But I think that what you're bringing up is, at least in the US and to a large extent around the world, drugs are heavily regulated on approval, lightly regulated on price.
Right.
Diagnostics are 180 degrees different.
Right. That's why we don't have any good ones.
Exactly. We have some, but they're heavily regulated on price and lightly regulated on approval. Right. So your point that you're dealing with Silicon Valley, and we've seen whether it's with Theranos, TV shows on tonight, or other parts of the diagnostic continuum, is you need almost no approvals to start a diagnostic company. The technology is very easy to get into, and the regulations are such that you need very little. Drugs, 100%, 180 degrees different. So while I'm a, diagnostic enthusiast, I agree that it's a little scary that you get companies coming in that can give you, quote, answers and change your care without having any appropriate oversight on their quality.
Actually, what I said in my opening comments is, in terms of precision medicine, the issues around precision medicine in terms of delivery have little to do with what we can do with the technology relative to changing the delivery, et cetera. It has to do with identifying the people who will benefit versus those who won't. And that is essentially a function of a lack of diagnostics. And to Mara's point, this has been a field that has been dominated by the academics for decades. And we've published literally hundreds of thousands of discoveries of targets. And we approve about one diagnostic new biomarker per year since 1993. In oncology, we use probably around 10 or so in the clinic.
Yeah.
And this is like a discovery engine that is, a gulf that's so wide you can't imagine, but it funnels down to almost nothing when you get into the regulatory space. And it's just the reverse for the therapeutics world. Plus, Mara can make a diagnostic, which will cost her $100 million. And I can go in my lab and kind of knock it off for $10 and sell the same diagnostic.
Almost literally.
Yeah. And that happens every day. So it's really not a field you want to go into if you want to make money, obviously. So.
Other than the companies I'm in.
We should probably let our moderator get back in this conversation.
So I just, I really appreciate this discussion. I was thinking about what you were saying and the idea of choosing to give birth only to children with certain characteristics. So are we really thinking about history and the future and the impact of these decisions? For example, in China, when they had a one-child policy and most people valued male children more than female children, now 20, 30, 40 years later, they don't have enough children to continue to grow the population. So were they thinking about that? The individual, of course, who valued male children were probably not thinking about that. Was the government thinking about that when they made this policy? So what are we going to look like 20, 30, 40 years later from, deciding that all of our children should be of high IQ?
Well, I think one of the risks is that we'll frame it as individuals choosing what was best for them and ignore the extent to which those decisions are really dramatically shaped by policies and practices that are beyond the individual. So if you live in a culture, let's say, that doesn't value people with brown skin and undervalues them compared to people with white skin, and you choose to do gene editing on your embryos to make them paler, we can just frame that as an individual choice for what you thought was best for your family. And maybe even like something that we should be helping fund, right? So that we're empowering you more and you can frame the whole thing in a way that makes it sound really both the sort of decision of the individual, but also as something that one would have no business trying to influence or regulate, and just ignore all of the policies and practices that over time that have built the society and aren't combating those pressures. So, one way of saying is that individuals in China had this preference for boys, right? But the other way of saying is that they were in a culture which, I think that actually probably Chinese culture did quite a bit to establish equality between the sexes as a result of their political ideology. But I just worry a lot of the time that it's down to individuals, right? And that as individuals get sort of blamed or tasked. So it's you have infertility, age-related infertility, well, you should have frozen your eggs, right? You had that option, we empowered you with that choice, we even gave you some money by the company so that you could do it, and so if you don't do it, then it's your fault, and everything's just about the individual, and no one's paying any attention to all the policies and practices and norms around that made that situation what it is. So that's one of my big worries, is that the future is this future in which we just don't see it's all about individual choice, and we just keep framing everything in that way.
But can I ask you if it's not the individual? Sorry.
Rosemary knows.
Thank you. I'd like to open up the conversation a little bit. I was a bit afraid that this is how it would go. To think about the earlier panel and to think about what President Crow said to us earlier today, I was struck by the unanimity of the earlier panel in making what I would call a lament that has been made much in our modern era. The Romantics began with this lament about how technology and the advance of modernity or civilization, whatever we want to call it, was going to ruin the world. And so we have that strand of thinking, the machine in the garden, if you will, and the fall of man, if you will, in tension with what I think was interesting that President Crow said this morning, and that is, this is the best time to be alive in all of human history. Now, as someone who works toward, let's say, justice for groups that have been, let's say, marginalized or subjugated, which is one of the premises of feminism and women and gender studies, as well as disability studies, one of the things that's important to recognize is that there has never been a better time in the world than right now, right here, to be a person with a disability. The laws that we think of as the whole legal structure and set of policies that come from the human and civil rights movement have increased the quality of life for people with disabilities and women and people understood as ethnic and racial minorities to a point where inclusion and diversity are actually understood as social moral values now and are being carried out in ways that they never have been before. At the very same time, we have an increasing pressure to standardize all of us, to make us all the same in some way. And it's the tension between the freedom to be an individual and the promise of egalitarianism, which says we're all alike. And it might be interesting for us to reflect a little bit about how these kinds of technologies that we're talking about inflect that kind of a dilemma that we are in at this very moment, that contradiction.
So I want to comment on that because I think if you start thinking about the topic of this group, actually it was precision medicine. And, you know, if I think about precision medicine, it really does celebrate the individual. Because it says that up to this point in our history, we've been delivering standard of care. If you come in today, for example, let's say that you have colon cancer, and I could use any other, you could use inflammatory bowel disease, you could use any number of diseases.
Breast cancer.
You will be treated with standard of care. Standard of care means essentially that these particular agents have been looked at in a lot of clinical trials, and a group of physicians got together, overseen by a few bureaucrats, and they've come up with a care regimen that is what you're going to get. That's it. That's what you're going to get. Now, I should tell you, in cancer, for example, up to this point, about a decade ago, we were delivering only standard of care, which was mostly chemotherapy. Only about 35 to 37% of chemotherapy actually works in patients. We don't know which 35% or 40%, whatever number you want to believe, but it doesn't work for 70%. And that's what precision medicine's all about. And really the reason I wanted to be at this meeting was I think the humane aspect of precision medicine could really change the world. And so I really want the humanist in this space because it is the best day you've ever going to. I mean, if you lived at the beginning of the last century, you'd be dead. I mean, you wouldn't even have a chance of being here. You know, your survival was only going to be in the 40s or 50s. So it is the best chance we've ever had. And I think as we go forward, if we can bring these communities together so that the underserved, for example, have as much access as people who are able to buy their way into college, you know, then I think it's going to really be an enormous advance for civilization. So, but we have to sort out how we put the individual at the center of this, not the technology.
So I think that's a really good time to move it out to the audience and to ask your questions to the panel.
Are you moderating?
Am I moderating? He has his hand up.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry, too much conditioning in school. I want to follow up on this direct discussion and say, we often get caught up in sort of, is this good, is it bad, is there progress or not? And there are a lot of the questions are how things get managed in between. And Rosemary's question about, I think she used the phrase inflecting, that there are various ways in which the discussion might change. So let me ask a version of that. That involves how these technologies and practices are likely to change our conversations and thinking about who has the authority to make decisions about whom. I've thought about that more in the gene editing case than in personalized medicine, but I think it applies in both of them with things like we have been for a fairly long time trying to moderate our thinking on the reason parents have control over medical decisions of their children. We've moved away from a sort of strict property right thinking, but not completely, and property right remains the foundation for so much, which is an issue with paternity rights and a whole million sort of things, but is also the underpinning for parents being able to make decisions about potential actions on their children's health. And so my question is not sort of what's right or wrong, but is the conversation and the movement that's been going on in general away from strict property rights towards thinking, for example, of stewardship or something else, likely to be changed by the availability of the new technologies and the extent to which making choices that are gene editing choices is currently grounded in the property right logic, not the stewardship logic, since the stewardship logic says you get the child you get, and rather than the one you alter because your embryo is your property. So how do you think these kinds of issues might play out, which aren't either or kinds of issues, but a sort of what should we then do about the question of who makes decisions?
I'll just take one small cut at that, and I think my colleague will probably have an answer on the property question. But so one thing that I didn't say that I should have said about precision medicine is only possible because now medicine is information. Everything is, your genome is digital. So we're collecting lots and lots and lots of digital information and a certain amount of analog information, not nearly enough information about people yet, obviously. But IBM, of course, saw the promise of this, that if I could just build the right AI and I could get enough data about patients, then I could tell your physician what to give you. Well, that's exactly what they did, and we find out, after a few patients haven't done all that well, that, the AI was not nearly as good as the physician at making that call. So I think the risk here is since the whole of biology and now biomedicine is information, your disease will be about information. And a lot of this is going to be done algorithmically and in an AI world. And how much of that decision-making do you give away until you know whether or not the system is the system that you actually want or need? And that's going to be our biggest problem going forward, I think, because patients have to trust in areas where they have no history of trusting.
I think Craig is bringing up a really important question about the nature of liberty and the conflict between liberty and the common good in modern egalitarian societies. This example that you brought up, Deborah, of how we use reproductive technologies or reproductive liberty to, on the one hand, encourage and permit people to make the families they want to make and to make the lives and live the lives that they want to live. And this is liberty interest that is really important. But at the same time, this comes into a conflict with the common good. So we have these problems that have arisen with reproductive technologies and its availability so that now the technology that is able to identify sex, which is a very basic reproductive technology, is being used in ways that violate the common good, in the sense that we are changing the distribution between men and women born into some areas in some societies, and it's creating one unintended consequence, and that is violence, because it has created a underclass, a disenfranchised class of young men. And we know in human history that almost all of the violence perpetrated in all of human history is done by disenfranchised classes of young men. So it's an enormous set of questions about producing and regulating and thinking about technologies and how we use them and what it might mean for them to be humane or inhumane.
Also, I don't know if we really know what it would look like for people to make decisions based solely on liberty interests, right? Like to basically follow their own values.
Well, right.
Because we don't know. I mean, in America, the issue isn't probably going to be sex imbalances. It's that it actually is the case that a lot of people say, well, because America doesn't have sex imbalances, it's okay to do sex selection here, right? Because then people are just doing it for their own like individual reasons because they want to have a boy and a girl or whatever. And what's not then further interrogated is like, to what extent is your decision to freely choose sex selection just itself shaped by a whole bunch of really I think, wrong and damaging norms about what boys and girls are and how they're different and what it would mean to have one versus the other and all of these other things, right? And this entire structure that seems to place a lot of significance on whether or not a baby is a boy or a girl, not to value one over the other, but just to sort of maintain that dichotomy. So I don't really think we know what, or it sort of doesn't make sense to me in a way to even totally think that you could get that you could know when you were seeing someone making a decision that was just about them and one that was in the public good, because you're sort of excluding all of the factors that create the pressures to do those things in the first place. So I would like to see us trying to free up decision making around reproductive stuff, and by that I mean like better supporting people to have so there's this version of reproductive justice that says that it's not just about being able to choose not to have a child, it's also to be able to choose to have a child, how many to have, and have the freedom to raise them. And so if you actually, we don't really know what it would look like to have a culture or a society that where women were truly free to choose whether to continue a pregnancy, including whether to continue a pregnancy after a diagnosis of some kind of genetic disability, because we haven't created a society in which it's perfectly fine to have a child with a disability, right? Like it's still an uphill, even if it's better than it was, there is still like discrimination and like you have to fight more with your school system and all of these things. So we haven't freed up the decision making yet to see what people would do if they were just acting on their own values. Just don't know.
Question? Here, I'll take.
Yes, sure. Questions and humane technology.
Well, this has been really fascinating, and since I was on the first panel, I welcomed Ann Barker's comment about information, because it creates this bridge that there is a merger of the digital and the biomedical that suggests that humanists might have some common responses across these domains. And I also think that in the biomedical area, the bar is much lower for predictive and anticipatory tools. Within the digital domain, these predictive and anticipatory tools seem really troublesome. So one question is, how do we grapple with the acceptance of these analytics in the biomedical area and perhaps use them less? The other thing, and I don't want to harp on this again, I did mention this in the first, is that we're in a political culture where abortion, which is a technology to me, it's an interventionist technology, is deeply divisive and possibly a few years from now will be largely illegal in the United States. So it really is troubling to me the presumption that in this body politic of ours, notwithstanding what Dr. Crow says, that the states get to regulate it. Well, geez, if the states get to regulate it, we know very clearly 35, 40 states, it's gone. So I'm not sure so that leaves 10. So maybe 10 states will have gene editing, maybe 10 states will have all this stuff, but this is no joke. If you want to see a political battle that is like abortion, you'll have it here, because this is an anti-technological movement. And so I'm surprised that there's a lack of voicing of concern that many of these techniques will be banned. Many of them will be deemed irreligious, anti-Christian, and that it will just take one, maybe, trigger to it. The other interesting thing is about how it's the right wing, Santorum and Palin, most famously, bragged about how they wanted to have disabled children and that God meant for them to have these. And so you just have in the US a lot of confusion about this, and I'm surprised that you're not more concerned about the maelstrom that might result from these technologies starting to be more widely used.
I'll start from an industry point of view. I think you mentioned a number of good points, although I will say abortion is probably the exception here, where if I start back with fear, and I remember Louise Brown and the first IVF baby, and that's what, 30 years ago? 40 years ago, and lots of states talked about banning IVF. And now you could be in an elevator in a mall and people brag that said, I just had my embryos implanted, let's walk slowly. I heard that last week. I'm sort of imagining it falling out, but anyway. So I can't make sense of the abortion debate, which seems to cut harder and in a more difficult way than any others. But as Ann mentioned, whether you look at stem cells, and it wasn't that long ago that people were debating that, that's probably 20 or 30 years ago. I believe if we live with it, we will understand and embrace the fear to then get to education. But the reason I mention the industrial complex is there is so much money there for good, bad, or indifferent. When stem cells were in real danger during the beginning of the Reagan administration, there was enough money to say, fine, we won't take federal dollars. And I think that is a huge factor here, that there is enough money that comes from Google on advertising and other things that ends up, and Google wants to become a medical company. I believe they'll make some very large acquisitions in that space. Yeah, because I started with the fourth industrial revolution. If you go back, we talked about the first, second, and third, people were terrified. What does this mean? We won't have food. When we started industrialization, that nobody was working on the farm. And lo and behold, that wasn't the problem. We talked about GMO. The reality is you can argue a lot about GMO, but all our foods have some sort of genetic modification. And our lifespans are longer than they were before, local foods. I think we can't stop it. And the diagnostics business, I've said this a lot, is an information business with a wet lab on the side. The wet lab and what happens there is completely generic. But the only exception I'll give you is abortion, because I thought when I was a kid we would have gone through it. But I think people will call eugenics, people will be challenged by this.
Exceptional doesn't indicate much. What about this?
But it'll take 2 generations.
Information as the bridge between these two vast domains.
Yeah, I really think we're at almost a tipping point, if you would, in this. I think not just in our country, but I think globally, because never in the history of the world have we had this kind of information about individuals. And
Exactly.
This many individuals. Now, when you start talking about risk, if you want to sit back and think about risk, some of that information, enough of it compiled in the right hands, could be an extraordinary bad thing for civilization, no question about it. I mean, if you want to do very bad things to people, you need the kind of information that we are now creating. And no one is actually overseeing that. And so when I say even something like all of my colleagues got into biomedicine for all the right reasons, and I work on cancer. I'm trained in, I trained in physics and biology, but I changed when I saw my own family die of cancer, and I've lost them all to cancer, but that's what compelled me, and that really compels most people. And that's why you start to look at the human side of this if you're actually faced with it. That's why I suggested this morning that I think these communities ought to come together. The humanist and the survivor communities have exactly the same ideas. And that matters a lot on Capitol Hill. But I think information, and that's what the world is becoming very quickly. We have created more by, I think, something like 85% or thereabouts of all of the information in biomedicine has been created in the last 5 years. We have analyzed 1% of it. So the Googles of the world own a big piece of that, and they're going to own more of it. So we've got to get these teams balanced out so that the information becomes used for the right ways, in the right ways for the right things. And the only thing I fear is that in certain hands, in certain governments, could go very wrong.
And I do want to say that in making an argument for the ethics of valuing human variation, I certainly am not suggesting that I want to outlaw abortion or limit reproductive liberty. Just to be clear, because that ends up being a place where the conversation goes very often. But rather, what I would advocate is, in some sense, what was discussed in the earlier panel, and that is creating and making available more narratives of what a good life might be or what a livable life might be. And of course, in part, the two, if you will, discourses that work against that are the discourse of commerce and the discourse of medicine in the sense of preventing and eliminating disease. So what I would advocate is to think through a little bit more clearly, as I suggested, what might count as disease and what might count as a livable life. And those are questions that humanists are asking. And that's why I think a conversation like this is a good one.
Just about abortion in the US especially, I think it's in the reproductive technology space, it's an unusual example because almost all the other reproductive technologies are more or less embraced, sometimes surprisingly, right? Like you have, states where they can't pass a personhood amendment because of the fact that it would sort of inadvertently shut down IVF in those states, and people who are anti-abortion might still be pro-IVF because it's pro-family. It's right. So you end up with these. So abortion is an unusual issue here, and I think it's more of a class issue than it is like an issue about technology.
What do you mean?
That the people who are going to be affected by abortion bans are primarily people without the means to work around the abortion bans, right? Unless it's illegal in every single state in the US, it will be the case that the people who can't access abortion, as it already is today. I think back in the 1980s, Justice Ginsburg said that one of the ironies of the post-Roe v. Wade world is that abortion is as inaccessible to poor women of colour as it was before Roe v. Wade. It didn't make any difference, and it's worse today. So that's an issue where you have this, I think, a class issue being like the big driver of the impact of that kind of thinking. But one of the things I worry about that I was trying to express before was that if you have the idea that if you marry the political religious position with the technology use or not technology use, you end up with this weird thing where it seems to be the case that the only people who would terminate, use prenatal testing and access abortion or who would say no to it are the political conservatives and the religious, right? So if you say that it becomes associated with it, but that saying no to the technology or not using the technology to its fullest becomes associated with religious and political positions, then it must be that, like, if you're not religious, you're conservative politically or conservative religiously, then you would use them, right? And then the assumption is that the rest, everyone else, will have prenatal testing and will have a termination. And I feel like that's just as scary to me, almost, as its opposite, because the truth is much more nuanced than that, and people should be thinking it through, not thinking, well, I'm a political liberal, therefore I must be someone who would A, do prenatal testing, and B, terminate an affected pregnancy. Like, it's sort of like a path you have to go down, rather than something that you would actually think through. So then it's like amazing here how these things can get associated with political positions.
Let's take Gaymon.
Great. Thank you so much for this discussion. So a quick comment and then a question. The comment just goes back to this point about the digitization of biology, which I think is such an important domain to be thinking about for lots of reasons. But one of them is the question that Rosemarie has raised around the question of standardization and variation, or I would call it normalization and variation. That there's the unseen factor in this talk of precision medicine is I can know exactly who you are only because I'm reading you in relationship to all of this other data. So there's this drive toward a kind of normalization, which has an old history in public health and other areas. So normalization has an upside, but its downside are some of the questions that you've been raising. So that's just a comment. Then a question maybe that relates to it. What is it that we want to be precise about in precision medicine? I know it started out around genomics and things associated with genomics, but I come out of anthropology with the background being medical anthropology, and part of the impulse in that tradition of thinking is the closer you can get to an individual life, the more you can make good judgments about their health conditions and health outcomes. So when we're talking about precision medicine and the power of precision medicine, what are some of the things we want to be precise about besides just people's DNA?
Well, I think you raise a really good point, because I think we're in the early we're at the beginning of the beginning in this space. And what we're focused on now is the molecular biology, not necessarily human qualities. And if I take oncology as an example, you will rarely find an oncologist that will not fight to the death to keep you alive. I mean, that's just the way of the world of oncology is. Most oncologists are trained to keep fighting. We have that, we have that war metaphor that drives us in oncology. And I don't know of a cancer patient who's ever diagnosed that doesn't say, I'm going to fight this. That's what they say. And they're fighting quite a horrible enemy, but that's the way they feel. What we haven't done that I think will need to be done is, over time, is to balance this molecular approach with what that individual actually values and what that individual actually needs. And, having a discussion about the fact that you're actually going to die, and, you're going to die in 2 months. I don't know if you saw it, maybe this week or last week. There was an instance where someone was, a lot of telemedicine now, especially, and you probably saw this, right? So this guy only had, he had complete lung failure, and anyway, he was delivered the message that he had essentially virtually no time to live. He was going to die very quickly. That was delivered via a teleprompter or a television set via telemedicine. And his family was outraged, absolutely outraged, that he received, his death notice essentially via telemedicine. That's going to happen because of the numbers of people we have in this country. To Michael's point earlier, we never really figured on a population like this. So how do we, I think there are all kinds of issues with how we train physicians, how we actually deliver information, how we have oncologists especially to begin to work with families and individuals to get what they want, not necessarily just standard of care or just let's deliver to you the biggest and best. Because if you ask any cancer patient, do you want the latest and greatest, they will always say yes. 100% of the time. And even if it costs $250,000, I've seen people say, I'll sell my house, we'll sell everything we own to do this. And so we have to have this discussion, I think, as a society. What are we going to do? Because 10,000 of us are turning 65 every single day. And there is going to be enough Alzheimer's and cancers in our population to economically devastate this country. So that conversation has to be held now. In Japan, who's ahead of us on the aging curve, they're already withholding chemotherapies for terminal patients. And you can see this coming. And, we don't want to talk about death panels. No, we don't want to ever have that conversation. But we are going to have conversations about who we treat and how we treat and when we stop treating. And that, I think, is the question that we have not dealt with. And I think in my space, oncology, it's one that has to be dealt with.
But can I add to, I rarely disagree with you, but I'm going to disagree a little bit, because to me, precision, and I still call it personalized medicine, is truly personalized. My dad died 2 months ago, probably of lung cancer, as many patients broke his hip, pneumonia, etc. He was desperate for somebody to give him information on the computer. And when he got his diagnosis, he had to go into, he worked full time. He was in 5 meetings. He had things to do. He knew he was 91. And, everybody wanted him to go into the city, go into a doctor's office, to go sit there and to go wait in a waiting room for an hour and a half for a doctor to say, you have 6 months to live. He said, I'm 91. If I didn't have cancer, I probably only have 2 years to live statistically. He would have absolutely loved that.
I know, I'm agreeing with you. And so what I'm saying is we aren't training physicians to be able to do that. We're not training physicians to say,
okay,
you won't see me again. But, if I have to tell you, I will tell you. However it comes to you is how it's going to come to you.
But my point is, the optimum world, and maybe it's not possible because there are too many people, is that everybody gets to decide. This is a silly example, but in the insurance industry, you've seen these eSurance ads, and what they say is, we can do it online, or you can call us. And they have populations who would much rather, my father, my husband, deal with a machine and never ever talk to another human being again. And other people who would much rather pick up a phone. So to me, the future is choice. And then just one other quick comment. When you said, what's this, what I call the so what of precision medicine? Leukemia, lymphoma used to be 2 diseases. It's now 112. That's the difference, is that we now personalize it so much that it's many more diseases.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Breast cancer is 10 diseases now.
Thank you for this great conversation. Since there's only time for one more, I'll choose. My question is about labor. Another way I think we can draw a connection between the first and the second panel are all of the hidden forms of labor that are involved in the development of precision medicine or personalized medicine. So I was wondering, I was a little surprised not to hear it addressed on the panel, if any of you or some of you could talk about that work, either the work of producing diagnostics, who's doing it, where is it being done, or the work of care for patients. Who are the care workers? In addition to there being increasing numbers of patients, there'll be increasing number of workers who will then be caring for those patients in various ways. And what is our responsibility to those workers and their treatment within this growing field?
So who's producing the knowledge? One of the things in genomics research has been an absent that certain people are much over, certain ethnicities are overrepresented in databases and in research, right? So then all of us, which is the project that NIH has launched to collect, enroll 1 million people in this big genomic study, is oversampling underrepresented groups. And it's something that's quite hard to think through, I think, because on the one hand, if genomics medicine is going to be really beneficial, then it would be really terrible if it was only beneficial to people who were the same as the people in the databases, right? On the other hand, it's really understandable why people who are underrepresented in that research don't want to be in that research, and those are legitimate concerns. They're very, very rightly sceptical about whether or not A, they will be protected, B, anything will be done that ultimately is in their interest, and whether or not they and their people will ever have access to it, right? And those are all super legitimate concerns. So there's this kind of, we're all in it together when it comes to the research, but this is a country without a universal healthcare system, so it's definitely not all in it at the other side of the coin. So there's that issue. And then in terms of the care workers, like that's a known huge issue, right? Who's looking after, who does home care work and home help and all of those sort of not valued care work positions. So one thing that I thought might be kind of connected to some of this is that you were saying that some people are only going to get a marginal increase from some of these treatments, and as I understand it, that's a big issue in cancer treatments right now, right? That marginal increase for gigantic additional cost, but also significant additional suffering, most likely by people. Because if you ask people whether they want, I guess I believe you when you say that if you ask people whether they want the latest and greatest, I mean, they're believing you that it's the greatest, they'll say yes. But if you ask people where they want to die, they say at home. So what I do wonder is, like, and we've talked about it in the last panel, it came up a little bit, is like people saying no, or saying that's enough, or I only want this much of different technologies. And so in the last panel, it came up as like people who are anti-vaxxers, and there was another, or maybe it was anti-abortion. There were a couple of examples of people who say no to technology, but they were, I mean, I think saying no to abortion is fine, but I don't, they're kind of negative in a neoliberal. Right.
It's a good example of saying no to medical intervention.
Exactly.
This
So
is another growing example of resistance.
Exactly. So I wanted to think, I'm really interested in the in some other examples of people saying no that aren't, because some of my work is actually arguing for people thinking through whether they might want to say no to expansive prenatal testing, for instance. As we move to expansive prenatal testing, I think it's really important that people understand that they have to be able to say, I only want to know this kind of stuff, and I don't want to know this other stuff because I'm going to enjoy my pregnancy and this is going to make it miserable. So I want some positive examples of people being able to say, not technology is bad, but like that's enough of that for me, or I want just this little part, or I don't want too much. And I think in this area, as in with all high-tech medicine, and especially in end-of-life related situations, the risk is that people will, in fact, not be helped to understand the value of saying that's enough.
Okay, let me add one thing. The most underrepresented group of people in this country are people with terminal disease, because they can't get on clinical trials. They can't actually, they don't have really good plans. Physicians don't have for them. And in the case of oncology, for example, why do we, if precision medicine, actually we don't know who it's going to work on, why would a terminal patient not be as eligible for a clinical trial as anybody else? But they're not, because the pharma companies don't want those people on their trials because it actually will skew the results, maybe, or that's what they think. So I think it's a very underrepresented group of people.
Okay, thank you so much for thanking my panel.
Everybody.
That was Joseph. This study looks at end-of-life care for first parent to die versus second parent.
Yeah.
And for first parent to die, kids are so focused on the fact, let's do everything for mom.
Yeah.
And second parent to die, that's the way it comes out. But basically, it's I don't want to. I don't. Yeah, but because they live through the consequences of what an extra 3 weeks really means. But I disagree with you, though.
There's two things I want to say. So that right to die movement or death with dignity, that's the positive one. I'm a little sleepy. I should have brought that up instead. And I see it somewhat as a resistance to technology in the sense that
want to use some of these.
Well, the other thing I wanted to say to Anna relates is
25% of the time they
the
have
people in
left.
their
I don't
80s,
disagree
they're
with that.
doing everything
I'm
to
just saying,
stay alive.
we don't have a
People in their
means to
60s, my age group, we won't.
Yeah, until we get that.
There's a generational shift. My mother looked at medicine as a consumption item. More is better. Give me more. People in their 80s in America, they were depression children. They want everything you can give them. But people in their 60s, let's say the baby boomers, then would be more concerned with quality of life and how does this undermine their quality of life. And I think there's going to be some shifts. But I think that's what she's
challenging times.
Yeah, but I think,
All right, well, thank you.
I think I
All right, so we're going to get Gary up here.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think there's a mindset. I'm starting to get that feeling.
Well, you have to be somehow from Samuelson. How do you? You're at University of Maryland.
I have a confusing position right now.
Oh, okay. Here.
Okay.
You're here.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Samuelson. How are you? And I will get you sent us the notes, right, way back when. We kind of had that.
I know via email. And
So, I am so used to speaking extemporaneously, I did not write out notes.
I am too, but I realized, I was like, oh yeah, it's these are conferences where they might
So I did a bit of a hybrid because I did write things out.
I'm a print person. I have to have it available, not on the computer, but I printed it.
By the way, we were just talking about that. And when I do these amongst the scientists,
Great, or PowerPoint.
Yeah, you
well,
do.
we use a PowerPoint to organize our thinking, but we don't write out.
Yeah, I have to write about. I can't.
I do notes.
And that's why you need the PowerPoint to help you kind of organize, right? That's
Oh, no.
the-
Okay, so do you
It's
both
more
made-
to distract them from
Yeah,
our
exactly.
outfits.
Yeah. Or to make them think we know what we're talking about. So years ago, in the Iraq War, General McChrystal, before he had his unpleasantness and had to leave,
You don't have one. I'm sorry.
had an interview where he talked about
That's not.
what they would do with the press. And the reason he had such a good relationship with the press is they would take the press, put them in a dark trailer, and give them a 1.5 hour PowerPoint presentation every week in a dark trailer, which was so dense, you know, this is the first time.
So you might want to take this off. It glares on the TV
Thank you.
screen. Yeah. I learned this from Jane Lubchenko when I was at NOAA. She's like, always remove your badge.
So you remember this forever. What they called their PowerPoint presentations, hypnotizing chickens. That's what we do.
That's awful.
So hypnotize chickens.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, I'm with you, like the doom. I'm also on the doom side.
It's like a bad joke for
Hopefully it's in the time of doom. That's my
Real stinker.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, if you're ready, we are ready. Now that we've dealt with two very difficult topics, we're on to something easy that we'll just conclude with some answers. So welcome to our third and final session. It's been interesting to see how our two previous sessions will be feeding into this one very well, I believe. This session is called Modeling the Future, Stories of Climate Change and Big Data. And I would really want to emphasize three of those words, even though they're all important. Modeling, right, the activity of creating something. Stories, that is, narration and language have been a theme that we've been ruminating over all of today. And then data, what actually constitutes our data and how do we transmit it? So I'm just going to start with a quick observation, turn it right over to our panelists. I really became seeing humane next to technologies as part of the build-up to this conference really made me interested in where that word came from. I should say I'm a medievalist. I've done a lot of work as an environmental humanist. And one of the things that fascinates me is where the language we use comes from. In fact, it's pretty clear to me that the technology that enabled us to become human and that doesn't always make us humane is language itself. Right? We entrust it to do a lot of cognitive work for us, and we might better think about it in some of the terms that we were talking about in terms of technology earlier. Anyway, there are three words in English that are weirdly similar. They're common words that through a pronunciation kind of uplift have taken on different meanings. The first is germane, Germane comes from the Latin word germanus, which means of or relating to symbols. And it used to be a word that you could use, German, to mean related to people. But germane means relevant in a good sense. The second word that's like that is urban, also comes from a Latin word, urbanus, adjective. Urban is simply a neutral description, but urbane is cosmopolitan, right? There's a positiveness to it. It's what's best about being urban. You live in the world, and usually tolerance comes with it. Humane has that same genesis to it. It comes from exactly the same Latin word that gives us human, but by putting the accent on the end, humane, it's an uplift, a literal inflectional uplift that is supposed to emphasize what's best about being human. So humane technology, right, it is clearly human technology, but there's something that's aspirational built into it, about the best being human. What's worth thinking about, especially in terms of what Chris Kelty was talking about, where he talked about humane technology as something that a humane society might undertake, where technology is a kind of animal that might be corralled or neutered or, processed differently. But it's interesting, another thing that hit me as we were doing this is, so the Royal Humane Society, founded in 1774, was originally founded in order to help drowning people, right? Its mission was toward people helping people. Humane got generalized to mean the relationship of people to non-humans, specifically animals. And that's why we have humane societies now that extend the best of being human toward our treatment of our non-human others. It's really worth thinking with that word as far as technology and as far as climate. So climate, also another one of those weird words that found its way into our language, and we don't always think about where it came from and why. Climate comes from a word that really means inclination, right? The climate in the Middle Ages was your inclination towards something. Almost every word that we have now in English that's an atmospheric word is atmospheric in the double sense of tending towards science, having to do with atmosphere, weather, the meteorological, you name it, but emotional. There's always an emotional part of any kind of mood word having to do with atmosphere. All of these things are worth thinking about together as we move into our final session, which in some ways is about changing the climate around climate. So here's what I sent very briefly to our presenters, and then I'll turn it over to them as a charge. And I must say, all of us had a very lively series of email exchanges that we felt like our work was done. Really good. If we could just read those emails to you, we'd be finished.
And then you said shorten them.
And then I said, yes. I said, that's too much. Get your bigger done. So I said, we approach this theme from a diversity of perspectives, and that is our strength. You see, we come from all kinds of background. What we hope to bring out through discussions are convergences that might be fruitfully explored in work to come. One of the issues we'll address is the inherent tension between two of the keywords in our session's title, story and data, especially in the relation to future making, rather than as simple tools. So we're going to turn this over to our panelists. We'll have our discussion. I will just very briefly, actually what I will ask each person to do is very briefly give their name, give a tiny bit about their background, and then we'll launch right into things to keep things moving quickly. So Brian, over to you.
Bruno.
Bruce, over to you. I'm sorry, Bruce.
Bruno. Hi, people. I'm Bruce Clark. I'm at Texas Tech University. Bruno is my nickname, and and you're welcome to it. But I need to mention that right at this moment, I am the Baruch S. Bloomberg NASA Library of Congress Chair of Astrobiology, and so I didn't need to fly here. I just took the metro over, but I did get my room at the Hotel Lombardy because that's pretty sweet place to be. As a literature, so I do literature and science, and how they chose me as the astrobiology chair is an interesting story. But as a literature professor, I of course went to the OED and I put in Humane to just check it out. And I'll just specify one meaning that's been kind of ironically rolling around in my head. Designed or calculated to inflict minimal pain, that as in a humane killer, which is a device for killing animals humanely with minimal pain. So humane technology could just possibly be that technology that will do us minimal pain as it proceeds to kill us off. But let's hope that's not actually what we're talking about. So as the astrobiology chair, I've actually just got two main obligations, which is to organize public-facing meetings on the topic of astrobiology. The first one's coming up. I just wanted to, especially for people here in DC, it's called Earthrise Day, and it will be the day after Earth Day, and we will celebrate the famous Earthrise photograph that you're all familiar with, taken on Christmas Eve 1968. A wonderful panel, a very lively mid to late afternoon panel on April 23rd at the Library of Congress. I can send you the PDF for this flyer if you would like to have one. So, but my head has been wrapped around planetary ideas really for quite a while, but the project I'm doing at the Library of Congress is the NASA prehistory of the Gaia hypothesis. So that topic is here at the kickoff of this 5-minute intervention of mine. So, okay. This is called Humanizing the Technosphere. For half a century now, the Gaia concept has anticipated our attention to long-term climate models. Now, Gaia, as a purported 4 billion year old entity, but if we grant that that it's been there, Gaia's own evolutionary phases or changes of system state map climate change over geobiological time. But unlike Gaia, we modern humans in the midst of anthropogenic global warming don't have that kind of time. However, what we do confront on a human timescale is an anthropogenic technosphere that we have some hope of steering in relation to the viability of the unsteerable Gaian system that forms its ultimate environment. For this reason, a humane technosphere certainly conceivable, and it may even be achievable. So how do we get there? Well, I don't know, but I know one way I don't want to go, and so now I want to critique a particular discourse of the technosphere that I think is not helpful. So how do we get there? Not so much down the route taken by the civil and environmental engineer Peter Haff in a series of articles, one of which is called Technology as a Geological Phenomenon, Implications for Human Well-Being. So that's the paper in which Peter Haff champions the interests of the technosphere understood as an autonomous global force. And Haff singles out human beings for invocation as parts of the technosphere. Quote, humans have become entrained within the matrix of technology and are now borne along by a supervening dynamics from which they cannot simultaneously escape and survive. Indeed, he continues, technology is a global phenomenon that follows its own dynamics, representing something truly new in the world, the opening phase of a new paradigm of Earth history. In this sense, one might say that technology is the next biology, unquote. Now, there's a lot to unpack here, but Haff is right, I think, to say that the excreta the technosphere dumps into the biosphere, such as carbon emissions, constitute the problem that the technosphere must solve itself according to Half, if it is to evolve into a lasting geological paradigm. He continues, quote, in a closed environment like the Earth, essentially no mass input or output, every metabolizing system must eventually recycle its own waste products or rely on other systems to do so. Otherwise, accumulation of spent materials, that is, pollutants, will impair system function. That technology exhibits a massive failure to recycle may be a consequence of its status as a new geological phenomenon. However, he continues, over a long enough period of time, Half hopefully concludes, mass flow loops may close, unquote. But clearly, this is me now, clearly the Anthropocene technosphere has not yet closed the loops that encompass its material productions. And a related group of researchers also note how, quote, the marked growth in the waste layer of the technosphere reflects relatively ineffective recycling by comparison with the almost perfect recycling shown by the non-human biosphere. Overall, though, these researchers continue, this inefficient recycling is a considerable threat to its own further development and to the parent biosphere, unquote. And I would say, indeed, the technosphere's delinquent productions certainly are ultimately dependent on their parent biosphere. But in contrast, Half's description grants the technosphere the operational independence of an autonomous system. And I was glad to hear Michael Crow slag this idea in his own terms earlier in the meeting today. But this is Half again coming back to his vision of the autonomous technosphere. He says, the autonomous nature of technology comes more clearly into view when we move beyond technological artifacts that people interact with directly and consider larger technological systems which contain people among their parts. He goes on, the grid, and that's just a synonym for the technosphere altogether, right? The grid. And Half writes, the grid bristles with protective capabilities that help avoid or defend against challenges, human or otherwise, to its basic function, unquote. However, this is my problem, this holistic organismal image of a technospherical grid that bristles like a porcupine against threats to its integrity actually shadows the logic of biological autonomy or Gaian homeostasis, both instances in which I think autonomy is a proper consideration. For Half, the technosphere is supposed to maintain and augment its own structure by some neo-biological, technological activity of self-production and self-repair. But Half offers no account of the technosphere as possessing operational closure, that is, the proper systemic boundedness necessary for the actual emergence of autonomy, cognition, and other organismal kinds of higher processes. And it's through this gaping lacuna in Half's logic of the technosphere, I would say, just in concluding very quickly here, that we should insist on returning human agents to responsibility for the determination of the further development of the technosphere, and equally human works in their entirety to their embeddedness within a planetary environment whose ultimate viability is out of human hands. So, in sum, Gaia cannot finally be humanized, but just maybe the technosphere can. Thank you.
Want me to go next, Jeffrey?
Yes, please.
My name is Gary Dirks. I'm the director of the Julianne Wrigley Global Institute of Sustainability at Arizona State University. And I also lead our Lightworks initiative, which is an energy-based initiative. I've been at Arizona State University now for about 10 years. Prior to then, this is my second career, by the way. My first career was as an oil company executive. I spent 34 years with British Petroleum and retired as president of the Asia Pacific region and president of BP China. So I'm going to address our topic from the context of the energy system and climate change. And I've got 5 points that I'll make, but very briefly. The first is a contextual one, and that is to say that the energy system is going to transform. That is inevitable. It's in part due to climate change, but not only climate change. Technology advances, new corporate entrants, public preferences, social equity are also driving change. And to be successful, this transformation will at a minimum need to bring net carbon emissions from the energy system to zero. It needs to proceed without systemic disruptions or excessive excursions in cost. And it needs to support all populations in assessing their energy requirements. Now, I would say that with respect to this point, a couple of other things based on what we heard today that I would add is that we are rapidly entering into a point in time where I think humanities can play a really outsized role in how this all comes out. And there are two things that are happening that will enable that. First, and I know this is going to feel counterintuitive to most of you, but the climate change wars are over. And we're now in the early stages of negotiating what the surrender of the fossil fuel sector is going to look like. And if you're interested in that, we can pick that up in the questions and answers. The second point that I would make is that this transformation is going to accelerate very rapidly now because commercial entities can make money and significant amounts of money investing in renewable energy. That hasn't been true until about the last 3 years. Now it is across the board, and there's no reason, whether it's the existing energy companies or other entrants, there's no reason for them not to invest. The second point I'd make is that today there is a tension between advocates for rapid decarbonization and advocates for slow change in favor of energy security and the status quo. This tension is exacerbated as a consequence of the great political and economic power embedded in the energy sector. Both governments and corporate entities have a deep interest in the nature of this energy transition. Many corporates will inevitably go out of business, and important governments will lose political influence as the transition unfolds. Because the path forward has gaps and is uncertain in very important ways, we can't know today what the final system will look like or exactly how we get there. And here I would like you to have in your head an image of two mountain peaks, equal size, equal attractiveness. On one of them, there is a group of people that are holding the banner of climate change, and they are announcing to the world in the loudest possible way, we are on the high ground. And there's another, as I said, equal peak with another group of people standing on it. They're holding their banner, and that banner is energy security, and they are shouting, we are on the high ground. That's where we're coming from. It's going to be critical that we move away from that. And this brings my third point. This current narrative is polarized and largely unhelpful, and it needs to shift to one where the validity of decarbonization and energy security are both recognized as essential, and opportunity for climate stabilization, energy justice, and prosperity resulting from a transformed energy system become central themes. In other words, the second image I would give you is imagine a ridgeback, and we are working our way across this ridgeback. If you step too far to one side, we have an energy security problem. You step too far to the other side, we have a climate catastrophe. The challenge for us is the path to an energy system that is sustainable is in fact unclear. And one of the key issues that is unclear is how justice gets built into this transition. It's fairly easy to see how you're going to get there economically, ultimately. Technology, not entirely clear, but you can kind of see the shape of it. But how we make this transition just is completely unclear. So the fourth point I would like to make is extraordinary work has been done in gathering data and building models to inform understanding of the relationship between greenhouse gases and climate. The level of understanding of the climate system we now have is an example of just what can be achieved by combining big data with sophisticated models. The ability to model the energy system is far less sophisticated. Most data sets lack deep granularity and are not broadly available. Models are also fragmented and mostly not accessible to all stakeholders. Which brings me to my final point. There's both a need and an opportunity for models of the energy system to evolve, to become more democratized. Narratives that emphasize opportunity and justice can help drive interest in consolidating data sets and improving models. So that's the comments I'd like to make.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I used to work 2 blocks down the road at an office under the White House called the U.S. Global Change Research Program. And that's an office that manages a portfolio of about $4 billion of federal funds focused on understanding global change and climate change. And so as a sort of academic stepping into these federal roles, one of the things that I quickly learned was the many ways that my science was irrelevant to solving many of the climate and environmental management decisions and policy problems that we're facing, which was, enlightening and disheartening and empowering all at the same time. And I think one of the things that I learned was really sort of the true importance of some of the humanistic elements to those types of decisions, and also some of the pragmatic realities that we really need to embrace as we think about not just sort of ideal scenarios to solving these problems and thinking about sort of the intersections and the futures that we want to achieve, but really thinking what is sort of possible within the constraints of the governance and cultural systems that we've set up. So I'm really excited as a social scientist type of kind of person to be here with such a distinguished group of scholars to sort of examine this question. So my name is Melissa Kenny. I'm an Associate Director of Knowledge Initiatives at the University of Minnesota Institute on the Environment. I'm also research faculty in environmental decision science, and that means I'm anti-disciplinary. My approach is really working to solve really big problems like climate change and environmental management, and that type of anti-disciplinary, community-engaged research approach is what I get to cultivate in my role as Knowledge Initiatives Director at the Institute on the Environment. More specifically, I study how to improve participatory processes and tools such as models that really enable evidence-based decision-making. And modeling the future is critically important to decisions. It's important because decisions are a combination of scientific evidence, policy and environmental constraints, and arguably the most important part, individual, organizational, societal values. Decisions are also all about the future. So if we wish to know what will happen in the future, we need to really understand and think through this, and models are one of the ways that we can explore consequences of different actions. So in 1978, Hollings described the use of models as these experimental worlds. These experimental worlds where we can test various policy interventions to determine pathways that would be the most advantageous to pursue. So instead of kind of screwing up the world, we could use these models as ways of kind of like really testing out what might be possible. And then after implementing, actions that are determined to be most desirable, there's a process of monitoring and learning and reevaluating the decisions and making modifications if necessary to increase the likelihood of achieving your climate change or your environmental management objectives. And that the term he coined for this iterative approach is adaptive environmental management. Now, adaptive environmental management is something that is very popular. It's one that is more aspirational than one that I think has really been able to be fully adopted in its full power. But it is a really powerful framework because it recognizes some of the importance of models and the fact that models are simplifications of reality. There may be aspects of systems that we attempt to model that are simply not known but will be learned over time. There may be unintended consequences because of perturbations that can't be known. And there's also critical societal objectives or values that are left outside of the discussion, model, or decision-making process. And so one of the things we always have to ask ourselves with these types of models is what is not being modeled? What is not being modeled that's really important to the decision and to our understanding of these systems? And so using models for public sector climate change and environmental management decisions can be particularly challenging. It's challenging because there's multiple stakeholders who often have competing values and don't always agree. There's uncertain scientific evidence, and there's also, at least for problems I've worked on, there's never been a situation where I've worked on a complex problem where there's been win-win solutions. I'm looking for one, so if you have one, let me know. But these are really difficult problems to solve, and so they're not easy solutions. And that's just to highlight that scientific information and big data, they only address part of the challenge. Thus, we have to ask this question of what are these unmodeled societal objectives and values? What are the ethical and moral dimensions of different solutions? What are the unintended consequences of choices that we may make? And these are not questions that are within the domain of one knowledge field or within the sole domain of the academy. Instead, these are questions that can only be addressed by bringing together experts from the humanities, from the biophysical sciences, from the social sciences, with community representatives and leaders from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. We are all in this together. We created the problem, now we got to solve it. So I would argue that an overemphasis of the technological tools that will make decisions for us can sow distrust in the scientific findings, the decision-making process, and fail to recognize the social dimensions that can be more important to decisions in certain contexts. And I say that as someone who does environmental and decision models. As a result, instead we need to think about these boundary-spanning activities, these decision processes between all of us with a stake in the future, because these kinds of inclusive processes to thinking about modeling will enable thoughtful decision-making, and these are just as important as tools. We might not all agree on the exact solution, but we should all understand how we understand the problem and understand our particular perspectives to solving it. So we have a lot to do to solve these kind of thorny problems like climate change. I don't think I'll be retiring anytime soon. But we do have things like indicators like global temperature, carbon dioxide levels, global sea level rise, Arctic sea ice sheets and glaciers that really have given us a pulse of the planet and have unequivocally shown what is happening. Alarm bells are being sent off, and it really highlights the criticality of this problem. And notably, what I think these indicators show us that's even more important is not just the impacts that will be happening to us, but the impacts that we're committing our children to, that we're committing other people in locations outside of the Washington, D.C. area, outside of the United States. The future we're committing people who have not even arrived on this planet yet. And that's not even to talk about non-humans. And that's our moral imperative, to make the hard choices that my parents didn't make, their parents didn't get around to making, so that our children and those that come beyond us don't have to experience a future that's even more intense, more extreme, and more difficult to manage than what we've set up. So we need all hands on deck. This is a problem, but it's a problem we can solve. And we can solve it if we work together, and there's no way that we'll be able to achieve the future that we envision, that we wish to see for ourselves, for others, and for future generations without tackling this head on. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Mount. I'm a senior fellow with the Public Policy Institute of California, and I am a recovering academic. 34 years at UC Davis, where I got to know Elizabeth, and I got invited to the Humanities parties. Even though I'm a physical scientist, I'm a geologist, and that's because I wrote a book that your people enjoyed because it was funny. I think that was the only reason they invited me to the parties. My nickname is Dr. Doom. And I was given that by Tamara Keith, who may be a familiar reporter to some of you, who I've worked with extensively over the years in reporting on environmental issues in the West. And one day she was listening to me as I was describing the levees that were all going to collapse in the Delta, the San Joaquin Delta. She says, "I think I'll call you Dr. Doom." Imagine the next morning when my mother wakes up and hears the radio, "Today I have Dr. Doom." Wow, God. And she died shortly thereafter. It was, died happy. Of cancer. So I want to link back to the two discussions we had this morning. And again, Jeff instructed us to wake you all up. So I'm going to say a couple of things which are intended to stimulate conversation. But to preface that, narratives. The humanities do narratives better than anyone. It is the strength of that discipline, and now I hate to even call it a discipline now because the boundaries are fuzzy. And I want to talk about narratives and where I think the humanities can really engage on this big data and climate change issue. So the first one is that I deal with all the time, how not to become the life of a party when you are hanging around with modelers. Well, the first thing you say is all models are wrong. Some are more interesting than others, and some are more useful than others. But what you point out is that my colleagues, my climate modeling colleagues, who I just published a big long paper with this last fall, where we used a lot of their data, are obsessed with the generation of massive quantities of data and climate modeling, and starting with really cool graphics. Fabulous graphics of the dystopian future we will all have. And I will tell you that 99% of that work is useless. And here's why. It is not scoped around specific problems. All problems of climate adaptation and mitigation have specific problems that are related to specific people, that have institutions which govern it, and they don't shape their thinking because they don't work with people in the humanities. They don't shape their thinking around problems. That was one of my criticisms of the first panel this morning. I wanted to hear more from that panel about what the problems were and what the solution sets might be and what they would look like. So my big complaint about big data, and I say to it, to what end? Big climate data, if it is not wrapped around a problem, I think it is a wonderful exercise in modeling. And we have done this fantastic job of explaining to people that there is a big problem without showing the solution. And that's the first of where I think the humanities can make a huge difference. And I will just tell you, as quick anecdotally, and we were charged by the previous governor, Jerry Brown, to do a bunch of work on this stuff. And over cocktails today, I'll tell you some Jerry Brown stories, which are pretty funny. But where we were charged to sort of get to the solution of the climate change problems, and we said, Governor, we'll focus on adaptation strategies in my organization rather than mitigation. We did a bunch of work on it. And what we discovered in the end is that big data, I keep looking at you because she deals with this all the time. In the end, it was boring. The outcome is incredibly boring. It's planning. And in planning, identifying what it is you want to be. Eisenhower was right. Plans are meaningless, planning matters. And so it's the planning process and the stakeholder engagement, just what you've talked about, extremely important. It's the application of technology, but in the field I work in, which is water, it's mostly blunt instrument, gray gray infrastructure kind of technology and operations of it. It's extremely important we look at how the law in particular allocates resources. We don't do that at all. And the most boring of them all, funding. Notice that in technology was only in one of those four. So this is the integration of all this big data, and that's a place where I think we really need help. And again, I will have if you want to talk about humane technology, it is the humanists who can help us with the narratives about all of this that make it ultimately more humane. And that comes to my second point. My second point about this is, Melissa is right, the whole panel is right, we are seeing climate change unfold before our eyes. And mostly it's the Washington Post that writes fabulous, oh my God, we're all gonna die scenarios, and that's actually not true, except it is. So catching another theme, this is the best time to be a human on Earth. It is also the highest risk time to be a human on Earth. And what I mean by that is risk, and risk assessment is calculated basically as the probability of a bad event times its economic outcome. It's a way of annualizing the costs. Never been anything close to that. In all of human history, the risks are greater than ever at a time when climate is shifting. How do you get that narrative to the level that people, regardless of political party, that people will say, okay, it is time to make some sacrifices and actions. And that I find to be one of the greatest struggles, particularly for you, Melissa. But here is Dr. Doom's formula. When a natural disaster occurs, you must leverage it to the best of your ability to basically convince, and this is what is going on. This is why the Yale studies show that we're increasing awareness. It's because we have an increasing frequency of significant, costly natural disasters. And I live in California, right? Disaster central. You all think that an earthquake is our biggest risk. It's not. You all think of wildfires are our biggest risk. It's not. It's floods. The big one in California is the flood of 1862, $800 billion worth of damage and thousands of losses of lives. And the probability of that occurring is increasing every single day. So how do we narrate that? So here's my final thought to send away with you. What I discovered, and years ago, I was appointed by Governor Gray Davis to the flood board that manages floods in California, and it was subsequently fired by Arnold Schwarzenegger with enthusiasm. I was terminated by the Terminator, yes. But what we found is something that's relevant. Again, this is the role of the humanities in helping develop the narratives. The disaster memory half-life is very short. It depends on the magnitude of the disaster and its duration. Droughts, you get lots of reform with droughts because they last a long time, right? Floods are very short-lived. Earthquakes are very short-lived. So in a period of about 9 months, serial studies have shown this repeatedly. In about 9 months, most people forget. Think of all the disasters that happened last year you've all forgotten about already in your daily life. So that disaster memory half-life derives political entropy. And political entropy is the tendency after a natural disaster for all energy to disperse in all directions, and you basically lose momentum. There's a sweet spot that occurs right after most natural disasters where awareness is high and political entropy is low, and you can actually get stuff done. And California just demonstrated this with the most advanced in the country, the most advanced groundwater law. Yeah. We were we went from worst to first, and it happened because of a drought. So that's another part of this climate change technology. I would argue this is where we really need help. So in conclusion, as a physical scientist, a geologist, sitting here like a fish out of water, surrounded by humanists, I beseech you, the place you can enter immediately is the narratives, is how to craft those narratives which are persuasive, because frankly, we don't write so good. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Helitzer Samuelson. I'm the Regents Professor of History in the School of Historical, Philosophical, and Religious Studies. So that's an example of what an interdisciplinary unit at ASU sounds like. So it's called SHIPPERS for short. I'm also the director of the Center for Jewish Studies, and I engage in a lot of interdisciplinary work. I work in 3 areas. One is religion, science, and technology. That's one area. Another area is religion and ecology, which is what I will talk about today, and Jewish intellectual history. So let me begin. Technology is always embedded in a narrative about power. But today we experience a unique paradox. On the one hand, humanity celebrates unprecedented power to control, impact, and manipulate every ecosystem permanently and irreversibly. But on the other hand, the very existence of the human species on planet Earth has become uncertain due to the widespread environmental degradation brought about by human activities. So Earth scientists have dubbed our age the Anthropocene. We mentioned it already, I guess. I think Garrett did, right? Or Bruce, leading us to see that the human species has become a geological force, thereby erasing the conceptual boundary between humanity and nature. No matter how we interpret the meaning of the Anthropocene, and there's huge literature debating what it means and when it started and whatever, all agree that we now live in the midst of massive ecological crises, evident in climate change, extreme weather events, desertification, loss of biodiversity, retreat of glaciers, rising sea level, loss of fisheries and forests, acidification of oceans, pollution of air, water, and soil, and numerous other manifestations of massive environmental degradation.
She's more doomy than me.
All right, wait. There's also hope. Under these conditions, which narrative are we going to tell ourselves? A narrative of doom, a narrative of hope, or a narrative of adaptive pragmatism? This is the question to pose because the kind of stories we tell ourselves about the Anthropocene will determine the future of humanity. So I have 5 minutes and I have 5 points like Garrett. Point number 1, humans are storytelling animals, and stories matter greatly because they provide direction for life. My first point is that the sacred narratives articulated by world religions matter most to our attempt to address the challenge of climate change. Why? Why religion? Religion matters most, I would say, because the overwhelming majority of people in the world conceptualize reality in religious categories. Pew studies says 84%, other studies say 97%. We can talk about percentages, nobody really knows. Human beings understand themselves, their societies, and their daily life through sacred narratives and symbolic rituals that point beyond themselves to an ultimate reality. It is within religious worldviews that human beings organize their life and find meaning, purpose, and hope as they face an unknown future. And here my point is very much like Greg. Moreover, religion provides the moral lens through which humans evaluate every aspect of life and decide what is right and wrong, what is permitted and forbidden, and what is desirable or undesirable. Religion also expresses human existential and emotional needs and frames that which we care most about, namely our ultimate concern. Because that concern frames our understanding of ultimate reality, and we normally use the word God to talk about ultimate concern, people are willing to sacrifice their life for this ultimate reality. Thus, the willingness to sacrifice makes religion, more than any other aspect of human life, I would argue, a force that can mobilize people to action. Religions take the problem of climate change and relate it to concrete moral action. And finally, since the challenge for the survival of humankind, that challenge is planetary, in scope, religion offers the most comprehensive perspective within which to frame our global challenges and respond to it. So point number 1 was that religion matters to the climate change debate. Point number 2, religious climate advocacy is political by nature. My appeal to include religion in the discourse on climate change may appear odd to some people in this room, since religion, especially in the United States, is often associated with the denial of climate change. But this perception does not tell the entire story about the connection between religion and climate change. In truth, and that's my second point, all world religions, as Lauren Kearns has documented greatly and many, many others, all world religions have inspired activism in regard to climate change through protests, lobbying, letter or petition campaigns, and election activities. Those activities engage federal, state, and local governmental action on topics such as fuel and energy efficiency, promoting alternative energy sources, regulating CO2 emissions by industry, working a carbon tax or cap and trade programs, curtailing deforestation and halting extractive industries in ecologically sensitive areas. Indeed, religion is a force that mobilizes numerous individuals and organizations to act in ways that promote the value of sustainability. I don't know if you would agree that religion led to your choice of that focus for your school, but I would say that religion has a lot to say about it. Religious attitude toward climate change are always politically salient because religion takes place in the public sphere. This is precisely what it means to live in a post-secular moment, when religion is no longer elevated to the domestic private sphere, but instead frames public discourse and public activities. This doesn't mean that religious actors always act in predictable manner, since religious actors can advance or resist processes of democratization. They can either be for or against, that they can support or neglect issues of social justice. They can reinforce or erode state sovereignty. So my point is that religion is active shaper of political contestation, so that religious persons, religious organizations, religious campaigns can be found on conflicting sides of the debate about climate change. We need a lot of social scientific data to understand how and why specific religious actors and organizations behave in certain ways. Point number 3, religion has reframed the public debate. So religious actors and faith-based organizations have changed the debate about climate change by bringing ethical values such as justice, fairness, equality, responsibility, and peace to the foreground of the public discussion. As a result, climate change is now discussed in terms of environmental justice, as was mentioned already. And religious considerations are brought to bear on disparate issues such as climate finance, disaster relief, agricultural technology, and illegal wildlife trafficking. Examples of religious climate advocacy abound, and I can give you names of organizations, but keep in mind that this is all over the world. It includes all religious traditions. So some of the organizations I have in mind is the World Council of Churches, or the Religions for Peace, or ACT Alliance, or Aleph, Alliance of Jewish Renewal, or Muslim Association for Climate Change Action, and the list goes on and on. So there are many cases also, I have to say, in which religious actors, especially evangelicals in North America, have contributed to skepticism and denial about climate change. Of course, I'm not oblivious to that. But it will be a mistake to generalize about all evangelicals as deniers of climate change, since the Evangelical Environment Network, for example, has been very active in the United States and in international policy conversations about how to maximize mitigation efforts in developed economies and enhance adaptation efforts in the global south. What's the bottom line? We need to keep religious diversity in mind, avoid simplistic generalization, and become informed about the variegated roles of religion in climate change activism. Point number 4, forging a broad consensus. Although faith-based organizations ground their climate activism in very different sacred narratives and rituals, they share remarkable consensus concerning what we need to do to mitigate the harmful effect of climate change. They all view climate change not merely as a scientific issue or to which there are techno-scientific solutions, but rather as a social and moral issue. And they all place the ethical value of justice at the center of the debate, whether it's about cap and trade or whether it's about differences, and so forth and so on. So the bottom line is, I think we now frame climate change issues as with the moral values of justice, fairness, equality, responsibility, or care. And all of this is because of the impact of religion. Now, of course, framing issues in moral terms doesn't make it any less contentious, because we live in multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multiracial societies. But shifting the nature of the debate from technoscience to ethics is crucial to my argument. Technoscience alone cannot address the challenge of climate change. Technoscience cannot determine the just thing to do in regard to climate refugees, or in regard to the destruction of natural habitats, or in regard to the damage that extracting industries inflict on many communities. Scientists and engineers cannot tell us who should pay for mitigation for climate change, on which institutions which institution bear their moral responsibility for dealing with the wicked problems that we now face. Addressing these challenges will require cooperation and collaboration, as Melissa indeed said, of all stakeholders, communities of faith, philosophers, theologians, ethicists, social scientists, policymakers, and the list can go on and on. These diverse communities will need to forge a shared language, a shared set of values, or a shared course of action, all of which could emerge if we learn to listen to diverse voices, perspectives, concerns, fears, hopes, and aspirations. Our future survival depends on our ability to hone the interpretive skills of listening to what is being said, what is being glossed over by silence, and what is being distorted. Our challenge is mainly one of communication in a society that has become polarized, conflicted, intolerant, and impatient more than ever before, in part, ironically enough, because of human-made technologies that have made our communication less humane. My final point, ethics of care, hope in the face of potential doom. So what kind of story shall we tell ourselves about climate change? Now, techno-optimists maintain that we will be able to build a technological Garden of Eden on Earth and that technology will be our salvation. Climate change will not be solved by climate engineering, I would say, or any single technology. Rather, what we need is massive reorientation of human activities through numerous mitigation and adaptation strategies. To motivate us to change our ways of being in the world, we need scientific knowledge about the Anthropocene, and we need the religious commitment to protect all of life from potential destruction. We do not need to choose between science or religion, but rather we need to tell ourselves narratives that fuse scientific data and religious values. The narratives we need to articulate are those that see humanity as part of the web of life, recognizing that human flourishing depends on the ability of other forms of life to flourish as well. So what I propose is an ethics of care. Put the value of care at the center of everything. That is to say, care of planet Earth, our shared home. Climate advocacy calls for sustainable practices, reduced consumption, new eating habits, linking sustainable agriculture and urban life, the use of science and technological innovations to reduce human impact, and of course there are many more things we can talk about. All of these mitigating practices are part of the ethics of care that is endorsed by religious believers, be they Christian, Jews, Muslim, Buddhists, Hindus, Jain, and indigenous traditions, as well as by secular environmentalists. Earth care, which by the way is the slogan of many evangelicals, but earth care, I would say, is not merely feeling reverence and awe to the complexity of life, but being engaged in action that heals the wounds we have inflicted on our earth through carelessness, through indifference, through greed, and through exploitation. Ethics of care is action-oriented concern that seeks to ameliorate what the race for progress, for innovation has brought about. The Jewish tradition has a good phrase for it. We call it tikkun olam. Literally, it means the repair of the world. So to address the challenges with the Anthropocene, we need narratives of care. And here I would guess I'm very close to what Rosemary was saying. We need care about the physical well-being of the world, care about spiritual well-being of humans, care about the future of our children and their descendants. Melissa mentioned that. Care about all those who are different from us, but who, like us, suffer from the harm of climate change, be it extreme droughts, destructive fires, or devastating floods. Caring for the earth and its inhabitants is not narrow anthropocentrism or speciesism, as Peter Singer used to argue before, several decades ago, because it recognizes the interdependence and interconnectedness of humanities with the entire web of life and the physical conditions that give rise to life. But ethics of care does place the responsibility for the well-being of the world on human beings, and responsibility always entails recognition of limits. I urge us to articulate narrative of care to replace the narratives of technological prowess, radical innovation, and perpetual progress. World religions have offered us the richest treasure of narratives of care, which we need to reinterpret in light of contemporary science. To conclude, climate change compels us to assess the promise and peril of human-made technologies. A given technology can be judged to be humane if it contributes not only to the flourishing of human beings, but also to the flourishing of the web of life, of which humans are a part. Such judgment, however, is necessarily value-laden and inseparable from a range of beliefs, practices, and aspirations that cannot be reduced to data. To wit, human beings are not information. They do not live in virtual life. They do not live virtual life, and their social context is not cyberspace, but the planet Earth itself, whose well-being now hangs in the balance. So let us care for the Earth in our stories and in our deeds, so as to ensure that our home will remain inhabitable for generations to come. Thank you.
Ava asked me why I placed her last, and I think you can see why I placed her last. And she nicely, I think, picked up on so many of the themes that we're running through so much of the discussion here. And I would simply foreground that of the many convergences that we saw, there was certainly the work that narrative does, the intimacy of narrative to community formation, and especially to challenging how small our communities seem to naturally be and how we might widen them. But also just not the fact that we need to, not simply the fact that we need to tell new or better narratives, but we also need to reapproach some of the narratives we've inherited, reinterpret them, and work better with much of the material that we have at hand already to probably think together better ways of moving forward. So I wondered, as a way, before we open it up to the audience, as a way to start to grapple with some of the problems that have been articulated here, if anyone would like to reflect upon things that other people have said, maybe even keeping that work of community or communalizing in mind. I think we're having acknowledged as much as we have, and there's a lot on the table right now, what are concrete next steps that we could take?
Jeff, let me offer a question to the rest rather than dealing with that. Too often, people in my business, my end of the business, the Dr. Doom business, describe a dystopian future. And let's pick a middle part of the century, because all of our children will be alive then, hopefully, or and our grandchildren. And I heard this on NPR just the other day, and I don't know if you remember what it was, but it was so compelling. And that was the reverse narrative from the dystopian is I'll start with you. What does 2050 look like to you? What does 2050 look like? Knowing what you said is that the horses left the barn and change is coming. And I would love to hear somebody describe their vision of what 2050 would look like. So maybe start with you.
Sure. So I'm going to again approach it fairly narrowly from the standpoint of energy, because I think climate is a major theme that's running through this conversation. And you can't really talk about mitigation of climate change without talking about the energy system. And I'm cautiously optimistic about what we're going to see there. I don't think we'll be at zero net emissions, in part because the energy system is so large, just building up the industrial capacity to build solar panels or windmills or batteries, train people to be able to install these things is a non-trivial exercise in its own right. But I think we will be well advanced. And I think looking at it from a technical standpoint first, I'm absolutely optimistic that we will have solved what I consider to be the last major outstanding technical barrier to getting to where we want to go. And that is we'll have a solution to the long-term energy storage challenge to support renewable energy systems. So we'll have that And I think we will be well advanced on installing low carbon energy systems. Now, where I think there needs to be a lot of effort, and I don't see such a clear picture, is, and this came up a little bit in the first panel, and it's a bit of the Schumpeterian, for those of you familiar with the economist Schumpeter, creative destruction. And there tends to be a lot of enthusiasm around the creative part of it, but not so much interest in the destructive part. And as we transition this energy system, we're going to devastate coal communities. We already are devastating coal communities. We're going to make huge changes in the way, for example, in the state of Arizona, that I'm particularly interested in the way that the Native Americans derive income. There's very little interest at the moment in what do you do about those populations. What do we do about populations that are currently underserved with energy systems? How do we address what their needs are going to be? How do we deal with questions of resilience in the system? It's much less clear where that's going to be. Now, having said that, I think I much prefer narratives of optimism. And the reason I prefer that is because it's in my opinion, much easier to be creative inside of an optimistic narrative than it is to be creative inside a pessimistic narrative. And we will not deal with these issues from the standpoint of pessimism. We're going to have to deal with it from the standpoint of optimism. I'm very optimistic post the middle of the century, because I think then we ought to have at least, well, I'm optimistic that we will have in place mechanisms to deal with some of the social questions that are going to be very important, and we'll be in a position to accelerate. There remains a question of just how bad climate change will be, but
Yeah.
somebody else can pick up on that.
So can you justify your optimism in light of let's talk about climate refugees, for example. Why are you? I'm going to be a little bit provocative here. So why are you so optimistic about climate? About that aspect of the problem?
Well, I didn't say I was optimistic about climate refugees.
No, I know you didn't, because you shifted the focus to energy, and you said I'm optimistic about energy, but we ain't going to get there. A lot of terrible things are going to happen before the solution is going to come up with the solution that you are promoting. So I suggest actually that being more pessimistic, and maybe more pessimistic means more realistic.
Well, maybe I could build on that, because so one of my colleagues, Angela Burnett-Penn, is a climate change officer of the British Virgin Islands. Now, the British Virgin Islands last year had 3 major disasters, and one was Hurricane Irma that hit the island at a Category 5, and like all of a sudden, like they had an apocalypse. It was a war zone. They had 95% of their government facilities down, their transportation networks devastated, a third of their housing stock completely destroyed, their water infrastructure, like, gone. And they ended up having 0 deaths. And so it's a good news, bad news story. There were aspects of that system that had some unintended resiliencies because of cisterns that were at houses that were legacy that ended up helping to get people through the freshwater crisis. But in that situation, you had a disaster, which creates an opportunity. You had a huge willingness of the population to re-envision what the island could look like, because this had not happened before and it could happen again. And these are the kinds of islands that have the potential to be climate refugees. Sure. But what had not happened was there had been no envisioning and visioning process of what a future would look like if you could just start over. What would the energy grid look like? Could you create a renewable energy grid that would have the resiliencies in the system and the carbon neutrality that you wanted? Could you create the setbacks from the ocean and still keep the tourism population that would then allow the economy to thrive, but put people and property at less risk? Could you reconstruct some of the buildings and the transportation networks in a way that was forward-looking, not just trying to build back? And so that's the optimism that I see is that I think there's a real opportunity to think about blue skies planning. Planning when we don't have disasters for the kind of future that we want to see, so that then when there is some kind of disruption and there is an influx of funding that needs to happen, we've already spent the time thinking about and having the conversations holistically about the kind of future that we want, so that we can deploy and build and invest funds towards achieving some of the carbon neutrality goals and increasing the resilience of people for those places. And I say that as an optimist because I have to be. If you work on problems of climate change and environment, it gets very depressing if you don't think about the sort of like intervention points. Where are the possibilities? Not like where are the possibilities for things to go wrong, but where are the possibilities for things to go right? And I think that's a really stark example of how we could learn from a situation that has happened on other islands and has happened as a result of disaster, where we can take that and learn from it. And when there is that disruption, we can be creative about what the solution might look like.
And if I might just say a little bit more about this. So you gave the British Virgin Islands,
Yes.
great example. The counterexample to that is Puerto Rico, where
Yes.
over 1,000 people died, and they still don't have a functioning
Yes.
social structure,
Yes.
in large measure because the energy system doesn't work.
Yes.
But I would also point to Hawaii, which has all the same vulnerabilities, and they are doing exactly what you described. They're leaning into a future that says we could get hit by one of these things too. And they're redesigning, and again, it's not just the energy system, but they're thinking about redesigning on a broad scale. How do they make Hawaii more resilient, period? Taking into account, for example, that they have a 2-week supply of food
Oh, geez.
on that island. So,
What about
Does that
Bangladesh?
include pineapples?
no more pineapples anymore.
More pineapples.
So let me throw it, and I actually am quite optimistic, believe it or not, in the developed world. I am, because there's the resources and the technology and the will. I mean, you look at what the Dutch are doing and the adaptations, and they have the money to do it. I am flummoxed by the developing countries and what we do there. And I'm even optimistic in that we deal with our disadvantaged communities in the United States. I mean, California, of all places, we've faced this on a water side, and we're about to tax ourselves a certain amount on every drop of water to basically make it so the disadvantaged communities actually have clean, reliable drinking water. But your point is probably I think the greatest challenge is dealing with these. Bangladesh is a great example. You mentioned Bangladesh as a particular example, and that climate refugees and what we'll do with climate refugees. Indeed, I'd argue we're already seeing climate refugees showing up, and for all the rhetoric we're hearing about, I know it's Washington D.C. So all the rhetoric we're hearing about that, I think we're actually seeing it, and it's very difficult at this point to try and divide what are economic refugees and climate refugees, because you can't separate the two. So I think that is probably the single greatest, most fundamental challenge outside of the developing world, is to deal with that.
But
So I'm
I
actually
think-
pretty optimistic.
I think, and I would like to come back to the point that Hava made, because I think it's a very good one. I would argue that the majority of the problem with climate refugees is a narrative problem. It's the way that we are choosing to categorize these people. It is not a resource problem. In other words, there are plenty of resources in this world to deal with refugees. And the example I would give is Europe. So how many refugees actually got to Western Europe? Maybe about 2 million, something on that order, actually got to Western Europe. In a population of what, about 460 million people? 2 million got there. There is no way that 2 million people can disrupt in a fundamental resource way. But they did disrupt from a social narrative standpoint. And the same is true with refugees or coming into the United States. They are not disrupting the United States. From the standpoint of wealth, from the standpoint of the ability to support these populations, they are not disrupting us. But they are disrupting through the narrative that's created around these people. And again, I think this is an extraordinary opportunity for humanities to be reframing these conversations to say, what are you talking about?
It is so interesting how you frame it as a narrative failure, but it's really a failure of sympathy, of empathy, of being humane, and to see the ways in which story and emotion are actually the
played
same
into
thing.
that.
Yeah. They convey each other. Lucia, you're the only one who didn't get to talk about the world in 2050. Would you like to do that before we turn over to the audience?
I can. Yes, I've been trying to focus in on, I'd say what my vision be, what I hope I don't see. More, I don't know what, I'm hopeful. I'm so happy to hear your relatively upbeat assessments. This particular discourse that I brought out, I'd now reframe that there's these narratives of the technosphere that I think are not, that are largely deleterious, because what they tend to end up in is this vision of the technosphere as having some ability to just lift off, to pull away from the biosphere. Somehow we're going to figure out how to just get this thing self-sustaining in its own terms, and I think that's a complete fantasy. So into that mix then goes geoengineering schemes that are being floated around as the techno fix that we're going to put into place as a last-ditch effort to solve the climate change crisis, and thinking through this little talk that I brought here today clarified in my own mind how we can't, so that's why I emphasize Gaia, if you'll allow this way of speaking, cannot finally be steered. It's too massive, too complex, too utterly planetary, too much a product of what the microbes do for us at a global scale, and we can't engineer. We can just fiddle around the edges of all that. So whatever geoengineering scheme may or may not be perpetrated, it will be a technospheric intervention. Okay, and it will tweak the technosphere for this survival factor that Peter Half's narrative is focused on, the technosphere as if it were a geological. So this is all Anthropocene discourse, right? So so now that we think that humanity has created this as it has become a geological force that's laying down a layer that will be stratigraphically significant in the geological scheme of things. It's basically the technosphere that is that layer, or the technosphere and its pollutant, its excreta, right? That then just are dumped on, and so I'm just hoping that we'll have counter narratives that will take truly dangerous geoengineering schemes off the table.
Okay. So we have a few minutes to turn it over to the audience. Sir? If you wouldn't mind the mic.
I'm probably the only non-academic in this field, in this room here.
I can't hear you.
Oh. Okay. I'm probably the only non-academic in this room here, so I don't use the same language as you do. But I was intrigued by the fact that none of you mentioned what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, all over the world, hundreds of thousands of kids from high schools
Yes.
will go on strike
Correct.
for climate.
Yeah.
It's a movement that started
Yeah.
in Europe.
It's in my long version.
I'm sorry, I only heard your
She's
short
my
version.
hero.
So.
Greta is my hero.
And
She's
so
incredible.
the thing is, the reason why they are on the street now is because of the urgency. One urgency, and I didn't hear urgency in narrative. That's one thing. It's also the result of two failures. The first is the failure of the scientific community to impose evidence-based decision-making to the policymakers. The reason why they have not been able to impose that is because they thought that it was a dialogue between the scientific community and the decision makers, not involving the public. And that is a big mistake. The second failure is the fact that the COP meetings themselves have not binding agreements, and that many countries now, like the United States have done in a very dramatic way, are looking at ways to get out of it. So that's the reality. There is urgency and there is no policy that is going to actually happen. So I'm not as optimistic as you from that point of view. And the youth, they know that they are the first generation who are going to really feel the impact of this. And so if we do not recognize that there is urgency and that we need to stand by these kids tomorrow, we make a big mistake. So I think this beyond narrative. There is, how do you actually create a relationship between the scientific community and the public to have the decision makers actually do what we expect them to do? How are the kids attacked? On something that's extremely difficult. They are attacked, they say, why would we study if our future is zero, right? And they are not wrong somehow. Why would we do that? But they are attacked on their attitudes, on their behaviors. You will go on the street, but you still will use your cell phone and you still will go eat at McDonald's. And I think that those people who do that are the biggest hypocrites in the world. Because these kids maybe do that, but it's been imposed to them by a lot of environmental ways. So I think, how can we actually use this new relation between the scientific community and the public to really impose and change attitudes with people that goes beyond the facts? Mm-hmm. That's my point.
If I may say just very quickly one thing related to that. So it struck me earlier today that a year ago today I was living here in Washington, D.C., and on March 14th, 2018, there was a massive walkout of school children. Many of them who hopped on the local subway system, walked right down the street, Pennsylvania Avenue here, stood in front of the White House and turned their backs to it to demonstrate their anger at what the administration now in power has done about gun control, which is to say absolutely nothing. It was one of those days that left me very hopeful, being with a bunch of, for me, it was 13-year-olds who had escorted downtown, seeing the passion that they had for a better world and knowing that, you know, they're not going to take it. There is a youth rebellion going on at this moment that makes me very happy. That thrills me to teach at a college for that reason. But let me...
I'm happy to comment on that.
Yeah, please do.
I agree with you completely, to stand in solidarity with this group. But I'm also interested in what we do on Monday after the march is over. And here's where I will go back to something I said at the outset, that the climate wars are over. And let me explain what I mean by that. In my opinion, the climate wars have largely been an American phenomenon. Not exclusively, but largely an American phenomenon. If you go to a place like China, for example, there's no debate there about whether climate is real or not. If you go to India, there's no debate about whether climate is real. You go to Europe, there's very little debate about whether it's real or not. It's in the United States, and the United States was driven largely by the combination of powerful states and powerful corporate interests that said there is more risk to our business by government intervention in our business than there is from climate change. And they stood by that position steadfastly, literally until about 4 or 5 years ago, in spite of the fact that all of them knew that there was a problem. And that came out very clearly in these court cases in California. What's changed? Well, what's changed is the progression of these court cases that has now reached Massachusetts and New York. And unlike California, that tried to take these companies on as a public nuisance, something they were never going to win because they were licensed to do what they did, Massachusetts and New York are taking them on for securities fraud. That by misrepresenting the risk to their business of climate change, that represents securities fraud. Now, that is an enormous risk. So much so that there is a rapid movement happening right now. BP yesterday announced their support for $40 a ton carbon tax in the United States.
Hallelujah.
They want to get out from under class action liability for what they have done historically, misrepresenting, the big oil companies, misrepresenting climate change. As this transition takes place, there's going to be an opportunity to rapidly accelerate both policy and real steps that we can take. And it's further augmented by what I said at the beginning. You can make money today installing solar panels and building solar panels. So there is no reason not to do that. What I think we need to do on Monday is say, yes, let's continue to develop this narrative of science explaining the issue, but we need a narrative of how can we go much, much faster in addressing climate through transformation of the energy system.
Hi, David Goldston from the MIT Washington office. So the longer I have some thoughts on what Gary said, but I'm not going to deal with them. The longer the panel went on, the less I was clear what narrative is supposed to mean. It seems like a word that, just can use to describe other kinds of agendas. I would say as someone who's been worked in DC on climate for 30 years in various roles, the only thing lacking in the climate debate is narrative. Everybody's got a conflicting narrative. So I guess I'm not sure if exactly what it is. I mean, Gary at one point used the word narrative to just basically try to say the story that one group is telling is incorrect. So what do people actually mean by, what is missing about narrative? How are you actually meaning that word? Because I can think of lots of things from the humanities that need to be brought into debate. I can think of lots of ways to change the narratives, but to me, if I had to describe the one problem with climate change, it's a surfeit of narrative. So I'm curious as to what people are actually trying to say is lacking.
So I'll jump in right off the bat. Let me add an additional word: compelling narratives. There are so many narratives out there. It's a blizzard. And I actually want to come back to that first question and relate. Yeah, funny and shocking that people would disagree. So it is compelling narratives because we don't have them at this point. At least when I look at my science colleagues and what they're doing, what they're saying is not compelling. So maybe I'm delusional, and that the compelling narrative will emerge from my colleague here, which will be persuasive.
You're just looking at me because I'm still working in 2050.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be dead. Yeah. By the way, the solution we say in water in California, there's no solution that wouldn't be solved by a few strategic funerals, and that actually comes into this as the next generation is coming along. But if the narratives are panic-driven, I don't think we can get to the urgency you want, and so many of the narratives are panic related.
But a narrative of care is not about panic. Narrative of care is you've got home, you've got to take care of it because this is the only game in town. This is it. There's no other world you can be in. But right?
Okay, but we've got to go beyond that to saying we've got this. By the way, yours was what you said was just beautiful and wonderful. And I thought, okay, how does it translate? Now translate it to practice, because we can have the overarching narrative, which I thought you did a beautiful job. It was really great. It was actually quite moving. Okay, that's fine. How do I translate into the secondary narrative, which is practice?
No, but
Such a scientist way.
You want to try to
That's
answer
all I care about. I care about outcomes.
Something. So
I care about outcomes.
We can't hear you.
You have a fabulous panel, and you made me feel wanted and inspired because I'm a storyteller, and I'm happy that you see an important role for storytelling. Your story, Professor Mount, was quite inspiring because I'm a California resident and I have a love for California, and the regenerative qualities and reform energies in California is it's an appealing narrative. And then Hava's comments read like a benediction, a prayer. I almost felt like putting on a yarmulke. It was very,
Be my guest.
Very, very heartfelt. And it was a kind of, in contrast to Dr. Crow's insistence that we have the values we need to go ahead, what we need is a transformation of values, a revolution in values, and you spoke to that narrative. We, of course, have many narratives throughout our history that are animating today. Genesis, Sermon on the Mount, all sorts of things. I'll keep this moving. Book of Job and the like. But no matter how compelling a narrative is, it's not fungible completely. People who create narratives that are false ultimately are creating propaganda. So if what you want is better propaganda, that's fine. Propaganda has its role. We know we can mobilize people through lying. But ultimately, narratives crash against whatever the rock of reality is, that there's a feedback loop for narratives. And those narratives ultimately fail or succeed in terms of roughly matching reality. Now, I get these are crude terms, but if a narrative, if some of Trump's narratives, for instance, are completely false, ultimately people will stop believing in them because there'll be too much counter evidence. So one concern I've got is that you think of narratives as a Swiss Army knife, an all-purpose tool that can be applied to any problem. And this is to Gary and Dr. But tell me your last name. Lisa. Yes, we all know that hopeful narratives are better at empowering and mobilizing people. But remember, and I don't want to, this because it's not because Hava's here. Jews in Germany had hopeful narratives in 1935. They had hopeful narratives in 1937. People had hopeful narratives right up to the point they were wiped out. So what we don't want are hopeful narratives that leave us vulnerable to being overwhelmed by problems. And so while I'm very inspired by the desire for better narratives, and I do agree with Professor Mount that we need a compelling narrative to engender reforms around climate change, this is a difficult problem, and invoking narratives as a slogan or a panacea is only part of the answer. I mean, it's a lot of hard work to really get these narratives.
If I might, so I wouldn't say that narrative should be used in isolation. This is really sort of, coming as someone who does environmental decision modeling. One of the roles that working together can provide is a way of envisioning multiple futures and the pathways that can help to lead us to those futures. And so if we think about this, when we link it back to humane technology and modeling, I think this begs the question is that what we're not always reflexive of is what are the things that are being left out of our models? What are the things that we're not talking about that are really critical to preventing us towards these actions? What are these ethical and moral dimensions of geoengineering? What are the unintended consequences? Because I'm going to be living them, and, you know, my future generations are going to be living them. And so I have a stake in this game. I have a stake in this game, and I have a sense of urgency around this problem. But what I see now is this pivot point where we can really take advantage of sort of the tide starting to change. And we've had a couple of these, and we've lost momentum. But this is where we have sort of an opportunity right now that we might not have had. And there's lots of ways that, you know, sort of the stewardship perspective of a lot of the religious belief systems and, you know, the perspectives from such a range of humanities disciplines can really help to bring forth like a bigger solution than what we can achieve. And so I think when we come down to it, a lot of the ways that we've been using that term is more shorthand for this kind of like broader goal that we're trying to achieve collectively.
And if I could just jump in very quickly, I agree completely. Narrative, it's a neutral term that then needs to be filled or by a compelling or the narrative we need now to do what we want. But I think in the context of this meeting, it's a kind of, it's what it covers is the idea of the humane, that narrative is humane, or in terms of the best of what the human does is, and fundamental to the constitution of the human, I think we think now that there's language and then there's narrative. And the narrative is what we've done with language and how we've organized ourselves socially throughout the human generations. But our faith in narrative is kind of just a way of reaffirming our faith in our human ability to face these problems humanely. So.
And Brian, I would even go farther and say language and narrative are fundamental technologies, and they're actually the technologies that we self-humanized through, right? And we may as well make them as humane as we possibly can. I know Gaymon and Elizabeth, we're at the end of our time because there's a wrap-up session to follow, and we've got plenty more questions, but maybe the questions could become more general discussion. Yeah. So thank you very much for your attendance at the session, and thanks all for
Oh, thank you.
It's really good.
I did not was so happy to be informed that the climate change debate, the wars are over. Google knows wars over.
Just a word about next steps. We do have a reception for all of you from theoretically 4:30 to 6, but we want to just take a couple of minutes to hear from our audience just about the day today, your sense, your perception, your thoughts, your interest for further discussion.
What's the assignment?
The assignment is, after reflecting on the whole day, next steps. Or thoughts, or just where have we come? Responses. Brett? Oh.
Hello. One response I would have is, I think in future sessions, we might want to again be a little bit more specific about what aspects of the humanities, from a practical perspective, can be attached to some of these problems. I find, for example, I think one of the speakers mentioned the fact that, humanists maybe are better writers than scientists. But as someone who reads thousands of grant applications from humanists, I can tell you most humanists are not very good writers, actually. You know who's really good writers? Like journalists, generally speaking, are better writers. But humanists are good at many other things, but different things. For example, historians are very good at contextualizing modern problems and looking at their antecedents in other time periods in other countries. Philosophers have different skills. Linguists have different skills. Humanities is a wide variety of different disciplines. And when I think that it's nice to gesture towards the idea that scientists should work with humanists, but what does that mean actually in practice?
Sorry.
It's interesting. I've had a lot of experience bringing transdisciplinary groups together, especially physicists and biologists, and they have to learn new languages. It takes 2 years to get them to have dialogue without them one group accusing the other of being totally uneducated and not to understand anything about the other side of the equation. So, and I think if you talk about bringing humanists together with, groups like that, we are talking, we're talking a chasm, a significant one. I think we have to take our humanists and selected groups of biologists and physicists and people to talk about this last topic, for example. I think people have to be trained to do that. I don't know how we think this through, but I think it's not as simple as putting people in the same room, that's for sure. But it has to do with understanding the problem, understanding the language barriers, and I don't think we're doing that very well.
I just want to add to that, just completely endorse what you just said. So I worked for about 10 years as the anthropologist philosopher among the biotech folks, and both in industry and in research settings. And not only is there a long period of time of just getting to know what the other person is saying, there's a whole underlining set of stakes that don't get brought to articulation very well. But why do we really care about any of this stuff? What's at stake for me? Why am I here? Why are you here? And one of the things I found accelerated the translation process or the familiarity or the merging collaboration was having things to work on together and knowing what you were working on together. So on one level, moving out of the abstract a little bit and have projects that you can engage together, even if it's just projects that are a kind of exercise in mutual education or something. Because at the end of the day, if you didn't understand what the other person really wanted or what they were saying, there was at least a kind of anchor point that kept you in it together.
So why can't you? Is it me?
Yeah, well, here and then.
I'm sorry.
And then.
I didn't introduce myself earlier, but I'm working for the Science Center and Science Museum field worldwide, and for 15 years I'm doing climate change programs all over the world. So somehow, I even not being an academic, I know a little bit about, talking to people about that. What my general impression was, I learned a lot through the sessions from things that I, not aware of the biology and the data and all of that. Fantastic. The point that I wanted to make is that when I'm listening to describing the problems and how that relates to society, we are still here in the US in what we call the deficit model, which is we try to explain to the public some very complicated science, and if they don't understand, we try another way to explain it to them. And we don't look at another model where there is a dialogue between the scientists and the public to understand what it is that matters to them and what they want to hear. And so that's the new thing, and I have not heard that today. And so that's what I want to focus on. If there is something that we need to take away from here for the future is, what does it tell us to scientists how to share the results of their work so that it becomes embedded in society in the most positive way?
So my answer to that question, I guess to the last two questions, would be something that Gary and I were talking about, independent of this conversation, how to change the curriculum, especially on the graduate level. I would start with a graduate rather than the undergraduate. And how to create interdisciplinary courses. Let's take the Anthropocene. I propose to take the Anthropocene as a course that every student at ASU will have to take and really learn the problem on all levels: scientific, historical, linguistic, environmental, and so forth and so on. Getting to that level will require a lot of effort, intellectual effort as well as obviously monetary effort on some level too, but it's doable. And then do it also with younger people in the undergraduate and even in high school. So that's my answer to the question: education.
So two things that in some ways have already been said. First of all, Brett's comments I think are exactly right about sort of exactly which questions do people need to dig into. Maybe it's as a follow-up to this. I thought this was a very informative day. And the other gets at the sort of to what end, right? I mean, why have groups work together? What are the larger questions? And so as someone who's been in a role for years where actually I have to integrate what the humanities and social sciences and physical and natural sciences are saying, and then try to use it in a policy way and create a narrative about it, but that's a fancy word to say a one-page memo. Some of us who are sort of who are at the receiving end of all this might also help define some of what the panels were talking about.
That simple vocabulary point I wanted to make this morning, and it's a mistake to confuse the humanities with humanism necessarily, because there's humanistic research in a variety of disciplines, and the humanities research is not by its own nature, just because it sounds like humanism, necessarily humanistic. I left teaching the humanities because I found it not very humanistic, and now I work in science policy, which is often more humanistic.
So I'm Rachel Levinson with Arizona State University. I come from a world where there's been, for many years, a lot of discussion about dual-use science and technology. And the discussion this morning, especially about stray and feral technology, made me think that there was going to be discussion about technology and from a neutral, at least, or dual-use perspective, and it's the humans who are going to apply it in a way that we consider to be benign or malevolent. And I didn't really hear that discussion come up of that interaction and where human thinking, although we talked somewhat about regulation, but it didn't really get to the point where we can say that technology can be viewed in a more neutral way or has positive and negative attributes, but the humans need to be part of the discourse.
I still think that the presumption that human societies or nation states are chiefly interested in promoting good outcomes from technologies is dubious. Just judging by the number of governments our government has decided are bad suggests that there's a lot of bad actors in the world. I'm not saying that I buy into this, but the whole notion that we are pursuing perfection as a human race, it's questionable. And the 20th century, with its murderousness and with its abuse of technologies, perhaps we're just in a pause and that will resume. People seem to think that we have become much better than we used to be. And it's an open question. So, it's a long way down. Sure, we could get better at tackling these problems. But many of these technologies have, if put to bad ends, have a potential level of lethality that's unprecedented. So that was a gloomy thought. Also, I'm essentially mindful that at ASU, gloomy thoughts are essentially not part of the program. We are supposed to be hopeful and upbeat, but if you want to get us going about how technologies can be used for bad, our own DOD has an explicit stated plan: identify, track, neutralize. That's for every person on the planet. Anything that moves, any human that moves, NSA and DOD want to track them, and they're very close to doing it now. And so there's only one way to escape them. It's to go underground. And routinely, you see every few months, oh, somebody surfaced and we killed them right away. So we know where this could go. And we're in a battle, I think, over whether our technologies will be used for renewal and reform and some kind of harmony with the earth, or whether it's just some new kinds of killing fields that will be engendered by them. There's no sign to me that major nations are more committed to peaceful means. We have a new round of developments of advanced nuclear weapons. To what end? More money is being spent to, quote unquote, modernize our nuclear weapons than to do anything about climate change. So if you just look at our actions, they would engender a sense of pessimism.
Just want to weigh in on this. Before all optimism leaves the room. No, I'm not sure. A dual use I often think of as being about use under different circumstances. The urban design that is also good all the time, as well as an appropriate defense against potentially rising waters and so forth. Not neutrality of technology, but potentially even multiple benefits. But the model of human beings making decisions about technology, and technology being relatively neutral, seems to me to call for more complexity of discussion about what it means to make decisions. Because it's not individual human beings, it's not even government science policy, right? The complexity of making decisions about the deployment of the kind of technologies we're talking about, whether it's personalized medicine or it's artificial intelligence or it's a transformation of the energy sector in the context of climate change, far exceeds that sort of understanding of action. And so what we would need is a very different, a more substantial understanding of how it is we would control, choose, shape the deployment of technology at a collective level and a large scale. And it would have culture, and it would have political economy, and it would have a variety of different features. And I don't think we sort of fully got into that. It's not just the availability of the technology and of the possible good, but a really serious discussion of what it would mean to actually create an action plan and act on it. And we're pretty far from that, I think, with regard to most of these technologies.
Why don't we continue the discussion, if it's okay, we'll have Jerry perhaps say a word, he had his hand up, and then continue discussion over cocktails, okay?
Always a good action.
I would just like to reinforce what Craig said and link it to the feral technologies, although I think Craig sort of this morning started to evolve into feral innovation a little bit. And I think there's something really important here about it, because if you look at the collapse or near collapse of the financial system, it was feral innovations hunting in packs that caused that problem. And that was a systemic problem that we narrowly avoided bringing the whole planet down. And there's no particular reason to believe it can't happen again. And I do think if we're going to have more of these sessions, getting into a little bit more about these systems and how these things actually operate and what is it do we think we know about them. And I would point out that for the financial system crisis, Hank Paulson was right in the middle of that. And it's hard to argue that there's any man on the planet, or woman for that matter, that knew more about the financial system than Hank Paulson did. He was the former chairman of Goldman Sachs. And he had no idea how that system worked in reality. He called his wife in the middle of it and said, "This thing is coming apart. I have no idea what to do. Please pray for me."
On that note, we'll go drink.
It's good you did drink religion right back.
Looked like it turned out pretty good, man. Yeah, that was good.
Do you just want to tell people it's on the first floor?
Everyone, the reception, I should have mentioned, is on the first floor. Elevators over here. You can take it down to the first floor where everything is set up.
By the way,